Chapter 733. Returning to the ruins of the war god temple, staring at the corpses of the four ghosts. Li Dao, Li Jian, and the two maidens stood at their original locations, not daring to move at all. They were afraid that Ning Qi would suddenly make things difficult for them. "Say, Senior, you won't attack us, right?" Luo Tianhua smiled at Ning Qi. Earlier, the four ghosts of the Heaven Vault said that Ning Qi was a devil from beyond the heavens who obtained the inheritance of the war god Hull. This caused him to feel uneasy. In the legends, devils from beyond the heavens were all extremely cruel and inhumane fellows. What do you think? If you go out and spread nonsense, won't I be in a lot of trouble? Ning Qi smiled faintly. This, Luo Tianhua involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He guessed that Ning Qi most probably wanted to silence them. Even the four ghosts of the Heaven Vault couldn't withstand a single strike from Ning Qi. Even if the five of them joined forces, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger from Ning Qi. "Senior, we will definitely keep our mouths shut. I definitely won't spread it outside." The two women hurriedly swore. "That's right, Senior. We will not leak any information about you. If we do, we will be struck by lightning. Please be magnanimous and let us go." Li Dao and Li Jian swore. If swearing is useful, why are there so many people who break their promises in this world? Ning Qi smiled as he carried the Dragon Slayer saber and walked towards the four of them. As they watched Ning Qi approach them step by step, the fear on their faces grew. Suddenly, Li Dao looked at Luo Tianhua and said, "Tianhua, please beg the senior to let us live." Now, he could only pin his hopes on Luo Tianhua. After all, during the journey with Ning Qi, only Luo Tianhua had taken care of Ning Qi. Luo Tianhua had even stopped the two brothers from humiliating Ning Qi. No matter how one looked at it, they should have formed a friendship. "Senior, why don't you let them go? If Senior is worried that we will go out and talk nonsense, then just let us follow you. Under Senior's eyes, we definitely won't dare to have any other thoughts." Luo Tianhua forced a smile and stood in front of Ning Qi. "You really are a good person. I don't think you have a good relationship with them. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you if you speak up for them?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "After all, we've known each other for a while." Luo Tianhua smiled. "Since that's the case, I'll spare their lives for your sake." Ning Qi nodded and said. Luo Tianhua heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi gratefully. Then Ning Qi looked at Li Dao, Li Jian, and the others and said, "You'll have to follow me for the rest of the journey. If I find out that you're up to no good, not even the gods can save you. Do you understand?" I understand. We know. Thank you for not killing me, Senior." Li Dao and Li Jian were overjoyed. As long as Ning Qi didn't kill them, they were willing to do anything. Next, Ning Qi sped up. A few days later, he brought Luo Tianhua's group of 5 to the ruins of the War God Temple. However, it was different from the last time. This time, Ning Qi hadn't even come within 25 kilometers when he discovered that the area seemed to have been divided up by several forces. "Senior, after you left last time, this place has already been divided between the Fire Beacon Bandits, the 9 Dragon Bandits, the Jade Supreme Bandits, and the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth." Luo Tianhua took the initiative to explain when he saw that Ning Qi was a little uncertain. At this moment, everyone was coincidentally standing at a high spot. Following Luo Tianhua's guidance, Ning Qi did indeed see the 4 large factions stationed around the cave. At the same time, a couple of Do Zun-class auras were vaguely present from the 4 large factions. Why are they dividing this place? Could it be that they have opened the bronze door? Ning Qi asked in a deep voice. Coincidentally, Li Dao knew a lot about this place. Seeing that the opportunity to please Ning Qi had arrived, he did not wait for Luo Tianhua's reply and directly interrupted. "Senior, the 4 large factions have yet to open the huge bronze door. After you left last time, there are Do D class experts who came. However, it was said that when the four great Do-D class experts joined forces to break the huge bronze door, a forbidden spell suddenly appeared on the huge door, causing the four great Do-D class experts to be seriously injured. Until now, they are still in retreat to recuperate. Li Dao paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, the four large factions are only here to guard the huge bronze door. They don't even dare to touch the huge bronze door for fear of triggering the forbidden spell. That's not right. If they don't allow others to enter, why did you choose to come here? Ning Qi coldly asked. Senior, you have misunderstood. As long as you hand over a refining godstone, you can enter to admire the huge bronze door. Many people are willing to buy tickets in order to try their luck. Therefore, this time we only want to see the huge bronze door and see if we have the opportunity to enter. Li Dao said, Senior, since you are the successor of the War God Hall, it should be easy for you to enter. Li Jian hurriedly took the opportunity to flatter his big brother after seeing that his big brother had said so much. Wait, if he can enter the huge bronze door and we have to follow him, doesn't that mean that we also have the opportunity to enter? Suddenly, the five of them, including Luo Tianhua, were enlightened and thought of this crucial point. Let's go. Ning Qi indifferently glanced at the five of them and directly rushed forward. Luo Tianhua and the other four hurriedly followed. If they were a little unwilling to follow Ning Qi before, they were now afraid that Ning Qi would not allow them to follow him. Stop. If the six of you want to enter the ruins of the War God Hall, you will have to hand over 10 refining godstones. When they were close to the ruins of the War God Hall, a strong man in beast skin stretched out his hand and stopped them. This strong man's cultivation was not low. He was a 3-star dozong. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes. This person was the leader of the Jade Supreme Bandits, and his name was Luo Hongxing. 10 refining godstones? Isn't it one for each person? Li Dao frowned. Luo Hongxing coldly glanced at Li Dao. If I say 10, then it's 10. If you don't want to hand it over, scram. Recently, there are more and more ants like you. It's so annoying. How can you say that? You know, Li Jian wanted to use Ning Qi to threaten the other party, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned his head and saw Ning Qi staring at him coldly. A trace of cold sweat rolled down Li Jian's forehead. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say and stood to the side in fear. $10 it is, Ning Qi indifferently said, without waiting for Luo Tianhua and the others to take out the refining godstones. Ning Qi directly took out 10 and passed them to Luo Hongxing. And go in. Luo Hongxing weighed the refining godstones in his hand and kept 4 of them. He took the remaining 6 and impatiently waved his hand at Ning Qi and the others. Chapter 734. The Wayward Kid after giving Luo Hongxing 10 refining godstones. Everyone was still around 2.5 kilometers away from the War God Hall ruins. However, they had not even walked half a kilometer before they were stopped by the leader of the Jade Supreme robbers. His cultivation was the same as Luo Hongxing's, a 3-star dozong. What are the 6 of you doing? The leader glanced sideways at Ning Qi and the others. We are going to the ruins of the War God Shrine. We have already handed over the God Refining Stone. Luo Tianhua cupped his hands and smiled. You've handed them over? Who did you give it to? The leader curled his lips in disdain. When everyone heard this, they immediately knew that they had run into another brat, blocking their way. If they didn't bleed a little, they wouldn't be able to enter the War God Temple ruins. Luo Hongxing. Ning Qi said lightly. Luo Hongxing? That doesn't count. You have to hand the God Refining Stone to me. The leader laughed coldly and stretched out his hand. Give it 20 God Refining Stones and you can enter. Ning Qi realized that the people who wanted to go to the War God Shrine ruins like them didn't hand over the refining godstone a second time. Only the 6 of them were stopped. Why didn't they pay? Ning Qi asked with a smile. Why do you care so much? Whoever wants to hand over the refining godstone is my problem. What does it have to do with you? Just take out the god refining stone. The leader sneered. A middle-aged man who was emitting the aura of a dozun was looking at Ning Qi indifferently from a short distance away. There were over 10 dozong-class existences standing beside him. Elder Qin, this kid doesn't seem to have a high cultivation. Is there really something strange about him? You even personally sent Zhuang he to test him? A dozong softly inquired the middle-aged dozun. He's just hiding his cultivation. The middle-aged dozun laughed faintly. What? He hid his cultivation. When the nearby dozongs heard this, a shocked expression appeared on their faces, after which they focused their gazes on Ning Qi. Under their focused observation, they were indeed able to see some clues. At the very least, when Ning Qi faced the 3-star dozong Zhuanghe, his expression was very calm, without the slightest fear. You esteemed jade pirates are so unreasonable. We have already handed over the god refining stone, and you want us to do it a second time. Li Dao and Li Jian scolded. The two ladies beside them looked as if this matter had nothing to do with them. To them, the other party was asking Ning Qi for the god refining stone, and it had nothing to do with them. A mere Do Huang dares to mention the word reason in front of me? Kneel down. Zhuang, he angrily shouted at Li Dao and Li Jian. The aura of a 3-star dozong instantly enveloped the two of them, causing their minds to be assaulted and their legs to feel weak. Zhuang, he cast a disdainful glance at the two of them and then looked coldly at Ning Qi. A mace suddenly appeared in his hand. The hooks on the mace were extremely sharp and emitted a faint cold light. As soon as the mace appeared, everyone felt that the temperature in this area suddenly dropped by several degrees. Upper D, rank Do weapon. Luo Tianhua and the other 4 looked at the mace with incomparable shock. Their eyes were filled with desire. In their opinion, if they could obtain an upper earth ranked Do weapon, their battle power would increase by at least 50%. Zhuang, he held the mace and raised it in front of Ning Qi. When it was less than a foot away from Ning Qi's face, he coldly said, If you don't give me the god refining stone, you are trespassing. I will kill you. This weather, it's not cold enough. Ning Qi ignored Zhuanghe and slightly lifted his head to take a glance. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Before Zhuang, he could react, the Dragon Slayer saber had already appeared in Ning Qi's hand. In the next moment, the ground froze and snowflakes floated down from the sky. The temperature in this area dropped by another 10 degrees. Zhuang, his face revealed a trace of shock. He was horrified to find that both his legs had been invaded by a cold air. The white ice had spread to his calves, firmly locking him in place. So cold! Li Dao and Li Jian crossed their arms in front of their chest. Their teeth uncontrollably trembled, emitting a da-da-da sound. On the hilt of the Dragon Slayer saber, the snow dragon pearl was emitting a faint white light. You want to kill me? Ning Qi walked in front of Zhuang, and looked into his eyes with a slight smile. Seeking death. A trace of shock and anger flashed across Zhuang's eyes, after which, with a loud roar, he raised the mace and directly smashed it down on Ning Qi. However, the cold air caused his actions to be around 30% slower than usual. Not good. Show mercy. The middle-aged Do Zun shouted and directly shot toward Ning Qi and Zhuanghe. Ning Qi had long discovered his existence and knew that he had been observing him from afar. At this moment, a faint smile hung on the corner of Ning Qi's mouth as he slashed at Zhuang, without hesitation. The Dragon Slayer saber entered Zhuang's skull, reached his chest, and continued downwards. With a pu sound, Zhuang's eyes lost the light of life. A trace of unwillingness appeared on his face, after which, like a watermelon that had been cut open, his body was split into two and fell to the side. No trace of blood seeped out because the blood had already turned into ice. Luo Tianhua and the others could clearly see that under the ruby-like blood, Zhuang He's internal organs seemed to still have some movement. His heart was beating at an extremely slow speed. Too scary. His saber is actually this fast. Luo Tianhua could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The remaining 4 people's faces were filled with fear as they quietly observed the smiling Ningqi. At this moment, Ningqi's smile was as warm as the spring breeze. One could not tell that he had just killed a 3-star dozong. At the same time, the middle-aged Dozun had already arrived in front of everyone. His face was a little green as he swept his gaze over Zhuang He's corpse, after which he looked at Ningqi. I told you to show mercy. Did you not hear me? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10+ dozongs of the Jade Supreme Bandits instantly surrounded them. A few of them revealed a furious expression when they saw Zhuang He's corpse. Luo Hongxing was also present. However, he was not on good terms with Zhuang He, and hence he was not angry. Instead, he felt a little gloating in his heart. However, behind this gloating, there was also a little sadness. Therefore, the gaze that he used to look at Ningqi was also filled with killing intent. Someone actually killed the leader of the Jade Supreme Bandits. Isn't that fellow a little too bold? Those fellows who wanted to go to the War God Hall to try their luck stopped on the spot when they saw the scene of Ningqi killing Zhuang He. They curiously observed the scene. At the same time, they felt some admiration for Ningqi's bold action in their hearts. There were also some people who thought that Ningqi was crazy. To dare to kill someone in someone else's territory, was he not seeking death? I heard it. Ningqi smiled faintly. The middle-aged Dozun angrily said, "You still dare to attack after hearing it?" "Why not?" Ningqi smiled faintly and countered with a question. Good, good, good. The middle-aged Dozun was so angry that he laughed instead. After which, he sensed the cold aura of this place, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He raised his hands, and with a swoosh sound, 2 green-colored heavenly flames instantly rose from his palms. In an instant, the coldness in the air was completely swept away. 9 Sun Heavenly Flames. Chapter 735. 9 Sun Heavenly Flame. 9 Sun Heavenly Flame. Surprise flashed across Ningqi's eyes. Dongxian had a heavenly flame ranking that listed over 300 types of heavenly flames. His swallowing dragon fire was ranked 53rd, while the other party's 9 Sun heavenly flame was ranked 9th among the top 10. The 9 Sun heavenly flame was simple and violent. The reason it could be ranked in the top 10 was because it could restrain 99% of Yin energy. Its temperature was frighteningly high. Some materials that were difficult to smelt could instantly be melted by the 9 Sun heavenly flame. Basically, no one in the top 10 heavenly flames in Dongxian could control them. They were all legendary existences. It was not that these heavenly flames had never appeared before, but it was extremely difficult to refine them. Only those with great luck could do so. For example, the Heavenly Fury Heavenly Flame ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking at the entrance of the Dragon Prison. Even a Do-D could not refine it for his own use. Only the Purple Thorn Dragon tribe could use their natural abilities to control it. The moment the other party's 9 Sun Heavenly Flame appeared, the cold air emitted by the Snow Dragon Pearl was suppressed. The temperature suddenly rose. It is unexpected that a puny Dozun could possess such a heavenly flame. If this was in Dongxian, he would probably be heavily groomed by a Dodi. Ningqi quietly thought. His expression of deep thought appeared to others as fear. He was so afraid that he did not dare face the middle-aged Dozun. You know fear now. It's too late. The middle-aged Dozun laughed faintly as he walked toward Ningqi. Huh, what is wrong with 9 Sun Tinzuin? Why is he so angry? 3 figures broke through the air and arrived. They were the Do Zuns of the Feng Hu bandits, 9 dragon bandits, and Heaven and Earth Pavilion. They recognized the middle-aged Do Zun. In their impression, 9 Sun Tianzuan usually did not show his emotions. Today, however, he had unleashed such a powerful killing intent toward a mere Do Zong. He had even used the 9 Sun heavenly flame. This caused the 3 of them to feel strange. Hiss! The 4 great Do Zuns guarding this place are all here. Someone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air when he saw the 3 figures standing in the empty air. Fire Beacon Bandits, Empyrean Ultimate Sword. 9 Dragons Bandits, Empyrean Hegemon. Heaven and Earth Pavilions, Empyrean Snowy Peak. Looks like the 3 of them were attracted by the aura of the 9 Yang heavenly flame. Countless admiring gazes landed on the 3 heavenly venerates. However, the 3 of them acted as if they didn't see anything. They only looked curiously at the 9 Sun heavenly venerate and Ning Qi. The 9 Sun heavenly venerate's soul had already sensed the 3 of them, but he ignored them. He continued to stare at Ning Qi, a cold smile on his lips as he walked towards Ning Qi. He wanted to use this slow and steady method to crush Ning Qi's confidence. In the end, he would burn Ning Qi to ashes in one fell swoop. Only then would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. 10 breaths later, the 9 Sun heavenly venerate was already in front of Ning Qi. He was half a head taller than Ning Qi, about 2 meters. He looked down at Ning Qi from above and smiled faintly. "Do you regret it?" "Hee, do you know what you did wrong?" Ning Qi smiled faintly as he stared at the 9 Sun heavenly venerate without fear. As for Luo Tianhua and the others, they had already subconsciously retreated. They didn't dare to get too close to the 2 of them, mainly because they were afraid of the 9 Yang heavenly flame in the 9 Sun heavenly venerate's hands. If they accidentally came into contact with a trace of it, they wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Their souls would be burned to ashes. "Oh, what did I do wrong?" The 9 Sun heavenly venerate smiled faintly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Ning Qi. He wanted Ning Qi to die in endless regret. The 9 Sun heavenly venerate is playing a cat and mouse. The ultimate sword heavenly venerate smiled faintly. The 8 Sun heavenly venerate smiled faintly. Let's just watch the show. It's been a long time since I've seen the 9 Yang heavenly venerate use the 9 Yang heavenly flame. If I can obtain such a heavenly flame, it shouldn't be a problem to double my battle strength, right? The Snow Mountain heavenly venerate sneered. Hee, even if I give you the 9 Yang heavenly flame, you won't be able to refine it. The 9 Sun heavenly venerate can refine it because of the trace of ancient bloodline in his body. Not necessarily. The 8 Sun heavenly venerate said angrily. This kid said that the 9 Sun heavenly venerate did something wrong. Guess what it was? The ultimate sword heavenly venerate laughed. He's just spouting nonsense. The Snow Mountain heavenly venerate snorted coldly. The 8 Sun heavenly venerate nodded in agreement. When a person is about to die, they always want to leave some dignity behind. This kid is probably like that. The thing you did wrong, Ning Qi smiled faintly. It's just that you were too close to me. Return to the source. In less than a breath's time, Ning Qi's body grew to a height of 6 meters. His hair fluttered without any wind, and the 3 pupils in his eyes sparkled like stars. His huge body was filled with explosive power. Apocalyptic Titan remnant species, mid-grade bloodline. Hiss! Luo Tianhua and the others gasped. Jing Hai stared at Ning Qi's Titan true body in disbelief. At this moment, they realized that the strength Ning Qi had displayed previously was probably less than 10%. So powerful. Luo Hongxing involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes contained a trace of fear as he looked at Ning Qi. The remaining Do Zongs had similar expressions. If the feeling that Ning Qi gave them before was that he was unfathomable, He was now showing off his abilities. The aura on his body gave them more pressure than an ordinary Do-Zun, ancient demon race bloodline. The ultimate sword Heavenly Venerate and the other two exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. An indescribable fear rose in the nine-son Heavenly Venerate's heart as he looked at the 6-foot-tall Ning Qi. How can this be? Does he also possess an ancient bloodline? That's not right. Although my Golden Crow bloodline isn't pure, it was still considered a high-grade bloodline in ancient times. Why would I feel fear for the trace of bloodline in his body? The nine-son Heavenly Venerate roared in disbelief. Then he slammed his palm toward Ning Qi. His palm was covered with a green nine-sun heavenly flame. At the same time, a spiritual soul appeared behind him. This spiritual soul was over 100 feet tall and looked exactly the same as the nine-sun heavenly flame in his palm. The nine-sun Heavenly Venerate's spiritual soul is actually the nine-sun heavenly flame? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. When this spiritual soul appeared, the temperature of the surroundings suddenly rose by more than 10 times. Everyone felt as though they were living in purgatory. The Dozongs were sweating profusely, while Luo Tianhua and the others retreated thousands of feet as though they were fleeing. Their skin was already incomparably red from the heat. The only ones who weren't affected were the ultimate sword Heavenly Venerate and the other two in the void. They were further away, and their cultivation wasn't higher than the nine-sun Heavenly Venerate's. Furthermore, the nine-sun Heavenly Venerate's true target was Ning Qi, not them. Therefore, the pressure they felt was very small and negligible. Boom! The nine-sun Heavenly Venerate jumped up and slammed his palm against Ning Qi's knee. However, he was horrified to discover that his palm hadn't broken Ning Qi's leg. I said that you are too close to me. Chapter 736. Chapter 736. Killing a Heavenly Venerate. This was the first time Ning Qi had used the Eye of Annihilation after purchasing the mid-grade bloodline. As the system did not have any information on this special ability, Ning Qi had named it himself. As he watched the nine sons Heavenly Venerate howl in pain, Ning Qi knew that the power of the Eye of Annihilation was much greater than when it was still a low-grade bloodline. However, it should not be enough to burn the nine sons Heavenly Venerate to death. In the next moment, Ning Qi waved his door-sized palm and used the 18 subduing dragon palms, which bombarded the nine sons Heavenly Venerate's body like a pile driver. The nine sons Heavenly Venerate originally had about 1,900,000 health points. Under the burning of the Eye of Annihilation, his health points were decreasing by 10,000 per second. Ning Qi's palm could also reduce his health points by 30,000. In a short while, the nine sons Heavenly Venerate's health points were almost empty. What happened? The nine sons Heavenly Venerate is actually not his match. A 1-star Dozun is completely suppressed by a Dozong. Isn't this a little too scary? Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The leaders of the Jade Supreme Pirates, including Luo Hongxing, were at a loss. They could only watch as their leader was being tortured by the other party, but they did not dare to help. They were afraid that Ning Qi's huge palm would also slap them. Given their strength, they would probably die immediately. Luo Tianhua and the 4 others watched this scene with some excitement. Originally, they thought that Ning Qi would be defeated regardless of how strong he was when a Dozun attacked. It was unexpected that Ning Qi was about to suppress the other party in the blink of an eye. This really exceeded their expectations. Should we help? Heavenly Venerate Ba Xia asked hesitantly. Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate and Snowy Peak Heavenly Venerate glanced at him. Are you on good terms with the nine sons? Heavenly Venerate Ba Xia immediately fell silent. As the leader of the nine sons pirates, he had long been in conflict with the nine sons Heavenly Venerate. Their relationship was naturally not good. However, Ning Qi was an outsider, which was why he had asked. It hurts. It hurts so much. The flames produced by the Eye of Annihilation incessantly burned the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate soul. In addition, Ning Chi's palms kept landing on his body. At that moment, the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate was writhing miserably on the ground, crying out in pain. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll definitely die. The Juyang Tianzuan thought in horror. Instantly, he abandoned his pride as a Dozun. He begged Ning Chi, "Little brother, please spare my life. I will not dare to do it again." The moment they started begging for mercy, the faces of the Jade, Sovereign Bandit, and the others turned pale. They felt as if countless gazes of disdain were looking at them. How can the Nine Suns, Heavenly Venerable, beg for mercy? This is discrediting us, the Jade Supreme Pirates. Sigh. This is too embarrassing. Luo Hongxing shook his head. Ning Chi stopped what he was doing and stood in front of the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate. He looked down at him. "Spare your life?" "Yes, yes, spare my life." The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate was delighted. As long as Ning Chi stopped, it meant that the other party did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, Bandit Jade's revenge would not be so simple. Me begging for mercy was only a temporary measure. Once today's matter is over, I will invite an elite Dosheng from the Jade Supreme Pirates to exterminate your entire clan, regardless of your background. Otherwise, where would Supreme Jade put his face? The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerable comforted himself. "Forget it." Ning Chi laughed faintly and lifted his leg to stomp on the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate's head. The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate only felt his vision turn black. Following which, he saw Ning Chi's massive foot stomp on his head with a trace of force. He would definitely die if this foot landed. "How dare you kill me? The Jade Supreme Pirates will not let you off." The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate was furious. Boom! His skull was crushed by Ning Chi's stomp. A trace of remnant spirit flew out of the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate's body and shot into the distance. Ning Chi smiled. With a flick of his finger, a ball of devouring dragon hellfire shot towards the remnant soul. After catching up to the remnant soul, it burned it up completely. Everyone could hear the remnant soul let out an extremely sharp and miserable scream. At this point, the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate was completely dead. Even the spirit that he had cultivated for hundreds of years could not be preserved. There was no chance of revival. The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate died just like that. What a pity for his Nine-Sun Heavenly Flame. The ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate and the other two exchanged glances. Their brows were filled with shock and pity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Jade Supreme Pirates, the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate. 250,000 experience points obtained. The system's notification sounded. He was not far from advancing to an 8-star Dozong. He was just short of 10 million experience points. Ning Chi lifted his head and swept his gaze across Luo Hongxing and the others. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to kill us? Luo Hongxing and the others looked at Ning Chi with some fear. "Sir, you have killed the Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate. Please leave your name. I, the Jade Supreme Pirates, will naturally find you to settle this matter." Suddenly, a Dozong stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Ning Chi. "Aya, that fool." The faces of Luo Hongxing and the others instantly turned extremely green. The Nine-Sun Heavenly Venerate had just died in the other party's hands, but this fellow still dared to provoke him. He was really too retarded. "Are you saying that the Jade Supreme Pirates want to take revenge on me? Am I right?" Ning Chi looked at that fellow and smiled faintly. The aura on Ning Chi's body caused the Dozong to feel a little afraid. However, he swept his gaze across everyone present, gritted his teeth, and said, "You are right. We, the Jade Supreme Pirates, are famous in the ancient desolate land. We will not allow a Dozong to be killed for no reason." After saying this, he felt the pressure on his body dissipate. The influence of the Nine Sun, Heavenly Venerate, begging for mercy, should be greatly reduced now, right? He thought to himself proudly. However, before he could savor this comfortable feeling, he saw Ningqi appear in front of him. A trace of fear appeared on his face as he shouted in a threatening manner, "What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. I am just in a bad mood." Ningqi smiled faintly and directly grabbed the dozong. The dozong wanted to escape, but his movements were not as fast as Ningqi. In an instant he was caught by Ningqi's palm. "No, don't kill me. My eyes have been blinded by lard." The dozong was filled with regret. He had only dared to say those words to Ningqi because he had seen the ultimate sword Heavenly Venerate and the others around. He had been prepared to redeem the Jade Supreme Pirate's face, but he had not expected Ningqi to not buy it at all. Ningqi smiled and exerted some force with his palm. With a smack, the dozong was directly turned into a pile of minced meat in Ningqi's palm. Chapter 737. 3 Heavenly Masters. You killed a Heavenly Master and 2 Grandmasters of Thief Jade Supremacy. If you stop now, you might be able to keep your life in the future. Luo Hongxing said with difficulty, his face pale. Killing 1 is killing. Killing 2 is also killing. Do you think you can escape with your lives? Ningqi chuckled. Ultimate Sword Heavenly Master. Ba Xia Heavenly Master. Snowy Peak Heavenly Master. For the sake of Thief Jade Supremacy, please lend us a hand. A Grandmaster suddenly begged the 3 in the air. Everyone's gaze shifted from Ningqi to the 3. 3 Heavenly Masters. If they attack together, he shouldn't be a match, right? Li Dao and Li Jian thought. The ultimate sword Heavenly Venerate coldly swept his eyes over that dozong. Originally, he had planned on watching from the side and watching the show. It was unexpected that this person had opened his mouth to help. If he did not say anything at this moment, others would inevitably think that he was afraid of Ningqi. Heavenly Venerate, Tyrannical Lower, and Heavenly Venerate, Snowy Peak also had the same thought, and their expressions turned ugly. Little brother, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why don't you just let it go? Ultimate Sword Heavenly Master looked at Ningqi and smiled. Thief Jade Supremacy and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the 3 Heavenly Masters helped, they could at least keep their lives today. Ningqi looked at Ultimate Sword Heavenly Master and smiled. If you take your people and disappear from here, I can spare your lives. What? Everyone looked at Ningqi doubtfully. Spare the lives of Ultimate Sword Heavenly Master and the others? Was this guy crazy? He wanted to offend 3 Heavenly Masters at once. You mean us? The Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate's expression changed slightly, and he said, somewhat ashen, "Arrogant brat." Ba Xia Heavenly Master looked straight at Ningqi and snorted. My heaven and earth pavilion has never been afraid of threats. Snowy Peak Heavenly Master smiled. You don't want to leave? Ningqi's lips curled up as he looked at Snowy Peak Heavenly Master. Since you're from Heaven and Earth Pavilion, you should know Emperor Tongxian, right? Do you know Yin Shaoyan? Do you know my Jayasha? Emperor Tongxian? Do you know them? Heavenly Venerate, Snowy Peak had a look of shock on his face. The way he looked at Ningqi suddenly changed. Yin Shaoyan is Sovereign Tongshuan's servant, an existence of the Do Shen class. Medusa was the concubine of Sovereign Tongxian. This kid knows such an existence. Empyrean Absolute Sword and Empyrean Tyrannical Underworld glanced at each other in bewilderment. 10 breaths of time. If you don't make a decision, you will be the same as Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons. Ningqi sneered. There are many people who know about Sovereign Tongxian. Don't try to deceive me with this. Absolute Sword Heavenly Venerate Ba Xia. Let's attack together and take down this kid. Heavenly Venerate, Snowy Peak's face turned cold as he said. Ningqi's eyes seemed to flash with joy when he saw Emperor Snowy Peak's subordinates in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion should have a grudge against Emperor Tongxian. At the very least, the two sides were not on good terms. Otherwise, why would the other side try to join forces with Ultimate Sword Emperor Master and Emperor Master Basya to kill him when he was not sure of the relationship between Ningqi and Emperor Master Tongxian? All right, Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Master Basya nodded. In the next moment, the three of them moved and directly surrounded Ningqi. At the same time, a huge sword that was over 100 feet tall appeared behind Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate. A huge black tortoise appeared behind Emperor Master Basya, and a snow-capped mountain appeared behind Emperor Master Snowy Peak. Ha ha ha! You're dead! The remnants of Pirate Jade laughed maniacally at Ningqi. They seemed to be able to see Ningqi dying on the spot under the siege of 3 Heavenly Venerates. They felt extremely satisfied. Shall we leave first? Li Dao and Li Jian asked the two women. Let's go. The two women nodded. Luo Tianhua wanted to stop the 4 of them, but Li Dao snorted. Luo Tianhua, how dare you stop us? I advise you to leave quickly. After he is captured by 3 Heavenly Venerates, it won't be so easy for us to leave. The outcome has not been decided yet. Aren't you guys afraid? Luo Tianhua smiled bitterly. What's there to be afraid of? How can he win against 3 Heavenly Venerates? Get lost. Li Jian snorted and pushed Luo Tianhua away. The 4 of them were about to leave when they saw a figure standing in front of them. Luo Hongxing looked at them coldly. You came with that guy, right? You want to leave? Li Dao, Li Jian, and the other 3 were shocked. They exchanged glances with Luo Tianhua, and their faces were extremely ugly. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Basya looked at Ningqi with a mocking smile. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe we can let you go. Don't talk nonsense with him. Suppress him directly. Heavenly Venerate Snowy Peak glanced at Heavenly Venerate Basya. Fiery Sky Splitting Sword, Heavenly Venerate Solitary Sword bellowed, and the giant Sword Divine Soul behind him instantly attacked Ningqi. At the same time, the snow mountain behind Heavenly Venerate Snowy Peak also fell from the sky towards Ningqi. Sai, what's the hurry? Let's tease this guy first. Heavenly Venerate Basya sighed, but the black tortoise divine soul behind him did not slack off. It let out a deafening roar, rushed in front of Ningqi and bit him. Ningqi's expression was still calm in the face of the simultaneous attack of 3 Dozuns. Boom! The giant sword divine soul and the black tortoise divine soul bombarded Ningqi's body. At the same time, the snow mountain divine soul also came down, and with a bang Ningqi was suppressed under it. The giant sword was in the air, and the black tortoise was beside it. Both of them hovered in the air beside the snow mountain divine soul, ready to make a move. That's it. Heavenly Venerate Basya was slightly stunned. He did not expect that an existence that could beat the 9 suns Heavenly Venerate to death would be suppressed by the 3 of them. Could it be that the 9 suns Heavenly Venerate was a fake? Is he dead? Heavenly Venerate Solitary Sword was very confident in his attack power. Even Heavenly Venerates with the same cultivation level as him would not dare to take his giant Sword Divine Soul head-on. Only Heavenly Venerate Snowy Peak's expression was a little strange. Thank you, Heavenly Venerates, for lending a helping hand. I, the Jade Sovereign Bandit, will not forget your kindness. Luo Hongxing grabbed Luo Tianhua and the other 4 Heavenly Venerates and led the remaining Jade Sovereign Bandit Grandmasters to the front of Heavenly Venerate Snowy Peak and the other 2. Li Dao, Li Jian, and the other 2 Heavenly Venerates were terrified, and they trembled. We don't know him. He's an extraterrestrial demon. We were threatened by him. Please spare our lives. Li Dao and Li Jian were the first to betray Ning Qi. The heavenly demon? Yes. He said he is the successor of the war god temple. The two ladies echoed. What? The heavenly demon? The successor of the war god temple? No wonder he wanted us to leave this place. Chapter 738. Be burnt to ashes. What kind of power is this? Heavenly Venerate, Snow Peak, couldn't help but blurt out. His Snow Mountain divine soul was special in that it was heavy. Although it was not as heavy as a real mountain, its weight in the divine soul was still rare. If an ordinary Dozun were to be suppressed by him, it would be pretty good if they could survive. Just now he felt that Ning Qi was not dead because it was only temporary. As long as he suppressed it for a little longer, Ning Qi would definitely die. But now his Snow Mountain divine soul was directly lifted by Ning Qi. Is what you said true? Is he really an extraterrestrial devil? Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate looked at Ning Qi in shock and immediately asked Li Dao, Li Jian, and the others. The four of them were dumbfounded as they stared at Ning Qi. They had thought that Ning Qi was dead, which was why they dared to betray him. Who would have thought that Ning Qi was still alive? Speak. If you don't speak, I'll kill you, Emperor Ba Xia bellowed. Yes, he really is an extraterrestrial demon. This is what the four ghosts of the heaven vault personally said. Li Dao and Li Jian came back to their senses, hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Luo Tianhua sighed at the side. For ghosts of the heaven vault, the last time the war god temple ruins had opened, they had indeed been present, along with General Apocalypse and Gariello. If what they said was true, then this young man was most likely the demon who had obtained the succession of the Battle God Hall and then disappeared. The three of us must capture him alive today. Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate said excitedly. Emperor Ba Xia and Emperor Snowy Peak knew why he was so excited. If they could capture this kid alive, they would definitely be able to open the giant bronze door below. According to the descriptions of those who had participated in the inheritance trial, there was a very powerful puppet inside. If they could get their hands on these puppets, their strength would increase by several times. The most important thing was the cultivation techniques and martial techniques of the War God Temple. This was the item that the three of them truly coveted. Capture him alive? Heavenly Venerate Ba Xia and Heavenly Venerate Snowy Peak looked at Ning Qi fearfully. They didn't know if the three of them could capture such a monstrous existence alive. Boom! Ning Qi lifted the Snow Mountain Divine Soul and smashed it to the side, creating a huge pit in the ground. Then he glanced at Li Dao and Li Jian with a sneer, then looked at the Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate and the other two. Since all of you are aware of this, you should understand that this place is the territory of my combat god hall. Since all of you dare to set up a blockade here without my permission, all of you shall remain here today. Ning Qi laughed wildly and stomped his feet hard. His entire person was like a cannonball as he shot towards Ultimate Sword Empyrean. Sword, come! Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate was slightly startled and subconsciously shouted. The giant Sword Divine Soul immediately attacked Ning Qi. Break! Ning Qi gripped the Dragon Slayer saber and directly slashed at the giant Sword Divine Soul. Empyrean Ultimate Sword felt his heart skip a beat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant Sword Divine Soul that he had condensed for centuries was actually cleaved in two. Although this wasn't a destructive attack to the Divine Soul, it still injured Empyrean Ultimate Sword considerably. Black Tortoise Divine Soul! Heavenly Venerable Ba Xia roared. The Black Tortoise Divine Soul let out a roar and directly bit Ning Qi. Break! With another slash, the head of the Black Tortoise Divine Soul was directly chopped off by Ning Qi. Snow Mountain Divine Soul! Suppress! Heavenly Venerable Snow Peak roared as the Snow Mountain Divine Soul broke through the air and rapidly suppressed Ning Qi. Break! 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 Ning Qi laughed maniacally as he directly punched a hole in the middle of the Snow Mountain Divine Soul and rushed out from the other side. At this time he was already in front of Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate. Breaking 3 divine souls consecutively left everyone present dumbfounded. How is this possible? Luo Hongxing muttered to himself. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that the faces of the Jade, Bandit, Grandmaster experts were more or less filled with a trace of fear. Some of them had even disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they had escaped. Seeing that the divine soul couldn't do anything to Ning Qi, Ultimate Sword Heavenly Venerate's face darkened as he directly attacked Ning Qi. Heavenly Venerable Basya and Heavenly Venerable Snow Peak also jointly attacked Ning Qi from 2 different directions. Horizon Bright Moon Blade, so close yet worlds apart. 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. Ning Qi laughed maniacally as he ignored the 3's attacks. This kind of fighting style immediately made the 3 somewhat at a loss. From an outsider's point of view, the 3 looked very miserable as they dodged Ning Qi's attacks from time to time. However, Ning Qi didn't seem to care about their attacks at all. In fact, the attacks of the 3 were not weak. Every hit could also cause Ning Qi to lose nearly 100,000 HP. Unfortunately, Ning Qi's HP was as high as 5 million. When he was suppressed by the Snow Mountain Divine Soul, he stuffed dozens of heaven-class rejuvenation pills into his mouth. Each pill could restore 1 million HP. This was equivalent to Ning Qi having tens of millions of HP. Even if he stood there and let the 3 attack, it would still take them a long time. The 3's HP was getting lower and lower. Finally, when their HP dropped to an extremely dangerous level, they finally had a trace of intention to retreat. "Want to leave? Haha, it's better if you don't." Ning Qi saw through their intentions and sneered. Glaring at them, he activated Eye of Annihilation. Xing! Black flames instantly enveloped the 3. The 3 screamed in pain as they fell heavily from the sky. After activating the Eye of Annihilation 4 times in a row, Ning Qi felt that the blood essence in his body had been depleted. His body began to gradually shrink and change. Finally, the Titan True Form ended prematurely. However, the Ultimate Sword Heavenly Master and the other 2 were now heavily injured. Even without the Titan True Form, Ning Qi could still kill the 3 of them. Falling from the sky, the scene was silent. Everyone trembled as they looked at the 3 people rolling on the ground, burned by the flames. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The 3's HP was gradually reduced to 0 under the burning of the annihilation fire. Finally, they were burned to ashes. Nothing was left on the ground except for 3 human-shaped piles of ashes. 3 heavenly masters dead. Ning Qi slowly looked at Luo Hongxing and walked towards him step by step. Li Dao, Li Jian, and the others retreated in fear. Luo Hongxing was in no mood to care about these 4 people. He wanted to escape, but he knew that if he moved, he would definitely die. Just when he thought that Ning Qi was going to suppress him, Ning Qi brushed past Luo Hongxing and arrived in front of Li Dao, Li Jian, and the others. "Have you forgotten what I said before?" Ning Qi smiled. "I didn't do it on purpose." "We thought you were dead," Li Dao and Li Jian tried to explain. "You thought I was dead? Then what did you say when I escaped from the suppression of the Snow Mountain Divine Soul?" Ning Qi smiled. "Let us go. We know we were wrong." The 4 of them immediately knelt on the ground in tears. Luo Tianhua wanted to persuade them, but after hesitating for a long time, he did not speak. Ning Qi had already let them go once. This time they asked for it. "I'm not a person who punishes without teaching, but since you betrayed me first, you must bear the consequences." Chapter 739. Into an 8-star Do Zong. After crippling Li Dao and Li Jian's cultivation, Ning Qi asked them to get lost. The 4 of them supported each other and left the place. Luo Tianhua sighed as he watched their backs. At the same time, The members below the Jade Emperor Robber Do Zone level had mostly escaped. Only the Do Zone level existences remained. It was not that they did not want to escape, but that they did not dare to. Even when Ning Qi crippled Li Dao and Li Jian's cultivation, there was still a trace of his aura locked onto them. Killing the ultimate sword Heavenly Lord and the other two had increased Ning Qi's experience points by a large margin. He was only 1,000,000 or so away from becoming an 8-star Dozong. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that Ning Qi seemed to be counting the number of Dozong level existences from the Jade Emperor Robber Dozong, everyone could not help but reveal a doubtful expression. What was he doing? Everyone who had been selected by Ning Qi felt a chill in their hearts. 5. That should be enough. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Coincidentally, he had selected 5 people before Luo Xingxing. Luo Xingxing, who had not been selected by him, suddenly sighed in relief. There had been more than 10 Dozong level existences from the Jade Emperor Robber Dozong, but now there were only 6. Most of them must have escaped when Ning Qi was fighting with the 3 heavenly lords. However, Ning Qi did not care. He only needed 1,000,000 experience points. What is he going to do? He selected 5 people. Is he going to bring these 5 people to the War God Temple ruins? Everyone secretly guessed, not understanding Ning Qi's intention. However, they found out in the next moment. As the 5 heads fell to the ground, Ning Qi's body was covered in a white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to an 8-star Dozong. 8-star. 2 more levels, and I can try to break through to the Dozong level. At that time, I will truly have the ability to protect myself in Dongxian. Through Zhongli Huaqian's and ultimate Sword Tianzuan's control over their spirits, Ning Qi could determine that in the Dozun realm, it was likely that the strong were extremely strong and the weak were extremely weak. The gap was even greater than the few realms before it. This was because everyone's talent was different and their opportunities were different. The spirits that they could condense were also different. This was especially the case for those Dozuns in the eastern Xian region. The spirits of those Dozuns that Ning Qi had met did not seem to be very strong. They seldom used their spirits to fight when facing their enemies. They merely treated their spirits as a necessary training method to advance to the Doshin class. Luo Hongxing stared blankly at the 5 corpses on the ground. When Ning Qi looked at him, Luo Hongxing felt a chill in his heart and prepared to die. However, Ning Qi said, "You can take the others and get out of here." What? Luo Hongxing was in disbelief. "You want to stay?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "I'm leaving now." Luo Hongxing didn't take anyone else with him. Instead, he turned around and fled by himself. He was afraid that Ning Qi would suddenly change his mind. Usually, this kind of terrifying chosen one's temperament was very strange. Who knew if Ning Qi would kill him in the next moment? It was really not easy to train to the Do Zong class. Luo Hongxing didn't want to die just like that. "And all of you get lost." Ning Qi looked at the group of people who wanted to try their luck in the War God Hall and coldly said, "Yes." They turned around and left without hesitation. Even a Do Zun had died in his hands. How would this group of Do Wangs, Do Huangs, and a few Do Zongs dare to fight with Ning Qi? In an instant, the crowd retreated like the tide. Only Luo Tianhua and Ning Qi were left in this place. Of course, there were still some people in the territories of the Feng Hu bandits, the 9 dragon pirates, and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion who hadn't discovered the battle here. Ning Qi also didn't care. Counting the time, Zhongli Huatian should have caught up. Therefore, Ning Qi brought Luo Tianhua into the War God Hall ruins. When they arrived in front of the huge bronze door, there were already hundreds of people looking all around, trying to find the mechanism to open the huge bronze door. Among these people, there were dozens of Dozongs. The rest were Do Huangs and Do Wangs. Seeing Ning Qi and Luo Tianhua arrive, they didn't care. The place where the most people gathered was in front of the huge bronze door. There were about 40 to 50 people. They seemed to have joined forces to prevent others from approaching this place, after which they searched the huge bronze door inch by inch. Ning Qi directly flew over with Luo Tianhua. "Stop! Newcomer, move aside." A peaked Do Huang who had entered the ninth life and death test looked at Ning Qi and Luo Tianhua and shouted with a frown. The others glanced at the two of them before turning around and continuing to search the huge bronze door. "Move aside." Ning Qi looked at the peaked Do Huang who had entered the ninth life and death test indifferently. "Oh, don't think that you can be rude here just because you are a Dozong. This place has been booked by us. If you are smart, move aside. When I am in a good mood, I will give you a seat." The peaked Do Huang from the ninth life and death test looked at Ning Qi mockingly and said in a strange tone. At this moment, a Dozong suddenly turned his head. When he felt the aura of an 8-star Dozong on Ning Qi, he glared at the Do Huang and smiled at Ning Qi. "Since you are an 8-star Dozong, you are qualified to explore this place." "Humph." The Do Huang unwillingly stood to the side. Since his elder brother had spoken, he had no reason to stop Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled slightly and directly led Luo Tianhua towards the huge bronze door. This action aroused the curiosity of the crowd, because every person who came here would look around before focusing their attention on the huge bronze door. However, Ning Qi seemed to be full of confidence as he directly walked towards the huge bronze door. This feeling, it was as if, like returning home. "Brother, do you have a special opinion about this place? Why don't you share it with everyone?" A Dozong stopped Ning Qi and Luo Tianhua. "Special opinion? No." Ning Qi smiled. "Then why are you so confident?" The Dozong did not believe it. "Confident? Don't tell me you want to return home in fear? Step by step?" The corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly curled up. "Return home? Ha ha ha! Has this guy lost his mind? He treats the ruins of the War God Hall as an ordinary place and can enter and exit freely? Qin Xing, move aside. I want to see how he will return home." Someone said to the Dozong. Qin Xing glanced at Ning Qi and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. However, he still moved aside. At this moment, regardless of whether it was a Dozong, Do Huang, or Do Wang, everyone was attracted by the activity here. They all looked at Ning Qi with ridicule. During this period of time, everyone had seen many people who were blindly confident. They all thought that they were favored by the heavens and were able to enter the War God Hall. However, every one of them was defeated by reality. Ning Qi walked step by step towards the huge bronze door with Luo Tianhua following closely behind. Feeling the ridiculing gazes, Luo Tianhua felt a little nervous. If Ning Qi could not enter, he would lose a lot of face. Boom! Chapter 740. The damaged bronze puppet. The bronze gate is open. Oh my God! Who the hell is that guy? Why did the bronze gate open as soon as he arrived? Could it be a coincidence? Was the bronze gate supposed to open today? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. The next moment, the experts closest to the bronze gate dashed into the bronze gate at lightning speed. In the end, puff, puff, heads fell to the ground one by one. Several experts at the Grandmaster realm instantly became headless corpses in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi coldly swept his gaze across everyone and said indifferently, "I am the current War God Temple's Temple Lord. Previously, I will let you guys off on account of your ignorance. If you still try to enter the War God Temple now, you will end up the same as these people." Temple Lord of the War God Temple? Is he the heavenly demon who obtained the inheritance of the War God Temple? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This breath of cold air entered from their throats all the way to the soles of their feet, causing them to shiver all over. His identity as the otherworldly demon was already frightening enough, but he was also the war god Temple's temple lord. With a wave of his hand, he had killed several experts of the same level as him. Ning Bei Xian. A wave suddenly came from the outside. Everyone covered their ears in pain. Some king fighters with lower cultivation were seriously injured, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of shock and fear. Just who was this person? How could he possess such might? You're here. Ning Qi smiled and grabbed Luo Tianhua's hand. The two of them disappeared into the huge bronze door, and the huge bronze door immediately closed. The moment it closed, a figure slammed into the huge bronze door with a bang. Buzz! The loud sound made the group of people closest to the bronze gate stagger. They all looked at the newcomer with fear on their faces. The demonic ape's divine soul suddenly appeared behind Zhongli Huatian. The demonic ape's divine soul was more than 100 feet tall. Its upper body directly sank into the giant stone above its head. But because it was a divine soul, it would not be disturbed by physical objects. It did not stop it from punching the bronze gate again and again. Buzz! Buzz! Everyone retreated more than 100 feet away and watched in horror as Zhongli Huatian controlled the demonic ape's divine soul to attack the bronze gate again and again. Demonic ape's divine soul. There's only one person in the Great Net dynasty who possesses this primordial demonic ape's divine soul, the prodigy of the direct bloodline of the scholar of heaven and earth, Zhongli Huatian. Some Dozongs recognized Zhongli Huatian's identity, and the shock in their hearts was even greater. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. In the end, the bronze gate remained motionless. War God Temple Master, an extraterrestrial demon. No wonder he knew about the magical properties of the demonic tone bell. Ning Bei Xian, let's see how long you can hide. Zhongli Huatian collected the demonic sky, ape's divine soul, and sneered at the bronze gate. He turned around and left. He planned to go back to the holy land of heaven and earth pavilion, call a few venerable sovereigns who were on good terms with him, and tear down the warlord temple. No matter what, he had to capture Ning Qi. Inside the bronze gate, Ning Qi and Luo Tianhua stood not far away. After hearing the sounds of the demonic sky ape's attacks disappear, Ning Qi smiled and led Luo Tianhua into the depths of the warlord temple. Last time, Zhan Wuyu directly sent them to the trial ground. Later on, Ning Qi received Zhan Wuyu's inheritance in a hall. Ning Qi had no idea about the layout of the bronze gate. After entering the bronze gate, there was a long corridor in front of them. The stone walls on both sides were emitting a faint light, which was enough for them to see clearly under their feet. Luo Tianhua followed closely behind Ning Qi and looked around curiously. After walking through the long corridor, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. A huge stone chamber appeared in front of them. The stone chamber was carved with murals. Apart from that, there was nothing else. However, on the other side of the stone chamber, there was another passage. This place should be made up of many stone chambers. Ning Qi thought to himself, "Follow me, don't wander around." Ning Qi told Luo Tianhua. Luo Tianhua quickly nodded and said, "I understand." After that, Ning Qi brought Luo Tianhua along for half a day before they finally found the hall where he had received the inheritance. Inside, Ning Qi found a mechanism. When Ning Qi pressed it, a loud rumbling sound came from the wall behind the hall. The wall slowly retreated to both sides. Hiss! When Luo Tianhua saw what was inside, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Inside was a space that was wider than the hall. Ancient puppets with bronze skins stood there. The smallest was about 10 feet tall, while the tallest was more than 30 feet tall. The heads of these puppets were all hanging in front of their chests, and they did not make a sound. Damaged, damaged, still damaged. What's going on? Ning Qi's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. On the attribute panel of these bronze puppets, 2 big red words appeared like a seal. They were still fine during the previous trial. Why did they suddenly become damaged? Apart from me, no one else should have been here before. Ningqi stood where he was and pondered. Could it be that after the test ended, besides the bronze puppet that I took, all the other puppets had been destroyed by themselves? If this reason was true, he now somewhat understood why Zhang Weiyu did not give him these bronze puppets when his divine soul was about to disappear. It was because Zhang Weiyu knew that these bronze puppets had already become a pile of scrap metal. I can repair them, but the price is the same as buying a new bronze puppet. Ningqi sighed and waved his hand to put these thousands of bronze puppets into his spatial bag. Although they were in a damaged state, the materials used to create the bronze puppets were very particular. If he sold them to old Manjin, he should be able to exchange them for a large batch of enhanced dragon-slaying bullets. Perhaps they would have a way to not rely on the dragon-slaying coins to find the reason for the bronze puppets' damage and repair them manually. Up until now, the Dry Bones Forbidden Land has not sent me out of this place. I'm afraid something must have happened in this world. Maybe it has something to do with the stubborn donkey that little Six mentioned, or maybe it's something else. However, Zhongli Huatian will not let me go so easily. When he returns to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to call for reinforcements, this bronze door may not be able to hold them off for long. I must find a way to leave this place first. Ningqi immediately made up his mind. He took out an outer disciple token and looked at Luo Tianhua indifferently. Are you willing to become my disciple? What? Luo Tianhua was slightly stunned. Ningqi did not speak anymore and only looked at him indifferently. At this time, Luo Tianhua finally reacted. His face showed a hint of ecstasy, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I am willing. Refine it, and then follow me to the real location of the sect. Ningqi threw the outer disciple token to Luo Tianhua. Not long after, the two disappeared on the spot. Chapter 741. Celestial Rock not mentioning Ningqi's situation for the moment. Not long after he and Luo Tianhua left, Zhongli Huatian arrived at the giant bronze gate with 5 venerable sovereigns. The Jade Supreme Pirate, the Fire Beacon Pirate, the 9 Dragons Pirate, and the 3 pirate leaders had heard that their celestial masters had been killed, so they all rushed over. However, they found that the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth had sent 5 venerable sovereigns, as well as a direct descendant of the Scholar of Heaven and Earth, Zhongli Huatian. They had no choice but to suppress their anger and ask about the cause of this incident. So you're saying that the person who killed the ultimate sword, Heavenly Venerate, was an otherworldly demon? Or is the successor of the war god Temple hiding inside? The leader of the Fenfire Bandits, Empyrean Fenfire, calmly stared at Zhongli Huatian. The leaders of the Paragon Jade Pirates, the Arch-Goyu and the 9 Dragons Pirates, the Arch-9 Dragons, both looked towards Zhongli Huatian. Zhongli Huatian nodded and said he's hiding inside. Since the 3 venerable emperors are here, let's work together to open this bronze door. Behind Zhongli Huatian stood 5 venerable emperors of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. However, these 5 venerable emperors were inexperienced. They were all newly promoted 1-star Emperor realm. Their cultivation base was 1 star lower than Venerable Emperor Fenghua and the other 2. Therefore, they were looking at Venerable Emperor Fenghua and the other 2 with vigilance. Zhongli Huatian's identity was extraordinary. If something were to happen to him under their noses, Scholar Heaven and Earth would not forgive them. This giant bronze gate was forged by an extremely powerful being of the Warlord Temple in antiquity times with meteorites. Some time ago, the 3 of us tried to break it together, but we failed. Even with the help of the 5 venerable sovereigns of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, it will take us at least 3 years to break this giant bronze gate. Emperor Fenghua chuckled. After a pause, he continued, Young Master Zhongli, if you can invite Sovereign Supremacy Tongxian here, there might be a chance to break through. Venerable Sovereign Tongxian, He was one of the strongest, venerable emperors on this continent, a 7-star emperor of fighting. He had also been cultivating for a very long time, so long that apart from the scholar of heaven and earth, even other venerable sovereigns did not know his age. Zhongli Huatian's expression was a little unsightly. In the heaven and earth pavilion, sovereign Tongshuan's strength was ranked in the top 5. It was impossible to ask him for help with his current strength. 3 years it is. Don't tell me the 3 of you want to let that guy go. He has killed 3 Dozuns under your command. Although Dozuns are nothing in the eyes of the 3 of you, there are at least a few hundred people who have seen this scene. If the 3 of you do nothing, it is likely that it will attract gossip. Zhongli transformed into the heavenly Tao. Monarch Fenghua and the other 2 exchanged glances and nodded. Fine, let's work together and break this place. I'm curious to see what's inside. The next moment, the 8 martial emperors unleashed their respective divine abilities and bombarded the giant bronze gate together. The sound of the bombardment was so loud that it could be heard hundreds of miles away. In the following period of time, this place was buzzing incessantly. All the experts who passed by looked in the direction of the buzzing in fear, because they knew that 8 venerable sovereigns who were rarely seen had gathered there and were working together to try to open the giant bronze door. Their target was a Grandmaster Dou called Ning Beixian. Ning Qi has provoked 8 venerable sovereigns in the dry bones forbidden ground. He's dead for sure. You still have the leisure to pay attention to this. The most important thing now is to find a way back to Dongxian. What happened here? Why didn't it automatically send us out? Ladies and gentlemen, have any of you thought about this? This is a rare opportunity for us. Normally, we can only stay here for a month. Time is limited, and we can't bring back any cultivation resources. But now, if we can stay here for a long time, it will be of great help to our cultivation bases. Yuan Shang looked at the crowd and smiled. Apart from Ning Qi and a few unlucky people who had died, the people who came from Dongxian had gathered together. They were supposed to be discussing how to escape this place. But after Yuan Shang's reminder, they realized that this was also an opportunity for them. Yuan Shang is right. How about this? Let me come up with a plan. The people from the Zhuge clan nodded. The Bai Xiao clan can also come up with a plan. The people from the Bai Xiao clan were not to be outdone. Both of you, how about this? Among the 9 top clans, only the 2 of you are good at strategy. We will listen to you. Chu Xian came out to be the peacemaker. Humph! The people from the Zhuge clan and the Bai Xiao clan looked at each other and snorted. Then they started to come up with a plan. Lingwu mainland. War god platform. Luo Tianhua looked at the sect building not far away in shock and gasped, Master, where is this place? This is the War God Temple. I am the sect master of the War God Temple. You are now an outer disciple. When you break through to the Grandmaster realm, I will take you in. I will leave you some elixirs. During this time, you will cultivate in the outer disciples' room. Don't run around. It will increase your cultivation speed. Do you understand? Ning Qi instructed. Yes. Luo Tianhua nodded. After that, Ning Qi left him some cultivation resources, including 10,000 medium spiritual crystals that were of great help to his cultivation, as well as various elixirs that he had obtained from the gambling gift bag before leaving the fighting god platform. This time he was prepared to break through to at least a 1-star Dozun in the Lingwu mainland. His sect master's token could only allow him to teleport between the 2 places. He could not use this place as a transit point to return to Dongxian. He could only return to the Withering Bones forbidden area, which was the ruins of the War God Temple. At that time, Zhongli Huatian would definitely be there waiting for him. Without breaking through to the Dozun level, he would not have the ability to protect himself. I blew up the treasure collection pavilion last time. I will not go to Greenock City. I will go somewhere else. Ning Qi stood in the empty air and pondered for a moment before heading in the opposite direction of Greenock City. At the same time, he took out the hidden heart parasite that Meng Qingling had borrowed for him from his spatial bag and slapped it into his head. Soon after, his cultivation dropped at a visible rate to the peak of the ninth life and death gate Do Huang. There was a benefit to doing this. It was not easy to provoke a Do Zun. Run! Damn it! Moo moo! How the hell did you provoke this sky rock that has the bloodline of the ancient golden rock? If we die here today, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Damn you, Lu Dong Dong! How would I know that the bird egg that everyone had a share of was laid by it? Over 10 figures fled in Ning Qi's direction. At the same time, 2 people were cursing at each other. Chapter 742. Chapter 742. Attack. Rank 8 low-class demonic beast, heavenly rock. Ning Qi scanned the attributes of the large bird, after which he glanced at those fleeing figures and discovered that they were all disciples of the Scarlet Deer sect. The 2 people who were scolding each other had the highest cultivation. They were 3-star dozongs. The remaining ones were all 1-star to 2-star dozongs. The strength of this Scarlet Deer sect in the Lingwu mainland is likely stronger than any of the top sects in the Dongxin region. It might be comparable to the 9 top clans. If one were to count it this way, it should be a faction second only to the 3 sacred grounds and stronger than Greenock City. Ning Qi quietly calculated. The brat in front, why aren't you fleeing? Lu Dongdong roared at Ning Qi, after which, swoosh, 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 over a dozen figures swept past Ning Qi like a hurricane. They were not the least bit interested in Ning Qi's fate. Ning Qi laughed faintly and fled in another direction. Before he left, he even made a provocative gesture at the heavenly rock. Damn that! The heavenly rock spoke the human language and glared at Ning Qi angrily. After hesitating for a moment, it finally decided to finish off this ant who was not even a dozong. In any case, with its speed, that group of fellows would not be able to escape its grasp no matter what. A rank 8 low-class demonic beast was equivalent to a 1-star or 2-star existence in the human race. This heavenly rock strength was around 1 star. This was because it had just entered the rank 8 realm. If it was not afraid of falling back to rank 7 and did not dare to use its full strength, that group of Scarlet Deer sect trash would have long since been swallowed into its stomach. Ant, you better not flee. You will not be able to escape. The heavenly rock followed close behind Ning Qi and emitted a sharp cry. Within a short period of time, the human and bird had already fled dozens of kilometers. Seeing that there was no one around, Ning Qi patted his head and took out the hidden heart goo. His cultivation soared at a rapid speed. He hid his cultivation. The heavenly rock was slightly startled. It immediately relaxed when it saw that Ning Qi's cultivation had only risen to the 8-star dozong level. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He held the dragon-slaying saber and looked at the heavenly rock. Come, has the human race become so arrogant? You are merely an 8-star dozong. Who gave you the confidence to face me in such a relaxed manner? The heavenly rock's body moved, transforming into a human. However, its transformation technique seemed very ordinary. Only its body was that of a human, and its head was that of a bird. It had a pair of golden wings on its back. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the angels in Western mythology on Earth. Oh, it would look even more similar if the bird head was removed. Are you coming? If you don't come, I'll make the first move. Ning Qi laughed. Ha ha ha. Too arrogant. I'll let you slash me 3 times first. The heavenly rock was so angry that he laughed. He wanted Ning Qi to die in despair. What was the most despairing thing? It was to stand still and let the other party slash at him. In the end, when the other party realized that he couldn't move, he would make a move and send the other party to hell. 3 slashes first? Fine. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ning Qi smiled as he flew in front of the heavenly rock and casually chopped at its neck. Your aura is a little strange? No, I can't move. Otherwise, where would I put my face? With this brat's strength, he will definitely not be able to hurt me. After the heavenly rock sensed the aura on the dragon slaying saber, its expression was a little strange. However, the next moment, it made the last regrettable decision in its life. Puchi, the huge bird head, was directly chopped off by Ningqi. The heavenly rock didn't die immediately. The powerful life force of a demonic beast allowed it to live for a short period of time after losing its head and body. How? How is this possible? My body is already impregnable. Even a one-star Dozun would not be able to chop off my head with a single slash. Why? The heavenly rock's head emitted a roar of despair, after which it watched as Ningqi searched its body for a while before taking out a few Qian Kuan rings and keeping them. These were its life savings. Oh, over 100 god refining stones? I'll accept this small surprise. As Ningqi walked to the side of the heavenly rock, he checked the items in the Qian Kuan rings. He discovered that there were over 100 god refining stones inside. The Ling Wu continent was different from the withered bones forbidden area. A standard god refining stone here could be sold for a high price of 10,000 dragon-slaying coins. These 100 god refining stones were equivalent to over 1,000,000 dragon-slaying coins. As his strength grew stronger, the speed at which he obtained dragon-slaying coins also became faster and simpler. My Heavenly Rock clan will not let you off. The Heavenly Rock's head spat out the last sentence that contained extreme hatred before instantly taking its last breath. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing rank 8 low-level demonic beast, Heavenly Rock. You have obtained 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Ding! Host! Please open it within 24 hours. The system's notification sounded. Open. Ningqi said indifferently. A virtual turntable immediately appeared in front of Ningqi. A total of 49 options appeared on it. 3 of them were thank you for participating. The system is quite generous this time. There are so many options, Ningqi muttered in his heart. Then he glanced at it. There were only a few items that interested him in the gambling gift pack. Dragon-slaying mall lottery ticket, silver rank. Low grade, cultivation blood jade. The wearer's cultivation speed X2. Cross of rebirth. The wearer has a chance to be reborn. Low grade, cultivation blood jade. If I wear it and enter the training field, I might be able to break through to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. There's also this cross of rebirth. I didn't expect such a divine item to appear in the gambling gift pack. Out of these 3 items, the dragon-slaying mall lottery ticket had the lowest position in Ningqi's heart. The highest should be the cross of rebirth. He had searched the dragon-slaying mall and found that it was not for sale. He did not have the qualifications to buy it for the time being. The low-grade cultivation blood jade was also not for sale. Furthermore, there was a limit to using the cross of rebirth. The human race could only use it once at most. According to the bloodline of the race, the number of times would increase. Ningqi did not know if he was considered a human or a descendant of the Titan race. If he was a descendant of the Titan race, then he could probably use the cross of rebirth more than 3 times. Start the lottery. Ningqi looked at the needle on the turntable in anticipation. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the needle's speed slowly decreased. It moved past the low-grade cultivation blood jade and the cross of rebirth again and again. Every time the needle moved past, Ningqi prayed for it to stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dragon-slaying mall lottery ticket, silver rank. Sigh, Ningqi sighed. If it were not for those 2 items, the dragon-slaying mall lottery ticket would indeed be the best item among these options. Forget it. System, I want to do the lottery. Ningqi directly used the dragon-slaying mall lottery ticket. Chapter 743. A lucky draw ticket as there were too many types on the wheel. Ning Qi did not have the energy to check them all. He simply let the system start spinning the wheel. After a while, the needle stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a middle grade Cultivation Blood Jade. Cultivation Speed X4. Middle grade Cultivation Blood Jade? Ning Qi's face showed a trace of shock. Then he waved his fist in ecstasy. He did not expect that the Dragon Slayer Mall's lucky draw ticket would bring him such a surprise. He thought that he had missed the chance to obtain the Cultivation Blood Jade, but the system had sent him an even higher quality Cultivation Blood Jade. Cultivation Speed X4. With such a bonus, Ning Qi was absolutely confident that he could break through to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. At that time, his health and combat strength would be greatly improved. Where's the Sky Rock? A soft exclamation came from afar. Ning Qi did not have time to check the Cultivation Blood Jade. He directly slapped the hidden heart goo on his head. Then he calmly looked at the sky not far away. The Scarlet Deer sect disciples flew over one after another. They looked very cautious, as if they were afraid that the Sky Rock was hiding somewhere and would attack them. At this moment, Lu Dongdong saw Ning Qi and appeared in front of him in a flash. Kid, did the Sky Rock chase after you just now? Where did it go? I don't know. It chased after me for a while and then left. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Oh, it left. Then it ran fast this time. Lu Dongdong said angrily. Mu Mu led the remaining Scarlet Deer sect disciples to Lu Dongdong's side. He glanced at Ning Qi and frowned. Then he said to Lu Dongdong, since the Sky Rock has left, it means that we are safe. Let's return to the sect first. The Sky Rock clan is the most vengeful. Since everyone ate its eggs, we will probably be on the Sky Rock's must-kill list. You're still talking. If not for you, would we be in such a sorry state? We can't go back. We haven't completed the mission. If we go back like this, where will our reputation go? You don't want to be mocked by that fellow Lu Zhang, right? Lu Dongdong rolled her eyes. That's right, senior brother Mu Mu. Lu Zhang said that if we can't complete this mission, he'll ask the elders to assign this mission to them. We won't have the chance to obtain the green dragon grass anymore, and senior sister Qing Chan's injuries won't be able to recover. A Scarlet Deer sect disciple agreed. Forget it. I'll listen to you guys. If you want to do the mission, then finish it quickly. Don't stay here any longer, lest that heavenly rock fly back. Mumu rolled his eyes and said, Wait. Lu Dongdong waved his hand to stop the crowd. While Mumu and the rest were puzzled, not knowing what Lu Dongdong was planning to do, Lu Dongdong walked towards Ning Qi and smiled at him. Brat, how far did the sky punk chase you? A few dozen kilometers. Ning Qi said lightly. Oh, to be able to escape dozens of miles away from the pursuit of the Sky Rock, it means that you have a special movement skill, right? Additionally, your cultivation is only at the peak of the 9th life and death gate. Ha ha! Perfect! Lu Dongdong began to laugh as he spoke. Mumu frowned and said, Lu Dongdong, why are you still wasting your breath on this brat? He didn't understand. Was it worth Lu Dongdong wasting everyone's time to stop here for someone who wasn't even a dozong? What do you know? Lu Dongdong scolded Mumu. Do you think it's so easy to sneak into the purplish cloud ancient dragon tribe? If they discover that we are disciples of the Scarlet Deer sect and that we are enemies, don't you think we'll end up as a pile of dragon shit? Watch your mouth. What do you think we should do then? Mumu scolded back. He's the key. Lu Dongdong pointed at Ning Qi. Him. Oh, I know. You want this kid to go in and steal that thing for us? Am I right? Mumu came to a sudden realization. The other Scarlet Deer sect disciples finally understood why Lu Dongdong had asked Ning Qi so many questions. It was because of this. Their eyes instantly turned to look at Ning Qi with malicious intentions in their eyes. Ha ha ha, what exactly do you want? Ning Qi said with a frown. Little brother, I have something to discuss with you. I have a badge to enter the purplish cloud ancient dragon city here. If you help me enter and take something out, I'll give you a piece of low-grade refining godstone. What do you think? Lu Dongdong said to Ning Chi with a smile. Purplish cloud ancient dragon city? A piece of refining godstone? Ning Chi burst out laughing. No way! What? Kid, you better think carefully. I can kill you with a single hand. You won't even accept a piece of refining godstone. Are you trying to extort us? Moo Moo looked at Ning Chi coldly, and his words were filled with threat. Extort you? TSK, you're crazy. Ning Chi shook his head and left. Moo Moo, shut up. If you dare to interrupt again, I'll fight you for 3,000 rounds. Lu Dongdong scolded Moo Moo. Moo Moo bitterly shut his mouth. Little brother, how about this? I'll give you 10 low-grade refining godstones. It's a generous price. You can easily exchange a piece of low-grade refining godstone for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. 10 low-grade refining godstones would be equivalent to 500,000 middle spiritual crystals. Since you're about to rank up to the Dozong realm, these spiritual crystals would be enough for you to reach the 6-star Dozong realm. You won't have to worry about resources in the meantime. Lu Dongdong said with a smile. Besides, I can give you the badge to enter the purplish cloud ancient dragon city after this is done. Do you know how rare it is? It's even more expensive than the refining godstones. Is it that rare to get a badge to enter the purplish cloud ancient dragon city? Ning Chi was startled. That's right. The purplish cloud ancient dragon tribe hates humans, so they never open their city gates to humans. However, anyone with the badge will be able to enter the city. The price of such a badge is unimaginably high in the black market. If you help me get this done, the badge will be yours. Lu Dongdong said as he took out a purple gem. A purple cloud could be seen rolling in the middle of the gem as if it was alive. What a beautiful badge. Ning Chi could not help but compliment it. So, do you agree to it? Lu Dongdong said with a smile. Tell me first, what do you want? Ning Chi said. Lu Dongdong let out a hollow laugh. Just help us steal 5,000 kilograms of dragon poop. Of course, it's not just any ordinary poop, but the poop of a 9th-grade, purplish cloud ancient dragon. What? Ning Chi was startled. What do you want dragon poop for? Which village are you from? You don't even know the effects of the poop of the purplish cloud ancient dragon tribe? It's as rare as the ambergris and can be used to refine pills. Moo Moo said with a mocking laugh. Looks like Xiao Jin is going to have a good meal. Ning Chi mumbled in his heart before he said to Lu Dongdong, Give it to me. Give what to me? Lu Dongdong was startled. The badge. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Oh, so you agree to it? Lu Dongdong was overjoyed. He handed the badge to Ning Chi as if he was not afraid that Ning Chi would escape. Following this, he patted Ning Chi's body, allowing him to feel an aura being transmitted from his palm into his body. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary heavenly cauldron poison. If you don't come out after entering the ancient city, it will take effect within 100 days. Your cultivation will slowly decline until it reaches 0, and your body will rot to death. It's not a big deal. As long as you successfully steal the dragon poop and hand it to me, I'll get rid of the poison for you. Lu Dongdong said with a smile. Chapter 744. The dragon blood fruit that had been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, heaven cauldron poison? Ning Chi glanced at Lu Dongdong with a half-smile. You can help me get rid of it now. I promise you that I will steal 5,000 kilograms of dragon poop. Kid, don't play tricks. What if you refuse to leave the purple cloud ancient dragon city after we get rid of the heaven cauldron poison for you? Moo Moo let out a cold laugh. All right then. Ning Chi smiled and said, The direction of the purple cloud ancient dragon city. Hee, you will see it if you fly 30,000 kilometers in that direction. We will follow behind you and protect you if you encounter any danger along the way. Lu Dongdong immediately pointed in a direction after seeing that Ning Qi had compromised. "Oh, I'll be leaving then." Ning Qi nodded. The heaven cauldron poison in his body had already been refined by the dragon, slaying Do Qi. He already had a plan in mind. As for the dragon poop, go eat it. Why does that guy kill every beast he sees? Does he have a grudge against the beasts? His actions are clean and efficient. I'm afraid he is very experienced. His combat strength seems to be stronger than a Do Huang. He can even kill a rank 7 beast? I don't think his background is simple. What's so special about it? It's just the same. Mumu let out a cold laugh. Although he said this, there was a trace of jealousy deep in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. He was unable to do this when he was still a peak Do Huang at the 9th stage of the life and death trial. Lu Dongdong's gaze toward Ning Qi was a little strange. He felt that there was something wrong with this guy. It seemed like he was taking a stroll in the park. Was he not worried about the heaven cauldron poison in his body? His reaction was the opposite of a normal person's. Does he have a way to cure the poison? The heaven cauldron poison is a poison personally developed by the heaven cauldron elder of the sect. Only the Scarlet Deer sect has the antidote. It's impossible for an outsider to get it, right? He thought to himself. During the 30,000 li journey, Ning Qi encountered countless demonic beasts, but most of them were rank 6 to rank 7. There were very few rank 8 demonic beasts. Lu Dongdong and the others probably knew that there were no rank 8 demonic beasts on this route, so they chose it. 50,000, 100,000, over 100,000 experience points entered Ning Qi's body. Finally, when he reached the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city, Ning Qi was only a few hundred experience points away from breaking through to a 9-star Do zone. However, he currently had the hidden heart goo in his body. If he were to break through, the hidden heart goo would definitely fly out from his head. Hence, Ning Qi stopped and suppressed his experience points to this level. He planned to make a trip to the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city and fish for some refining godstones. We're here. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks and looked at the huge city that was several times larger than Black Ox City. The city walls towered into the clouds, and just like Black Ox City, there was a small floating island in the center. The true powerhouses of the ancient Purple Cloud Dragon Clan lived on that island. Remember, 5,000 kilograms of dragon poop. Lu Dongdong's voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled before walking toward the city gates. The city gates were guarded by rank 7 Purple Cloud ancient dragons in human form. The way they looked at Ning Qi was as if they were looking at an ant on the ground. "Token." One of the dragons spoke in a faint voice. "Here." Ning Qi waved the token in front of them. The 2 dragons nodded and opened the city gates, allowing Ning Qi to enter. Mumu said worriedly as he watched Ning Qi disappear into the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city, "Lu Dongdong, do you think this kid can steal the dragon poop? A rank 9 Purple Cloud ancient dragon can't be that simple, right? First of all, dragon poop might be useful to us humans, but in the eyes of the Purple Cloud ancient dragons, it's just their poop. It's no different from trash, and they won't be too concerned about where the poop ends up. Secondly, it's very easy to collect the poop with the Qiankuan ring. If this kid is smart, he can collect it all in one go. After all, the poop of a rank 9 giant dragon is at least 5,000 kilograms. Lu Dongdong smiled faintly. He was filled with confidence. "All right, we'll wait here." Mumu nodded. After strolling around the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city for half a day, Ning Qi finally confirmed that the ratio of dragons, beasts, and humans was 131. The dragon tribe was the most common, while the human tribe was the least. However, the humans that Ning Qi saw were at least at the Dozun realm. It seemed that Lu Dongdong and the others were right. It was indeed rare to get a token to enter the city. After a closer look, He realized that most of the transactions here were done with spiritual crystals. Only some pill stores opened by the human tribe would let the dragon tribe pay with god refining stones. I still have 128 dragon blood fruits in my spatial bag. I should be able to sell them for a good price, Ning Chi calculated in his heart. He then entered a large building by the side of the road, which was a pill store. He had to confirm the value of the dragon blood fruits before selling them. Shopkeeper, do you sell dragon blood fruits here? Ning Chi walked to a counter with the least number of customers and asked. When the shopkeeper saw that Ning Chi was not even a dozong, he assumed that Ning Chi had come to the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city with his elders. Therefore, the corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a mocking smile when he heard the words dragon blood fruit. Why don't you ask your elders? Coincidentally, a rank 7 Purple Cloud ancient dragon happened to pass by nearby. He involuntarily walked over when he heard the words dragon blood fruit. Did you just say the dragon blood fruit? The divine fruit that greatly benefited the physical bodies of our dragon tribe hundreds of thousands of years ago? The shopkeeper quickly revealed a fawning smile when he saw the Purple Cloud ancient dragon. He was the direct descendant of the first elder of the Purple Cloud ancient dragon tribe, Ziyunma, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Does this mean that the dragon blood fruit has been lost in the Lingwu mainland? Ning Chi pondered. Young Master Ziyunma, did you manage to buy what you wanted from our treasure-gathering pavilion? The shopkeeper smiled at Ziyunma. Treasure store? Ning Chi involuntarily revealed a strange expression. He had forgotten to look at the signboard. He did not expect this place to be a treasure store, which should belong to the same faction as the treasure store of Green Bull City. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Ziyunma shook his head, then looked at Ning Chi and said, Little brother, you mentioned the dragon blood fruit earlier. Do you have news about it? Mr. Ziyunma, this kid might have just learned about the dragon blood fruit, which is why he came here to ask if I'm selling it. Just ignore him, the shopkeeper interrupted. Oh. Ziyunma's face revealed a look of disappointment. He was just about to leave when Ning Chi said, Wait. Little kid, don't cause trouble. The shopkeeper hurriedly shouted at Ning Chi. What is it? Ziyunma glanced at Ning Chi indifferently. If you have a dragon blood fruit, how much are you willing to pay for it? Ning Chi smiled faintly. What? You really have a dragon blood fruit? Ziyunma exclaimed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes immediately focused in their direction. Chapter 745. 1,000 low-grade refining immortal stones. Even the shopkeepers of the treasure collection pavilion are so arrogant. It seems like they didn't take what happened in Black Ox City seriously enough. Ning Chi cursed in his heart. Then he smiled at the shopkeeper and said, Remember to sharpen your knife. You're still so stubborn. The shopkeeper was enraged. Don't speak. Ziyunma glanced at the shopkeeper coldly. Then he looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. Do you really have a dragon blood fruit? How did you get it? Can you take it out for me to take a look? The shopkeeper's expression turned ugly when he was scolded by Ziyunma. Then he sneered at Ning Chi. He wanted to see how Ning Chi was going to cover up this lie. How can you take such an important item out like a child's play? Young master, if you want to take a look, then buy it. Ning Chi chuckled. Buy it. How many refining immortal stones? Name your price. Ziyunma's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He wasn't afraid that Ning Chi would lie to him. After all, this was the territory of the Violet Cloud ancient dragons. No human would dare to deceive the direct bloodline of the great elder here. The other Violet Cloud ancient dragons started to panic. Although they didn't believe that Ning Chi had a dragon blood fruit, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there really was a dragon blood fruit, and they missed this opportunity, who knew how many years it would take for the next dragon blood fruit to appear? A dragon blood fruit could increase the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. If one was lucky, one's strength could increase by 70 to 80%. Even if one was unlucky, it could still increase by 10 to 20%. I'm sorry, but there's only one dragon blood fruit. Therefore, the highest bidder wins. Ningqi chuckled. In other words, you want to auction it? Zi Yunma furrowed his brows. If Ningqi wanted to auction it, the news would definitely spread. At that time, there would be plenty of people in the clan who were richer and stronger than him. The dragon blood fruit wouldn't fall into his hands. Therefore, he had to obtain this dragon blood fruit in the treasure collection pavilion. Of course, Ningqi nodded with a smile. Auction? Then let's do it in the treasure collection pavilion. Right now. Yes, right now. Little brother, name a price. Ningqi smiled and glanced at everyone. The auction is scheduled for 3 days later. I hope that everyone can bring more God refining stone at that time. 3 days. Many people revealed disappointed expressions. When the news spread, they might not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Zi Yunma was one of them. He was very disappointed, and he glanced at Ningqi. He wanted to say something, but then hesitated. During this period of time, he had been constantly pushed aside by his older half-brother. His older half-brother's bloodline was more profound than his, and that was why he was able to bully him in all aspects. The elders of the clan all favored those with a more profound bloodline. Naturally, no one would choose to help him instead of his older brother. If he could obtain a dragon blood fruit, then the purity of Zi Yunma's bloodline would absolutely surpass his brother's. At that time, his days would no longer be as miserable as they were now. Brother, sell the dragon blood fruit to me for 1,000 low-grade God refining stones. Zi Yunma transmitted his voice to Ningqi. These God refining stones were all the possessions he had saved up over the years. He had originally planned to use them to condense his soul when he broke through to Tier 8. 1,000 pieces. Ningqi's eyes lit up. If he really waited for the auction, 3 days later, the price might exceed 1,000 pieces. But there were many uncertainties. If this person was really willing to fork out 1,000 God refining stones to him, there was no need to hold the auction, and he would earn 10 million dragon-slaying coins. The high-grade bloodline of the World Annihilation Titan descendant costs 50 million dragon-slaying coins. 1 dragon blood fruit will cover 1/5 of the price. Are you selling it or not? Hand over the money, hand over the goods. Ningqi transmitted his voice to Zi Yunma. Zi Yunma's eyes flashed with joy, and he nodded slightly. 3 days? I'm afraid you're trying to buy time? The shopkeeper sneered at Ningqi. Young Master Zi Yunma, after the transaction, please send me to the city gate. Once we're out of the city, you don't have to worry about anything else. Ningqi ignored the shopkeeper and transmitted his voice to Zi Yunma. Sure, no problem. I can guarantee your safety in the Violet Cloud Ancient Dragon City. Also, give me 5,000 caddies of rank 9 Violet Cloud Ancient Dragon excrement. Ningqi added. Zi Yunma was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. Then I'll wait for you here. Ningqi smiled. I'll be right there. Zi Yunma turned around and left. What? You don't dare to say anything. When the shopkeeper saw that Zi Yunma had left, he became even bolder and began to repeatedly mock Ningqi. His words allowed everyone to analyze just how rare the dragon blood fruit was. Ningqi was just an ant that wasn't even a dozome. It was impossible for him to possess the dragon blood fruit. Gradually, the gazes that everyone used to look at Ningqi were filled with anger. Brat, are you messing with us? If you don't hand over the dragon blood fruit today, don't even think about leaving the treasure pavilion. I thought he was a liar. How could the dragon blood fruit, which has been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, appear in his possession? I'm afraid such an item has gone extinct a long time ago. Go, call the elders of your clan over. Our cultivation is much higher than yours, so we shouldn't bully you." Someone snorted coldly at Ning Chi. Ning Chi scanned the crowd. "None of you believe me, right? Then there's no need to hold the auction." "Liar indeed, ha ha ha." The shopkeeper laughed mockingly. "Liar, I'm so angry. You made me happy for nothing." The purple cloud ancient dragons with different cultivations burst out cursing at Ning Chi. If it were not for the rule of the purple cloud ancient dragon city that forbade anyone from harming others in the city, they would have torn Ning Chi into pieces. Although I'm not holding the auction anymore, it doesn't mean I won't sell the dragon blood fruit. Since none of you believe me, I'll only sell the dragon blood fruit to those who believe me." Ning Chi said with a smile. "Those who believe me? Who would believe you? Don't try to trick us. A mere Do Huang dares to be so bold. I think you must be tired of living." "Someone who believes me? He's here." Ning Chi let out a faint laugh. "Little brother, the things you want are all in here." Zi Yunma handed a Qianquan ring to Ning Chi. Not only did it contain 1,000 inferior grade God refining stones, but there was also a pile of feces emitting a faint fragrance. "It smells good. No wonder it can be used as medicine." Ning Chi was secretly surprised. "Mr. Zi Yunma? Don't be fooled by him." The crowd finally realized that he was the one who believed in Ning Chi. Zi Yunma looked at Ning Chi with anticipation, ignoring the crowd's advice. "Take it." Ning Chi took out a dragon blood fruit and tossed it to Zi Yunma. Gasp! The treasure pavilion fell into a dead silence, leaving only the sound of the crowd inhaling sharply. Although they had never seen a dragon blood fruit with their own eyes, they were familiar with its appearance. It was exactly the same as the one Ning Chi had taken out. Could it be that he really had a dragon blood fruit? Chapter 746. A test dragon blood fruit. Zi Yunmo received the fruit with trembling hands and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, a bloody mist suddenly emerged from his body. His bloodline is being condensed. The purple cloud ancient dragons stared at this scene in shock. Then they howled in agony and anguish. "I missed it. I actually missed a dragon blood fruit. Oh my God!" Bloodline was extremely important to the dragon tribe. It was similar to the aptitude of humans. The dragon blood fruit could increase the purity of one's bloodline, which was equivalent to increasing one's aptitude. It was extremely beneficial to one's future cultivation. If one was lucky enough to awaken their bloodline, it was not impossible for them to become a rank 10 giant dragon. However, the dragon blood fruit that had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years had fallen into Zi Yunma's mouth. This made all the purple cloud ancient dragons extremely regretful. "Damn it, didn't you say he didn't have a dragon blood fruit? Are you messing with me?" The group of purple cloud ancient dragons glared at the shopkeeper with murderous intent. The shopkeeper was so scared that he could not even finish a sentence. After a while, the bloody mist on Zi Yunma's body was sucked into his nose and gradually disappeared. Then he opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Brother, please, it really is a dragon blood fruit. The purity of my bloodline has increased by more than 20%. Zi Yunma excitedly grabbed Ning Chi's arm. Ning Chi chuckled and comforted Zi Yunma. Then he looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Hurry up, my butt is missing a stool." "Aye, little brother, this old man has eyes but failed to see. Please let this old man go." The shopkeeper's face was ashen as he unwillingly begged Ning Chi for mercy. From his point of view, this kind of bet was just child's play. As long as he admitted defeat, there was no reason for Ning Chi to chop off his head. Besides, the Treasure Pavilion's backer was the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, and the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's backer was the Azure, Dharch sacred land. The Treasure Pavilion could be found everywhere in the Lingwu mainland. As long as one's brain was not damaged, they would know the consequences of offending the Treasure Pavilion. A bet is a bet. You lost. so you should give me what you lost. In other words, your head. Ning Qi said indifferently, It seems that little brother does not intend to give face to my treasure collection pavilion? The shopkeeper sneered. Hey, is that all your treasure collection pavilion has? Since you've lost the bet, why don't you hand over your head? Yeah, hand it over now. Little brother, don't be anxious. We'll help you get his head back. As long as you still have the dragon blood fruit, can you sell us one? The purple cloud ancient dragons looked at Ning Qi with flattering expressions. Everyone calm down. That manager revealed a terrified expression on his face when he saw that the matter had developed to this stage. Coincidentally, the elder of this place's treasure collection pavilion, Xia Hengliang, slowly walked over at this moment. He was a 4-star dozun. His cultivation was the highest amongst everyone present. Everyone, the dragon blood fruit, has disappeared from the world for hundreds of thousands of years. You and I have never seen it with our own eyes. The fruit that this young man just gave us might not be the dragon blood fruit. Xia Hengliang chuckled. It's not the dragon blood fruit? What would that be? Everyone had a hint of doubt on their faces. I can testify that this is the dragon blood fruit. Otherwise, how could the density of my bloodline increase? Zi Yunma said coldly. Ha ha. Young Master Zima, you might not know this, but there are 7 or 8 other things in this world that can increase the density of the dragon tribe's bloodline other than the dragon blood fruit. Although they have also been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, there's no guarantee that the fruit that this young man took out was one of them. As long as it's not the dragon blood fruit, then this manager won't lose the bet with him. Xia Hengliang smiled. He paused at this point, however. I'm afraid that both parties will have difficulty proving it. Therefore, let's consider it a draw. What do you think, little brother? He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of threat in his eyes. A draw? It seems that your treasure collection pavilion is extraordinarily thick-skinned. You still dare to quibble at this stage. Ning Qi laughed mockingly. Quibble? Our treasure collection pavilion never quibbles. This is the truth. Can't you prove that this is the dragon blood fruit? The only one was swallowed by young Master Zima, right? A confident smile hung on Xia Hengliang's face. That's true. Forget it, let it be a draw. Ning Qi burst out laughing. He finally realized that Xia Hengliang's real intention was not to save the manager's life, but to provoke him so that he would take out the rest of the dragon blood fruits as proof. Does this kid have any more dragon blood fruits? Xia Hengliang could not help but frown when he saw Ning Qi skipping over the matter. Young Master Zima, let's go. Send me out of the city. Ning Qi said smilingly. Sure. Zi Yunma nodded before leading Ning Qi toward the city gate. He realized that some of his people and humans were secretly following behind them. Brother, after you leave the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon City, I'm afraid you'll have to face a tough battle. With your strength, you won't stand a chance against them. Why don't you stay here? With my identity, I can still guarantee your safety. Zi Yunma transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall not trouble you any further. Ning Qi said with a smile. Fine. Zi Yunma shook his head when Ning Qi rejected him. His heart ached for the 1,000 pieces of low-grade god refining stones. I wonder who will end up with them after Ning Qi dies. Perhaps I'll be able to snatch the god refining stones back after that. Zi Yunma felt a little happier when he thought of this. Well then, let's part ways here. Ning Qi brought his fists together at Zi Yunma with a smile as he arrived at the city gate. His figure flickered as he left the city. In an instant, dozens of figures brushed past Zi Yunma and chased after Ning Qi. Zi Yunma stood on the spot with an expressionless face. After a while, he finally made his way out of the city. Lu Dongdong, why did that guy come out? Mu Mu pointed at Ning Qi with a hint of anger on his face. He's already completed his mission? That doesn't make sense. How could he be so fast? Let's go and ask him. Lu Dongdong frowned. Following this, the dozen of them flew toward Ning Chi and surrounded him in an instant. Did you get the dragon poop? Lu Dongdong looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. I got it. Ning Chi chuckled. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Moo refused to believe it. Then give me the dragon poop. Lu Dongdong stretched out his hand and said, Who said I'm giving it to you? Ning Chi looked at Lu Dongdong with a faint smile. Oh, you want to keep it for yourself? Don't forget, you still have the heaven cauldron poison in your body. Without my antidote, you'll die for sure. Chapter 747. Natural enemy. What you should be considering right now is not the heavenly cauldron poison in my body, but yourselves. Take a look around first. Ning Chi chuckled. His words caused Lu Dongdong and Moo to instantly feel a chill run down their spines. Sure enough, unknowingly, they were surrounded by a large group of people. The one with the lowest cultivation level in this group seemed to be higher than the two of them. Humans made up very little of the group, and most of them were giant dragons that exuded the aura of the dragon tribe. You set us up? Lu Dongdong wore an unpleasant expression. He initially thought that Ning Chi had purposely recruited these people, but he was confused. Ning Chi had only been in the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city for a short period of time. How did he manage to gather so many experts to attack him? Don't act rashly. Otherwise, I would not have given him the antidote to the heavenly cauldron poison. Lu Dongdong looked around and shouted, The antidote for the heaven tripod poison? What the hell? The people who had come for the dragon blood fruits were confused. Following this, one of the Purple Cloud ancient dragons said to Ning Chi, Young man, do you have any more dragon blood fruits? There's nothing left. You've all come here for nothing. Ning Chi laughed. I don't believe it. The Purple Cloud ancient dragon shook its head. If you don't believe me, why are you asking me? Are you stupid? Ning Chi sneered. Don't think that just because you sold a dragon blood fruit to Ziyanma, I won't dare to touch you today. As a member of the Violet Cloud ancient dragon clan, not even your family's elders would dare to seek revenge on me for killing an ant. If you're smart, then hand over the dragon blood fruit. Otherwise, the Purple Cloud ancient dragon chuckled coldly. Otherwise what? Ning Chi asked. Otherwise, you'll end up like this kid. The Purple Cloud ancient dragon roared and struck out with its palm. The Scarlet Deer sect disciple closest to it exploded and turned into a mist of blood. You! Lu Dongdong and Moo's faces were ashen. The rest of the Scarlet Deer sect disciples did not look too good either. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. The Scarlet Deer sect was not afraid of the ancient Purple Cloud dragon tribe, but they were only outer sect disciples of the Scarlet Deer sect. Even if they reported their names, the ancient Purple Cloud dragon tribe would kill them all. Even if the sect knew about this, they would not start a war with the ancient Purple Cloud dragon tribe over a few outer sect disciples. Therefore, they could only clench their teeth and suppress the anger in their hearts, blaming Ning Chi for their junior brother's death. Lu Dongdong and Moo glared at Ning Chi with murderous intent. Oh, that's it, Ning Chi chuckled. He stretched out his hand and gently patted his head. The hidden heart fluttered its wings and flew out, quietly resting in Ning Chi's palm. In the next moment, a silver airwave appeared on his body, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it crazily expanded. What happened? Did he make a breakthrough? Everyone's faces were filled with bewilderment. Their eyes widened as they stared blankly at Ning Chi. 1-star dozong, 2-star dozong, 3-star dozong. The aura on Ning Chi's body exploded again and again. Finally, it stopped at the 8-star dozong level. He was hiding his cultivation. Lu Dongdong and Moo looked at Ning Chi with shocked faces. At this moment, everyone reacted. No one could continuously break through from a Do Huang to an 8-star dozong. There was only one explanation. Ning Qi had hidden his cultivation. I actually threatened him. I'm afraid that he was not poisoned by the sky cauldron poison. No wonder he was so calm along the way. Lu Dongdong thought with some lingering fear in his heart. After Ning Qi revealed his true cultivation, he did not hesitate. He once again reverted to his origin and transformed into the true body of the World Annihilation Titan Remnant. When a 6-foot-tall giant that emitted a destructive aura appeared in front of everyone, even Ziyuma, who was hiding not far away, was stunned. The strongest among this group of fellows was only a rank 7 boss, the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon. The Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon that had turned the Scarlet Deer Sect disciples into a bloody mist was only a rank 7 boss. Bang! Ning Qi's palm slammed into the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon's body. In an instant, the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon did not even have the time to return to its dragon tribe true body before it was turned into a bloody mist in midair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 9-star Do Zone. A cluster of white light flashed across Ning Qi's body. The next moment, the Do Qi in Ning Qi's body formed a Do Qi cloud that was 100 acres large in the sky. Instant kill. So powerful. Breaking through in battle. Everyone from the Scarlet Deer Sect revealed horrified expressions. They trembled as they looked at Ning Qi, especially Lu Dongdong and Mumu. They were more terrified than anyone else. After becoming a 9-star Do Zone, Ning Qi's strength had once again soared. With the force of a storm, he turned everyone other than those from the Scarlet Deer Sect into clusters of bloody mist. Not even their corpses were left. Even the rank 7 boss Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon could not withstand a single blow from Ning Qi. Why is the aura on his body so frightening? Regardless of whether it is his palm technique Do Qi or the bloodline in his body, they all make me tremble. Ziyunma, who was in the distance, looked at Ning Qi with incomparable shock. Suddenly, a phrase flashed across his mind. Natural enemy. That's right. It's a natural enemy. But isn't my dragon race the strongest race on the continent? Why do I feel as though I've met my natural enemy? Ziyunma was extremely puzzled. He might have already forgotten that during ancient times, the dragon race was merely food for the Titan race. They were like the cows and sheep that ordinary people raised in their homes. A few million experience points is still not enough. Ning Qi sighed. He had originally thought that news of the dragon blood fruit would be enough to lure out a group of rank 8 dragons. In the end, he hadn't even attracted a single rank 8 dragon. As Ning Qi thought of this, he glanced at Ziyunma's hiding place. His eyes were like the brightest stars in the universe, deep to the bone. Ziyunma felt goosebumps rise all over his body. When he saw Ning Qi's 3 pupils, Ziyunma felt as if a pair of invisible giant hands were grabbing his heart, causing all the blood in his body to flow at a faster pace. Fortunately, Ning Qi only glanced at them before shifting his gaze away. In a few short breaths, Ziyunma's entire body was already covered in sweat. As senior, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us. When Lu Dongdong and Mumu saw Ning Qi looking at them, they were so frightened that they knelt down in midair. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Ning Qi glanced at their cultivation bases, shook his head, and flew away. Senior, that dragon poop. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment before gathering up the courage to speak to Ning Qi. Chapter 748. Advancement Mission, Senior, I beg of you. Senior Sister Qingchan is in urgent need of green dragon grass. The sect will not give us the green dragon grass without the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon's droppings. Senior Sister Qingchan will die. Lu Dongdong pleaded with Ning Qi. You came out on this mission to exchange for herbs to treat your senior sister's injuries? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Consider it my bad luck. Scram! Ning Qi threw the universe ring filled with 5,000 kilograms of dragon droppings to Lu Dongdong and waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Senior. Lu Dongdong wanted to thank him again, but Ning Qi glared at her. She quickly turned around and fled with Moo and the rest. I didn't expect that we would obtain 5,000 kilograms of dragon droppings in the end. Moo could not help but say in fear when she could not see Ning Qi. It's a pity that junior brother Zhangqing is dead. Lu Dongdong sighed. Zhangqing was the unlucky guy who had been turned into a bloody mist by the purple cloud ancient dragon. It's all right. Junior brother Zhangqing can die in peace now that he can save senior's sister Qingchan. Moo said, yes, the most important thing now is to return to the sect and exchange for the green dragon grass. If Lu Zhang manages to get the green dragon grass before us, I'm afraid he'll cause more trouble. A Scarlet Deer sect disciple said in a low voice. After Lu Dongdong and the rest left, Ning Qi shot into the distance. Not long after, Zi Yunma arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. The place reeked of blood, mostly from the purple cloud ancient dragon. At the same time, a few figures flew over. Everyone, this is the place. I can sense his aura. Xia Hongliang chuckled. Then he scanned the surroundings and frowned at Zi Yunma when he did not see Ning Qi. Leader Han Zhan. Zi Yunma hurriedly bowed when he saw the newcomer. Zi Yunma was one of the 9 leaders of the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon Clan's Hall of Strife. He was a rank 8 boss dragon and was only half a step away from breaking through to rank 9. When he was in human form, he was 10 meters tall like a giant. His purple hair draped over his shoulders, and within his wildness, there was a hint of sharpness. Zi Yun and Han Zhan glanced at Zi Yunma and nodded. I heard someone sold you a dragon blood fruit. Indeed, Zi Yunma said. In the next moment, Zi Yun Han Zhan appeared in front of Zi Yunma. He stretched out a hand and pressed down on Zi Yunma's head. After a long time, Zi Yun Han Zhan revealed a look of surprise. The purity of your bloodline has increased by at least 20%. Is it really a dragon blood fruit? Absolutely. Zi Yunma glanced at Xia Hengliang, then nodded. Young Master Zi Yunma, I've already said that aside from the dragon blood fruit, there are 7 or 8 other heavenly treasures that can increase the purity of the dragon clan's bloodline. Xia Hengliang chuckled. He has already left, so you don't have to worry about your shopkeeper getting his head chopped off and used as a chair. Thus, you don't have to deny the existence of the dragon blood fruit either. It looks exactly the same as the ancient records, and its effects are the same as well. If it isn't the dragon blood fruit, what else can it be? Zi Yunma sneered. Hearing this, Xia Hengliang coldly snorted and did not speak further. The dragon blood fruit has appeared once again, and it has appeared in my ancient purple cloud dragon city at that. It must be the will of the ancient purple cloud dragon tribe. Ha ha ha. Zi Yun Han Zhan laughed wildly and said to Zi Yunma, Where is he? Where did he go? Zi Yunma randomly pointed in a direction. He escaped in that direction. I remember that there were dozens of people chasing after him. Did they go after him? But why is the smell of blood here so strong? Xia Hengliang frowned and asked. They were all killed. Zi Yunma did not hide the truth. What? They were all killed. That kid's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th life and death stage. How did he manage to kill so many rank 7 dragons? Xia Hengliang was a little surprised. He looked at Zi Yunma suspiciously. Don't tell me you helped him. Xia Hengliang, I'll pretend that I didn't hear this, since you're an elder assigned by the treasure trove. My ancient purple cloud dragon tribe will not engage in internal strife. Even if there is an occasional quarrel, there will never be any deaths. Zi Yunma Han Zhan suddenly looked at Xia Hengliang and said with a cold expression, I was too rash. Xia Hengliang's expression changed slightly, and he cupped his hands together in apology. All right, all of you go back. I'll go after him. Zi Yunma Han Zhan coldly laughed, and instructed everyone before flying in the direction that Ziyuma had pointed. On account of the dragon blood fruit, I've already bought you some time. Whether or not you can escape from Ziyuma Hanjan will depend on your own luck. Ziyuma muttered to himself as he looked in the direction that Ziyuma Hanjan had left. The direction that he had pointed out was completely different from the direction that Ningqi had gone. By the time Ziyuma Hanjan discovered him, at least half a day or a day would have passed. If Ningqi's luck was good, he should be able to escape from the other party's search. Ziyunma did not make this decision on the spur of the moment. Ziyunma Hanjan was considered to be on his big brother's side. Ziyunma did not wish for Ningqi to be caught. If Ningqi really had a second dragon blood fruit, wouldn't it fall into his big brother's pocket? Rank 7 boss, demonic beast, blue fire condor. Kill. Rank 7 boss, demonic beast, crimson snake tiger. Kill. Rank 8 low-class dragon, vast waves, jade dragon. Kill. Rank 8 low-class dragon, earth rock, rage dragon. Kill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the Dozong realm. A white light instantly enveloped Ningqi. In the next moment, the dragon slaying Do-Chi in Ningqi's body increased by several times, forming a Do-Chi cloud that was more than 500 acres in size above his head. The overwhelming aura caused the nearby low-class demonic beasts to flee at the mere sight of it. I've finally reached the peak of the Dozong realm. The advancement mission should be out by now, right? Ningqi's face revealed a trace of a smile. Ding. Host, please kill Purple Cloud Hanjan, one of the 9 leaders of the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon's Hall of War within 3 months. This is an advancement mission. If host fails, 1 million Dragon Slayer coins will be deducted from host, and the next advancement mission will be delayed for 3 years. Kill Purple Cloud Hanjan? Fortunately, the mission is related to the Lingwu continent. It is just that I do not know how strong this Purple Cloud Hanjan is. Since he is the leader of the Warring Hall, his strength should not be low. According to the system's nature, even if he is not a peak Dozun, he should be at least a 9-star Dozun. Looks like I have to make some preparations, Ningqi muttered in his heart. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, Purple Cloud Hanjan's eyes were focused on a cloud formed by Do-Chi above Ningqi's head. Based on the size of the cloud, Purple Cloud Hanjan determined that someone had broken through to the peak of the Dozong realm. Normally, he would not care about this matter. However, today, for some unknown reason, there was a feeling in his heart that seemed to be urging him to fly toward the Do-Chi cloud. Chapter 749. Training in seclusion. When Ziyun Hanjan arrived at the place where Ningqi had been, Ningqi had already disappeared. Ziyun Hanjan saw this scene with his own eyes. He clearly saw Ningqi's appearance, which was similar to Xie Hengliang's description. He should be the target of this trip. Where did he go? Ziyun and Hanjan searched around. Their divine souls swept across hundreds of miles of land again and again, even as deep as 1,000 feet underground. However, they still couldn't find any trace of Ningqi. Intermediate cultivation training ground. The time here was 150, one compared to the outside world. 5 months inside was equivalent to only 1 day outside. Ningqi had calculated that after wearing the intermediate cultivation blood jade, his training speed had increased by 4 times, greatly reducing the time needed to break through to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. More than 20 years, Ningqi smacked his lips and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He sat down for 5 to 6 years. His proficiency in the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique had increased by a large margin. It's been 10 days and there is still no trace of that guy. I don't believe that a person can disappear so quietly. After searching around for a while without any results, Ziyun Hanjan returned to the place where Ningqi had disappeared. He stood there for more than 20 days. Finally, Ziyunhan angrily slammed his palm on the ground, creating a huge pit that was dozens of feet deep. After venting the anger in his heart, Ziyunhan left the place. More than 20 years had passed in the intermediate cultivation training ground. Due to Ning Qi being at the peak of the Do Zone class, 20 over years did not leave many traces on his face. His appearance still appeared to be similar to that of a young man who was just over 20 years old. However, the moment he opened his eyes, those who were familiar with him would discover that there was something different. In the past, Ning Qi's eyes would occasionally reveal a trace of impatience. But now there was less impatience in his eyes, and there was more calmness. Ning Qi's age on Earth, the time he spent in the cultivation training ground, and the time he spent here for more than 20 years. Ning Qi was actually not young anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Following the sound of the system notification, Ning Qi felt that his life force was soaring from about 5 million, 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, 11, 5 million. Even Ning Qi was shocked to see the densely packed HP bars. After returning to the source, his HP would reach a terrifying level of 13. 5 million. Even if a Do Sheng were to attack, I would be able to forcefully endure a couple of blows. Even a Tier 8 dragon doesn't have my HP. Maybe a Tier 9 dragon's HP can exceed 10 million. Ning Qi happily stood up from the ground. He had been sitting there for more than 20 years. His body suddenly burst out with a crackling sound, as if he was setting off firecrackers. Every joint wantonly stretched out. The next moment, Ning Qi left the training ground without hesitation. Host Ning Qi. Level: Peak Do Zone Experience 0/30000000. Cultivation Technique. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, Level 6, 0/10000000. God of War Art, Level 5, 158/10000000. Martial Skill, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Level 6, 26547/1000000. So the 4th layer of the top grade, 5 Tigers, Breaking the Gate Blade, 7700/1000000. Sky Moon Blade, Level 5, 18992/1000000. God of War Body, Level 5, for 38/1000000. HP 11493450. Alchemy Skills. Tier 5 Alchemist, Proficiency 8954200/1000000. Bloodline. World Destroying Titan, Descendant Bloodline. Has a chance to return to the source every half a month and transform into the true body of a World Destroying Titan Descendant. Dragon Slayer Coins. 3282000. Adding the 1,000 low-grade God refining stones in my space bag, I have over 13 million Dragon Slayer coins. I am still short of 37 million to purchase a high-grade bloodline. Perhaps I can upgrade the War God Temple to a mid-grade sect. Although it won't be of much use in the early stages, it will likely be of great help when I reach the level of a holy land. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of that Ziyunhan and complete my advancement mission to break through to the Dozun level. Ning Qi had already forgotten Ziyunhan's name after staying in the training ground for over 20 years. He only recalled it after taking a look at the mission guide. Ning Qi checked his space bag. He had already used up all of the world-destroying dragon-slaying bullets. There were only 3 strengthened bullets left. If he buried them in a special place and lured Ziyunhan in, even a peak Dozun would die when the 3 bullets were fired at the same time. However, I will have to think about how to lure him over. Perhaps I can use a dragon blood fruit as bait. Ning Qi swept his gaze over the purple cloud ancient dragon city when he thought of this. He was just about to move when he suddenly sensed an aura attacking him from all directions. A peak do soon. Ningqi suddenly lifted his head and saw a 30-foot-tall giant coldly looking at him from the sky. Purple hair scattered over the giant's shoulders. The giant's entire body was muscular and filled with explosive strength. Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon. Zi Yunhanjan, why is my mission target here? Ningqi felt doubtful. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly as he prepared to fight at any moment. In the past, he would have turned around and fled. However, he now had over 10 million health points. Moreover, he had turned into the true Titan body by reversing his origin. His health points and defense had greatly increased. He might be able to put up a fight. At this moment, the corner of Zi Yunhanjan's mouth was slightly lifted. He had been searching for traces of Ningqi tens of thousands of kilometers away. He had gone to more than 10 cities of various sizes, but he had not found any clues about Ningqi. He had asked some elders and even sect leaders, but none of them had heard of Ningqi. Originally, he had planned to return to the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon City. However, his heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be a mysterious force that allowed him to return to this place. As expected, he saw Ningqi, who had disappeared for over 40 days. The way he had appeared was exactly the same as how he had disappeared. You are the one who sold a dragon blood fruit in the Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon City, right? Zi Yunhanjan finally spoke after staring at Ningqi for a moment. Is he here for the dragon blood fruit? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. He did not deny it. He nodded and said, It is indeed me. Elder, do you have any advice for me? I don't have any advice for you. You have killed quite a number of my Purple Cloud ancient dragons. I should kill you directly. However, if you hand over the remaining dragon blood fruits and tell me how you obtain them, I might let you off if I am in a good mood. Don't even think of escaping. With your peak do zone cultivation, you won't be able to escape more than 3 steps from me. Chapter 750. Watch the hidden weapon. Unfortunately, no matter how much Ziyun and Hanjan tried to raise their spirits, it was all in vain. The imposing manner of the dragon race originated from their bloodline. Some of the stronger dragon race members could suppress the weaker dragon race members without even lifting a finger, causing them to not dare to resist at all. To humans, this aura was even more terrifying. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where 2 humans of the same cultivation level were required to defeat a dragon of the same cultivation level. However, the intermediate apocalyptic titan descendant bloodline in Ningqi's body had already surpassed Ziyunhanjan's bloodline by many times. If Ziyunhanjan had the strength of a Tier 9 giant dragon, he might have been able to intimidate Ningqi. However, with his current strength of a Tier 8 boss, his aura was not enough to threaten Ningqi. Seeing that Ningqi's expression did not change at all and was still as calm as before, Ziyunhanjan's expression did not look too good. How about it? Have you thought it through? He said calmly. Return to the source. Ningqi looked at Violet Cloud Hanjan and said softly, Return to the source? Ziyunhanjan was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, he saw Ningqi's figure suddenly grow to a height of 6 meters, and his entire body was covered in bulging muscles. Although Ningqi's height was shorter than him by 10 meters, his aura wasn't any weaker than his. The bloodline of the ancient demon clan. 3 pupils. When Ziyunhanjan noticed Ningqi's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What happened? Why do I feel danger? He looked at Ningqi in disbelief. He was the leader of the Fierce Battle Hall, a rank 8 boss-tier giant dragon. How could he be frightened by a peak Grandmaster Do? It must be an illusion. Looks like you're planning to be, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You really overestimate yourself. Ziyunhanjan snorted coldly. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared in front of Ningqi. His fist, which was like a small hill, ruthlessly bombarded Ning Chi's chest. 18 dragons, subduing palms. Ning Chi let out a soft shout and struck out with his palm. 6 silver dragons, each more than 100 feet long, instantly broke out of his body and directly met Zi Yun Hanzhan's fist. Destroy! Zi Yun Hanzhan let out an enraged roar. His punch directly turned the 6 silver dragons into ashes. His fist then landed on Ning Chi's chest. Ning Chi was like a cannonball as he was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He crashed heavily into a small mountain and came out from the other side. Looks like I'm still lacking a little. Ning Chi stopped moving and stood in the void, rubbing his chest. That punch had taken away more than 1,000,000 HP from him. If he still had an elementary bloodline and the dragon elephant Prajna art hadn't reached the 6th level, his defense wouldn't have been as strong as it was now. The damage of this punch would have probably been doubled, and he would have only been able to withstand 2 punches at most before turning into ashes. Thinking of this, Ning Chi glanced at Purple Cloud Hanzhan's health bar. Purple Cloud Hanzhan's health points were more than 6 million. Although his 18 subduing dragon palms had been broken, it did not mean that he was unharmed. At this moment, his health bar had decreased by a small bar, and he had more than 300,000 health points. Ning Chi's dragon, slaying Do Chi, ignored armor and had a special effect on the dragon race. With his current strength at the peak of the Do Zone realm, the effect should be around 70%. 18 subduing dragon palms also had an additional damage effect. With the 3 added together, Ning Chi was able to deal 300,000 damage. However, this kind of damage was obviously not enough to kill Purple Cloud Hanzhan. In a moment, his health points had recovered more than 10,000 points, and it would not be long before it was full. Not dead. Shock appeared on Purple Cloud Hanzhan's face. He understood the power of his punch very well. Forget about a peak Do Zone. Even a 9-star Do Zune of the human race would lose half his life after taking this punch. Otherwise, how could he become the leader of the fierce battle hall? There's only one explanation. The ancient demon bloodline in his body is not that simple. No wonder he could make me feel a little pressured. No, I must eliminate this person. Otherwise, if he breaks through to the same level as me, I'm afraid I won't be his match. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Purple Cloud Hanzhan's eyes soared several times. Like a lightning bolt, he broke through the air toward Ning Chi. There are still over 20 lower heaven, rank spring, recovery pills left. I'm afraid I can't fight a protracted battle with such a number. I can either escape or die. Judging the situation, Ning Chi could only secretly look for an opportunity to escape. At this moment, Purple Cloud Hanzhan had already arrived in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Their fists landed on each other's flesh, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. The more Purple Cloud Hanzhan fought, the more shocked he became. Why can't this guy die? Don't tell me he has an immortal body? He did not know that Ning Chi had already consumed over 10 lower heaven rank spring recovery pills. Otherwise, his health points would have been reduced to the lowest limit. Look at the hidden weapon. Dragon blood fruit. Ning Chi suddenly found an opportunity to distance himself from Purple Cloud Hanzhan and casually threw a ball-shaped object at him. When Purple Cloud Hanzhan heard the words hidden weapon, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Then, when he heard the words dragon blood fruit, his eyes lit up with ecstasy. He stretched out his hand and caught the object that Ning Chi had thrown at him. Ning Chi took the opportunity to turn around and escape. While escaping, he did not forget to slap a middle mystic rank invisibility talisman on his body. He disappeared again? Forget it. Let's see what the dragon blood fruit looks like first. Purple Cloud Hanzhan saw Ning Chi disappear in front of him and wanted to chase after him. But at this moment, he was attracted by the dragon blood fruit. With his strength, there was a high chance that he could directly break through to the 9th stage after consuming a dragon blood fruit. Strange? Why does it look different from the legendary dragon blood fruit? Purple Cloud Hanjan looked at the enhanced version of the dragon annihilation, slaying bullet in his hand with a puzzled look in his eyes. More importantly, there seemed to be a red light flashing on the bullet. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, accompanied by a dazzling white light. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the place where Zi Yun and Han Zhan were standing. At the same time, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions, burning the trees and weeds in the vicinity into ashes. What happened? Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Hundreds of miles away, a few figures looked at the mushroom cloud with thoughtful expressions on their faces. Apart from them, the nearby humans and dragons had also noticed this and hurried over to the scene. 13th young mistress, it might be a little dangerous over there. Let's not go over, shall we? Jean Lin, or followed behind Su Qingqing fawningly. Chapter 751. Zishu City. Don't you realize that the cloud looks familiar? Su Qingqing ignored Jean Lin, and continued flying toward the mushroom cloud. Familiar? Jean Lin's expression suddenly changed when she reminded him, and he blurted out, "It's that brat!" He still remembered the scene when the treasure collection pavilion in Green Ox City had disappeared with a loud bang. There had also been a mushroom cloud as large as this one. His speed involuntarily increased as he thought of this. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. If it really was Ning Qi, he would definitely kill the other party today. At the very least, he would capture him alive and hand him over to the treasure collection pavilion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The figure stopped when they were about 50 kilometers away from the explosion range. The residual radiation from the explosion was constantly attacking them. Before they could figure out what had happened, they did not dare to approach the center of the explosion for the time being. Poison? It really is that brat. A cold smile hung on Jean Lin's face as he felt the attack of the radiation. As a one-star Dozun, this little bit of radiation was nothing to him. Everyone waited for the smoke to dissipate when they suddenly realized that there was an incomparably straight figure within the smoke. Fear appeared in some people's eyes as they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The figure was completely blood red. Because all of its skin was gone, the red flesh underneath was revealed. One could even see the white bones in some places. It was 30 feet tall, and it maintained a posture of raising one hand before lowering its head to examine. When everyone saw this, they secretly guessed that the thing in its hand had most likely exploded. Serves you right. Die. Suddenly, the figure roared angrily at the sky. A visible sound wave swept out in all directions with him as the center. Those with lower cultivation were even blown away by this sound wave. He's not dead. Who is this fellow? There should have been a terrifying battle here just now. Even the ground has sunk over 100 feet, and a huge pit that is hundreds of feet long has appeared. There is even a trace of poison nearby. The battle must have been extraordinarily intense. Everyone secretly guessed in their hearts. This voice seems to be Purple Cloud Hanjan. Su Qingqing's eyes narrowed. Purple Cloud Hanjan? Jean Lin. I was slightly startled. One of the leaders of the Violet Cloud Ancient Dragon Clan's battle hall. When Su Qingqing saw that Jean Lin didn't seem to know who this person was, a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. This kind of guy also wanted to pursue her. He was really a toad lusting after swan meat. Damned ant, if I don't tear you into pieces, my name, Ziyun Hanjan, will be written upside down. Purple Cloud Hanjan vented the anger in his heart as he punched the ground again and again. He didn't care about the spectators around him at all. He had never been so furious in so many years. He had been toyed with by an existence at the peak of the Dozone class and had nearly blasted him to death. If he had not missed by a little, it was likely that his spirit and physical body would have been destroyed. Uncle Han John. Su Qingqing suddenly flew forward. Be careful of the poison. Jean Lin hurriedly reminded them and followed them. It's you. When Zi Yunhanzhan heard Su Qingqing's voice, he stopped waving his fists and stood up coldly. In the next moment, the surface of his skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his skin had returned to its original state. However, Su Qingqing's sharp eyes discovered that his skin had just recovered when it immediately began to rot. The other party seemed to be using the strength of the dragon tribe to suppress the poison, causing the rotting skin to recover instantly. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell that the poison in Zi Yunhanzhan's body had reached an extremely frightening level. It was likely that he would have to fight against this poison for a period of time. What are you doing here? Zi Yunhanzhan glanced at Su Qingqing as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. From Jean Lin, point of view, this trace of fear was for Su Lingfeng, who was behind Su Qingqing. However, only Zi Yunhanzhan knew that this trace of fear was for Su Qingqing herself. Uncle Hanzhan, were you fighting with a little fellow who looks like this? Ears like this? Su Qingqing described Ning Qi's appearance. Do you know him? Ning Qi's appearance surfaced in Zi Yunhanzhan's mind as he once again became furious. Where did he run off to? Su Qingqing smiled and asked. Zi Yunhanzhan instinctively pointed in a direction. The next moment, Su Qingqing broke through the air and flew in the direction he had pointed. Jean Lin, expression was incomparably ugly when he saw this. This time around, he had come out with Su Qingqing in search of an opportunity for her to break through to a one-star dozun. However, the other party had impatiently chased after hearing news of Ning Qi. What was this? Although Jean Lin was angry, he still had to give chase. Hence, after the two of them disappeared from his sight, Zi Yunhanzhan temporarily withdrew the fury in his heart. He coldly swept his eyes over the people nearby who were watching the show before walking in the direction that Ning Qi had fled in. As expected, one bomb is unable to kill him. The system notification did not sound. Ning Qi knew that Zi Yunhanzhan had not been killed by the explosion. A city appeared a short distance away. The people entering and exiting the city were all humans. Hence, Ning Qi flew in that direction. He used his Do Qi to make some slight changes to his appearance. As long as one was not familiar with him, it was likely that no one would be able to recognize him. Zisu City? After glancing at the 3 words on the city wall, Ning Qi handed over some lower spiritual crystals and successfully entered the city. This place was not far from the Purple Cloud ancient dragon city. It was also not far from the place where the explosion had occurred. If Zi Yunhanzhan chased after him, he would immediately come to Zisu City. This was something that Ning Qi was happy to see. The system had only given him 3 months to complete the mission. Naturally, Ning Qi would not put too much distance between him and the other party. Now, all he needed to do was to make some arrangements to lure Zi Yunhanzhan into a trap. Before that, Ning Qi had to find a map of the nearby mountain range and get to know some of the lowly people in Zisu City. The 7 Mysteries sect is recruiting. As long as you feel that you have the ability, you will not be satisfied with the current situation and want to soar. Now, you can come to my 7 Mysteries sect. Spiritual crystals, refining God stone, Do weapon, elixir, cultivation method, martial skill. They are all waiting for you. Chapter 752. 7 Mysterious Gang. Why are there so many repulsive people? Even Do Ling came to join in the fun. Can't you even recruit a Do Huang? Sigh, we're going to start the war with the Lone Wolf Gang the day after tomorrow. If we don't send a few experts to help, I'm afraid. Although Xiao Bao had a smile on his face, his eyes were very gloomy. He had to make plans for his future. If they were to lose the war the day after tomorrow, he would have to leave Zisu City as soon as possible. Otherwise, the enemies he had offended in the past would definitely settle the score with him. Hello, I am here to register. when a repulsive Doling was reluctantly accepted as a member of Zhao Bao's gang, Ning Qi appeared in front of Zhao Bao. "You are here to register. Do you have any specialties? Cultivation method? Martial skill? Oh, what is your cultivation?" Zhao Bao first used a professional smile to face Ning Qi. After asking question after question, he realized that he was actually unable to see through Ning Qi's cultivation. His face revealed a trace of shock. "My specialties. Killing is one of them, right? Nothing else." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Then what is your cultivation?" Zhao Bao carefully asked. The 7 mysterious gang members that he had brought along also seemed to have noticed that Ning Qi was not ordinary. All of them looked at Ning Qi with a trace of respect. "There's no need to ask about this. Are you guys accepting members? I seem to have seen a gang called the Lone Wolf Gang recruiting. If you guys are not accepting, I will go over there to take a look." Ning Qi impatiently said, Don't. We will accept. We just need to register brother's name." Zhao Bao hurriedly said, "What a joke. If he let Ning Qi, a Do Huang that he could not see through, go to the Lone Wolf Gang, then the 7 mysterious gang would basically be defeated in the war the day after tomorrow. But now that he has joined, our chances of winning have finally increased a little. No, I must bring him back to report the good news to the gang leader." With this thought in mind, Zhao Bao impatiently dragged Ning Qi to the headquarters of the 7 Mysteries gang after registering Ning Beishuan's name. He let his subordinates take care of the recruitment area. 7 Mysterious gang headquarters. Located in the most remote area of Zishu City, it could be said to be the slums of the city. There were several black markets nearby. When Ning Qi followed Zhao Bao in, he even saw 3 robberies. However, Zhao Bao had no intention of helping, so Ning Qi naturally wouldn't meddle. "Brother Beishian, this is the headquarters of the 7 Mysteries gang. Isn't it imposing? Among the dozens of sects in the area, only our 7 Mysteries sect has these 2 white jade lions." Along the way, Zhao Bao referred to Ning Qi as his little brother and called him Big Brother. Afterward, he brought Ning Qi to a small courtyard and stopped in front of a small door. There were 2 white lions at the entrance, most likely carved from some kind of worthless jade with third-rate craftsmanship. "Not bad." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't look disgusted, Zhao Bao was delighted. From the looks of it, Ning Qi was a rogue cultivator who really wanted to join a sect. This headquarters was actually just a small courtyard. When Zhao Bao brought Ning Qi to the sect leader's hall, there were already 3 or 4 people sitting inside, discussing something with serious expressions. "Elder Zhao, why aren't you recruiting outside? What are you doing here?" An old man couldn't help but reprimand Zhao Bao when he saw Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao sneered as he swept a glance at the old man. Ignoring him, he looked at the middle-aged man in the middle and said, "Sect Leader Qiao, this is Brother Beishian. He has just joined our 7 Mysteries gang. Brother Beishuan's cultivation isn't low, so I specially brought him here to meet the sect leader." Oh, a trace of surprise flashed across Qiao Wan's eyes when he heard this. He couldn't help but size up Ning Qi. In the end, he couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation. He was an 8-star Do Huang, which meant that Ning Qi was at least a 9-star Do Huang. Thinking of this, Qiao Wan hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands toward Ning Qi. "I am Qiao Wan, the new sect leader of the 7 Mysteries gang. Brother Beishian joining the 7 Mysteries gang today is the 7 Mysteries gang's great fortune. Zhao Bao, why aren't you serving Brother Beishian tea?" "Yes." The moment Zhao Bao saw Qiao Wan's expression, he knew that Ning Qi's cultivation was definitely not low. He hurriedly led Ning Qi to sit down and personally poured tea for Ning Qi. The expressions of the other 3 elders changed slightly. 2 of them revealed a trace of joy on their faces. Only the old man who had reprimanded Zhao Bao earlier had an ugly expression. However, When Ning Qi looked at him, he instantly put on a smile and nodded at Ning Qi. After Qiao Wan's introduction, there were a total of 4 elders in the 7 Mysteries gang other than Qiao Wan. Zhao Bao was one of them. The other 3 were also Do Huang existences. 2 of them were 2-star Do Huangs. The old man who had reprimanded Zhao Bao was called Qiao Wei. He was a 4-star Do Huang and the strongest expert in the 7 Mysteries gang after Qiao Wan. Qiao Wei suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Beixian, your cultivation isn't low. Why would you take a fancy to our 7 Mysteries gang?" Zhao Bao's face revealed a displeased expression when he heard this. "Qiao Wei, what nonsense are you saying?" At this moment, Qiao Wan glared at Zhao Bao. Clearly, he also had some doubts in his heart. They were going to start a war with the Lone Wolf Gang in 2 days. If Ning Qi was a spy for the Lone Wolf Gang, then the 7 Mysteries Gang would definitely lose. Therefore, he had to clarify this point. The remaining 2 elders, Zhou and Li, sat down in their seats. However, their attention was naturally focused on Ning Qi as they waited for Ning Qi's reply. "This is the first time I have arrived in Zisu City. I was just thinking of finding a gang to stay in for a period of time when I coincidentally saw Elder Zhao Bao recruiting outside. Therefore, I joined the 7 Mysteries gang. There isn't much that I fancy because I won't be staying for long." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "You won't be staying for long." A trace of joy flashed across Qiao Wan's eyes. Ning Qi was at least a 9-star Do Huang. If he really wanted to establish himself in the 7 Mysteries gang, his position as the gang leader would definitely be shaken. Therefore, he sighed in relief in his heart when he heard that Ning Qi wouldn't be staying for long. "Oh, so that's the case. Brother Beixian, I wonder if Elder Zhao Bao has told you that we will be starting a war with the Lone Wolf Gang in 2 days. There is an existence at the peak of the Do Huang in their gang." Qiao Wei said with a half-smile. Qiao Wan frowned slightly. Elder Zhou and Elder Li's expressions also changed. What was Qiao Wei doing? This matter should at least wait until the next day to be announced. It would be a great loss to their 7 Mysteries gang if they scared off this Brother Beixian. This is something that I do not know. Ning Qi laughed faintly. This person is not afraid? It seems that he is really new here. Chapter 753. Is this guy crazy? Just as Qiao Wei was testing Ning Qi. This is bad. A peaked Do Wang suddenly barged in. What happened? Why are you so panicked? Qiao Wan said coldly, reporting to the leader. This lowly one just heard some news from the Lone Wolf Gang. Their gang leader has recruited an expert. What expert? I heard that he is a peaked Do Huang who has entered the 4th stage of life and death. Hiss! Everyone, including Qiao Wan, had ugly expressions. A peaked Do Huang who has entered the 4th stage of life and death. Who is he? Is he from our Zishu city? Qiao Wan asked with an ashen face. The peaked Do Huang nodded with a trace of fear on his face. His name is Ji Wendong. Ji Wendong. Zhao Bao could not help but exclaim, "The Ji Wendong who is known as the Lone Wolf? Didn't he never join a gang? The leader of the Black Dragon sect wanted to recruit him, but was rejected. Why would he join the Lone Wolf Gang?" Ji Wendong. It's over. Elder Zhou and Elder Li slumped in their chairs with pale faces. When Qiao Wan heard this name, he crushed the teacup in his hand. The boiling hot tea fell on his trousers, but he did not notice it. One could imagine how shocked he was. Only Qiao Wei had a strange expression on his face. Other than Ning Qi, no one else was in the mood to observe Qiao Wei's expression. Qiao Wan, I know you are here. Get out here. Today is the day your 7 Mysteries gang dies. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. It's the leader of the Lone Wolf Gang, Lang Jingxing. Zhao Bao's face revealed a trace of fear. He did not expect the other party to come early. It was likely that Ji Wendong was standing at the door, just like him. Leader, what should we do? Elder Zhou and Elder Li looked at Qiao Wan with a trace of fear in their eyes. Their hands trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, there seemed to be a commotion from outside. With a bang, a guy covered in blood flew into the hall and landed in front of Qiao Wan. Everyone glanced at the guy and found that he was no longer breathing. His internal organs had probably been shattered. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Go. Qiao Wan took a deep breath. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. He led the crowd out of the main hall and saw that there were already 30 to 40 people standing in the courtyard. All of them had sinister smiles on their faces. The leader was a middle-aged strong man who appeared to be over 40 years old. His cultivation was the same as Qiao Wan, an 8-star Do Huang. From the looks of it, he should be the leader of the lone wolf gang, Lang Jingxing. Ning Qi noticed that there was a young man standing beside Lang Jingxing. His expression was indifferent, and even when Qiao Wan came out, he did not look him in the eye. Instead, he looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and it was unknown what he was looking at. Lang Jingxing looked at Qiao Wan and laughed maniacally. Qiao Wan, you never thought that you would end up like this, right? Back then, I wanted your 7 Mysteries gang to merge with my lone wolf gang, but you were unwilling. Today, I will directly wipe out your 7 Mysteries gang. From now on, the 7 Mysteries gang will no longer exist in Zishu City. Gang leader. The heavily injured members of the 7 Mysteries gang all ran behind Qiao Wan when they saw him. Their faces were filled with anger. Qiao Wan ignored them and instead stared deeply at Ji Windong, who was looking at the sky. After which, he looked at Lang Jingxing and coldly said, Lang Jingxing, you went back on your word. We agreed to fight to the death the day after tomorrow. Today, you brought people to sneak attack my 7 Mysteries gang. What is this? The fight between gangs has always been about deception and deception. You and I did not set up a contract, so how can you say that I went back on my word? Lang Jingxing mocked and laughed loudly. Shameless. Zhao Bao could not help but berate. When Lang Jingxing heard this, he coldly glanced at Zhao Bao. Previously, when the 7 Profound gang was fighting with my lone wolf gang, you were the one who jumped the most. Let's see if you can still jump after today. You, being threatened like this. Zhao Bao immediately cowered. Brother Ji, please take action and get rid of them. Lang Jingxing looked at Ji Windong beside him and cupped his hands together. Yes, Ji Windong calmly replied. Unknowingly, a long sword that emitted a cold aura appeared in his hand. It was at least an earth middle grade battle weapon. Wait, Qiao Wan hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. Do you have any last words? Ji Windong looked at Qiao Wan and calmly said, Ji Windong, you rejected the Black Dragon Sect's leader's invitation. I believe that you did not truly join the Lone Wolf Gang, right? How many spirit crystals did Lang Jingxing spend to hire you? My 7 Mysteries gang will pay double, Qiao Wan said. Hearing this, Lang Jingxing looked at Qiao Wan with a faint smile. Seeing his expression, Qiao Wan and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Ji Wendong lightly laughed. He did not spend a single spirit crystal. I willingly joined the Lone Wolf Gang. So are these your last words? Gang leader, fight it out with them. Great Elder Zhou and Great Elder Li shouted. Suddenly, Qiao Wei's figure flashed, and he charged toward Lang Jingxing. Qiao Wan and the others were shocked. When did Qiao Wei become so daring? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack at this time? In the end, Qiao Wei stood beside Lang Jingxing and coldly smiled at Qiao Wan and the others. I'm sorry, a wise man submits to circumstances. I have long since become an elder of the Lone Wolf Gang, so I will not die with you. After saying this, he looked at Ning Qi and coldly smiled. Little brother, you are really unlucky. I have already warned you before, but you insisted on staying behind. Qiao Wei, I did not expect you to be a traitor. Qiao Wan's face revealed a trace of anger. You old man, shameless to the extreme. Zhao Bao could not help but curse. Gang leader, leave Zhao Bao for me to deal with later, Chao Wei said to Lang Jingxing. As you wish. Lang Jingxing lightly laughed and glanced at Ji Wendong. Ji Wendong nodded slightly and directly walked toward Xiao Wan and the others. Everyone from the 7 Profound Gang felt despair at this moment. Against a peaked Do Huang who had reached the 4th stage of life and death, they would not be a match for him even if they attacked together. Just as Ji Wendong was about to reach Xiao Wan, someone suddenly moved and stood between the two of them. Brother Beixian? A trace of surprise appeared in Zhao Bao's eyes, after which his face was filled with gratitude. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so righteous after joining the 7 Profound Gang. He dared to block Ji Wendong at this moment of certain death. Xiao Wan and the others had the same thought as Zhao Bao. While they were surprised, they were also touched. If not for this incident, the 7 Profound Gang would have flourished with someone like Ning Qi joining them. Get lost, Ji Wendong indifferently said. Ning Qi faintly smiled as he looked at him and said, It seems that you are very confident in yourself. How about this? I will not bully you. I will let you have 10 moves first. What do you think? The moment these words came out, the entire place became silent. Everyone from the Lone Wolf Gang and the 7 Profound Gang were stunned as they looked at Ning Qi. Chapter 754. Chapter 754, begging 10 moves? Ji Wendong's expression finally changed. He looked at Ning Qi with a more serious gaze. However, Ning Qi had purposely suppressed his cultivation to a 9-star Do Huang. With Ji Wendong's strength, he could not see through Ning Qi's true strength. Looking at your young age, you are already a 9-star Do Huang. You do have some talent, but is this little bit of cultivation enough to make you so arrogant? Ji Wendong laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I will make my move. Ning Qi laughed. The members of the 7 Profound Gang looked at Ning Qi excitedly. They did not know who Ning Qi was, but seeing Ning Qi's confident manner gave them a glimmer of hope. Don't tell me he is the external help that gang leader Chao invited? Just like how the Lone Wolf Gang invited Ji Wendong? What an arrogant brat. Brother Ji, quickly finish him off. Lang Jingxing could not help but berate. Ji Wendong laughed when he heard this. He raised his head to look at the sky. Just as Ning Qi was wondering what he was looking at, Ji Wendong made his move. His sword was like a poisonous snake as it suddenly appeared at Ning Qi's neck. It seemed that he intended to kill Ning Qi with one strike. Xiao Wan, apart from being arrogant, this helper that you've invited is useless. Ha ha ha. Lang Zhengxing laughed when he saw that Ning Qi was about to lose his life to Ji Wendong's sword. Xiao Wan's expression was somewhat ugly, but his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Perhaps Ning Qi still had some trump card that he had not revealed? The members of the 7 Profound Gang were already nervous. Chao Wei sneered as he looked at Ning Qi. His eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. In his life, what he hated the most were these fellows who claimed to be geniuses because of their good aptitude. He had already seen countless geniuses like this die in front of his eyes. On the contrary, people like him, who had ordinary talent and cultivated step by step, treasured their lives even more. The sneer on Chao Wei's face suddenly froze in the next moment. What happened in front of him made him dumbfounded. Ning Qi extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the tip of Ji Wendong's sword. Ji Wendong stood there foolishly. Your sword is too slow. Ning Qi shook his head with a faint smile. Impossible. You are merely a 9-star Do Huang. How can you receive this sword of mine? Ji Wendong's face was filled with disbelief. A bad premonition arose in Lang Jingxing's heart. The solitary wolf, Ji Wendong, who was invincible in his heart, not only did he not kill that arrogant brat with one sword strike, his sword strike was even blocked by that brat? What was going on? Wasn't he only a 9-star Do Huang? Even a peak Do Huang at the fourth life and death gate might not be able to receive this sword so easily. Brother Beixian is that powerful. Zhao Bao was the closest to Ning Qi, so he had the clearest view, including the faint smile on Ning Qi's face and Ji Windong's shocked expression. This is just as I expected. The Beixian brothers were hiding their trump cards. It looks like Ji Windong isn't his match. Xiao Wan was overjoyed to see this. The members of the Seven Mysteries sect revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, not because of fear, but because of excitement. They had originally thought that they would definitely die today, but from the looks of it, the situation had been reversed. Ning Qi's figure instantly became many times larger in their eyes, already overshadowing Xiao Wan's position in their hearts in the past. With a clang, Ji Windong's sword had already been crushed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi slowly walked in front of the stunned Ji Windong and casually waved his hand, sending Ji Windong flying to the side and heavily landing on the ground. A peak Do Huang who had stepped into the fourth life and death gate was sent flying like trash in Ning Qi's hands. This scene caused Lang Jingxing and the rest to be filled with fear as they blankly stared at Ning Qi. How could this be? How could this be? Chao Wei stood where he was as he muttered to himself. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him, a chill seemed to rise from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Fight it out with him. Lang Jingxing was indeed the leader of a gang. He was the fastest to recover from his shock and roared. When his subordinates heard this, they unconsciously rushed towards Ning Qi. But halfway there they regretted it. This was a terrifying existence that even Ji Windong was not a match for. Their regret only lasted for a breath's time because Ning Qi had already attacked. Pu Piu Piu. One by one, Do Wangs and Do Huangs fell in front of Ning Qi. Almost all of them were killed in one blow and died with grievances. When Ning Qi walked in front of Lang Jingxing, there was no one beside him other than Chao Wei and a few elders of the Lone Wolf Gang. I had originally planned to deal with your Lone Wolf Gang the day after tomorrow. Why did you deliver yourself to me today? Ning Qi looked at Lang Jingxing and smiled. You don't kill me. My Lone Wolf Gang has already submitted to housekeeper Shimin Kong. If you kill me, he will not let you off. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ji Windong. Lang Jingxing looked at Ning Qi with a face full of fear as he stuttered. Shimin Kong? No wonder Ji Windong would help you. Xiao, one exclaimed. Zhao Bao and the others were originally happy and immersed in the joy of turning the tables. But when they heard Shimin Kong's name, their faces immediately turned ashen. When Lang Jingxing saw this scene, he thought that the other party was afraid, and a trace of courage appeared in his heart. He said to Ning Qi, as long as you submit to my Lone Wolf Gang, I can introduce housekeeper Shimin Kong to you. How about this? You can kill them as a greeting gift to me. As for my subordinates who died in your hands, I will not pursue them. That's right. Brother Beixian, this is your last chance. Although you won against Ji Windong, housekeeper Shimin Kong has many subordinates like Ji Windong. There are even many Dozongs. Any one of them would be enough to kill you. Chao Wei hurriedly echoed. When the people of the Seven Mysteries Gang heard this, their faces became extremely ugly. Their eyes carried a trace of fear as they looked at Ning Qi. Shimin Kong? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Is he very strong? This guy doesn't know Shimin Kong? A trace of doubt rose in everyone's heart. Little brother, you don't know. The Shimin family is one of the 3 great families of Zishu City. The elder sister of the current family head is a concubine of the city, lord of Zishu City. Shimin Kong is one of the housekeepers of the Shimin family. Do you understand what I mean? Go! Kill Xiao Wan and the others, and I will let you go. The more Lang Jingxing spoke, the more confident he became. Even his tone became somewhat arrogant. Xiao Wan and the others did not make a sound. They only looked at Ning Qi with some fear. If Ning Qi was convinced by the other party, they would still end up with their heads separated from their bodies. A mere housekeeper, and you dare to use him to threaten me? Ning Qi sneered and slapped Lang Jingxing's head with a backhand. This slap was skillfully executed, and Lang Jingxing's head was directly smashed into his chest. After that, his headless corpse, with an abnormally swollen chest, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even in death, he did not react. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Chao Wei knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy while crying bitterly. The other elders of the Lone Wolf Gang also hurriedly knelt down. The people of the Seven Mysteries Gang looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi actually dared to attack, even after knowing Shimin Kong's background. This truly shocked them. Chao Wan reacted quickly. What are you waiting for? Quickly take him down. Yes. Chapter 755. Chapter 755. The plot seeing Chao Wei and the others being captured. Chao Wan carefully walked to Ning Qi and asked, Brother Beixian, what should we do with them? Leader Chao, you decide. Ning Qi chuckled. Great. Thank you, Brother Beixian. Chao Wan was overjoyed. He then gestured to Zhao Bao with a sinister smile. Zhao Bao nodded and walked to Chao Wei with a smile. Elder Chao, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong side this time. Zhao Bao smiled. Elder Zhao, I was blinded by Lang Jingxing for a moment. Please be merciful and let this old man go. In the future, this old man will do anything to repay Elder Zhao's kindness. Chao Wei begged with a fawning expression. It's a pity that I can't make the decision. Zhao Bao smiled and raised his blade. Chao Wei's head suddenly fell to the ground. His face was filled with regret and resentment. The other elders of the Lone Wolf Gang kowtowed and begged for mercy. They only wanted Zhao Bao to spare their lives. It didn't matter even if their cultivation was crippled. However, Zhao Bao was not soft-hearted. If the Lone Wolf Gang were to gain the upper hand today, their fates would be even worse than theirs. After a few slashes, only Ji Wendong was left among the dozens of people from the Lone Wolf Gang. Zhao Bao looked at Chao Wan hesitantly. Chao Wan shook his head. No matter what, Ji Wendong was Shimin Kong's man. He did not dare to kill him. Brother Beixian, it's fortunate that we had your help today. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them. Please accept my bow. Chao Wan thanked Ning Qi gratefully before bowing. Seeing this, Zhao Bao and the others followed suit and bowed to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and accepted their bow. He then reminded them, if we go to the Lone Wolf Gang now, we should be able to wipe them all out. That's right. Chao Wan was pleasantly surprised. He then started to mobilize his troops and personally attacked the remaining members of the Lone Wolf Gang. On this day, the people in the slums were shocked to see that the Seven Profound Gang had completely annihilated the Lone Wolf Gang. Less than a tenth of them were still alive. When the nearby gangs received the news, they all hid in their headquarters and shivered in fear. They were afraid that the Seven Profound Gang would find them an eyesore and destroy them. A few days later, Ning Qi had a new position in the Seven Mysteries Gang, Grand Elder. Previously, the Seven Profound Gang hadn't set up this position. But now, because of Ning Qi's appearance, a position that was equal to the Gang Master had been set up. In fact, it was even slightly higher than the Gang Master. No one had any objections, and they all felt that Ning Qi should sit in this position. Ji Wendong was also released by Chao Wan. As for Shimin Kong, there was no news for the time being. However, Chao Wan and the others knew that Shimin Kong wouldn't let the Seven Mysteries gang off so easily. Perhaps in a few days, Shimin Kong's revenge would surge forth. One day, Zhao Bao suddenly came to the small courtyard where Ning Qi lived. Grand Elder, the person you wanted us to pay attention to seems to have arrived at Zishu City. Zhao Bao whispered. What does this person look like? Ning Qi smiled faintly. His figure is similar to yours, and he has a head of purple hair. Apart from him, the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jean Lin has also arrived. There's also a woman beside him. This subordinate suspects that she's the 13th daughter of Azure Ox City's city lord, Su Qingqing. Xiao Bao said in a low voice. Ning Qi was somewhat surprised. They're actually here. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. You even recognize Su Qingqing. A trace of pride flashed in Xiao Bao's eyes. Small sects like us have relied on our eyesight to survive for so long. If we don't recognize these terrifying existences and one day kick an iron plate, our entire sect will be annihilated. That's true. That's true. By the way, how's the matter I asked you to do? Ning Qi smiled faintly. It's going smoothly. With your deterrence, the dozens of gang masters have already been driven out. We've already accepted their manpower. Now, the Seven Mysteries gang has more than 3,000 people. Xiao Bao was very excited at the mention of this. Oh, in that case, we can start on that matter. Remember, only you and I know about this matter. You have to do it without leaving any traces, or else you might get yourself killed. Ning Qi said in a somewhat serious tone. I understand. Xiao Bao nodded excitedly. He didn't know what kind of game Ning Qi was playing, but he was extremely excited to be the first chess piece in this game. A day later, a rumor suddenly appeared in various places in Zishu City. Have you guys heard? A divine tree has appeared in the depths of Taihang Mountains with 3 dragon blood fruits growing on it. As long as we can find it, we won't be far from achieving meteoric success. I've indeed heard about this, but I don't know if it's true or not. Many people have gone to Taihang Mountains recently. Why don't we try our luck as well? All right. Several people who were familiar with each other formed a group and rushed to Taihang Mountains. This scene happened in various places in Zishu City. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great local families, the Shimin, Kong, and Wing families, personally appeared and arranged for a group of experts to enter Taihang Mountains. Only the city, Lord's Mansion of Zishu City, remained silent, but some people speculated that they had already made their move. There are dragon blood fruits in Taihang Mountains? Ziyun Hanjan had just arrived in Zishu City not too long ago. He hadn't even found any traces of Ning Qi when he heard this news. His heart was immediately filled with excitement. For those who were skeptical, the dragon blood fruit was an unattainable legendary item. They might not believe that such a divine item could actually appear in the world. However, for Ziyun Hanjan, he had personally witnessed Zi Yunma's bloodline thickening by 20%. When he thought about the dragon blood fruits in Ning Qi's hands, he believed that there was an 80% chance that this news was true. Ning Qi had most likely obtained the dragon blood fruits from Taihang Mountains. With this thought in mind, Ziyun Hanjan soared into the sky and flew toward Taihang Mountains. Dragon blood fruits. Let's also go to Taihang Mountains. Su Qingqing said to Jin Lin, as she watched Ziyun Hanjan soar into the sky. Yes. Jin Lin's eyes also revealed a trace of excitement. The news of the dragon blood fruit spread very quickly. Even the heavens prides outside of Zishu City received the news and rushed toward Taihang Mountains. To the people of Lingwu mainland, the dragon blood fruit had been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Although there were rumors that the dragon blood fruit was only useful to the dragon clan, they would never believe it unless they personally verified it. Therefore, a large group of human beings rushed toward Mount Taihang one after another. On a small floating mountain in the sky above Zishu City, an extremely handsome young man was calmly looking at Ziyun Hanjan's back. Have you found out who spread this news in my Zishu City? The young man said lightly. Chapter 756. Going to Taihang Mountains, 7 Mysteries Gang? The young man frowned slightly as if he had never heard of this gang's name before. Continue investigating. Yes. The figure nodded and quietly retreated. Even Ziyin, Hanjan, and Su Qingqing are here. This time, Mount Taihang must be very lively. How can I miss such a grand occasion? The corner of the young man's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He flew towards Mount Taihang. No matter how lively Taihang Mountains were right now, Ning Qi was still sitting quietly in the small courtyard, drinking the tea that Zhao Bao had personally brewed. Zhao Bao stood behind Ning Qi, looking at his back with a look of worship in his eyes. During this period of time, because of Ning Qi, the entire Zishu city was in an uproar. Several sects under the Azure Supreme, the Arch Sacred Ground, had also joined in the search for the dragon blood fruit, rushing to Taihang Mountains. As the instigator of all this, Ning Qi was so calm and collected, as if he wasn't anxious at all. Zhao Bao was a little curious. Just what was Ning Qi doing all this for? At this moment, at the entrance of the Seven Mysteries sect's headquarters. This is the Seven Mysteries gang, the biggest sect here. A man and a woman stared coldly at a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man revealed a fearful expression and hurriedly nodded. Young heroes, this is the Seven Profound Gang. Can I leave now? Yes. The youth waved his hand, and the middle-aged man felt as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and fled because he felt that these two people had come with ill intentions. Nothing good would come out of going to the Seven Profound Gang. If others found out that he was the one leading the way, he would definitely be torn apart by the Seven Profound Gang. Senior brother, let's go in, the woman said. Yes. These two people were the inner disciples of the Scarlet Deer sect, a sect under the Azure Emperor's sacred land. Both of their cultivations were at the peak of the Do Zone class. They were only half a step away from the Do Zun class. They did not knock on the door when they entered. Instead, they directly smashed the door of the Seven Mystery sect. Who is it? Who are you, rascal? The members of the Seven Mysteries gang rushed over when they heard the news. They looked at the two of them with fear. Ask your sect leader to come out. Tell him that Jiang Tian from the Scarlet Deer sect is here to visit. The young man said indifferently. Scarlet Deer sect? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This was a faction that was comparable to the city Lord Mansion of the Zishu city. It was a terrifying sect with a Do D in it. Someone immediately turned around to inform Qiao Wan. Not long after, Qiao Wan brought Elder Zhou and Elder Li out to welcome them in fear and trepidation. I am Qiao Wan, the leader of the Seven Mysteries gang. Greetings, young Master Jiang. Qiao Wan hurriedly bowed when he sensed the Do Zong aura on Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian indifferently swept a glance at Qiao Wan and discovered that he was merely an 8-star Do Huang. A look of disdain flashed across Jiang Tian's eyes. I heard that your Seven Mysterious gang has 3,000 members? Is it the biggest sect here? I do not dare to claim to be the #1 gang. However, the Seven Profound Gang does have some achievements in this slum area. May I know why young Master Jiang has come? If you need our Seven Mysteries sect's help, please let us know. Yovan cupped his hands together. Jiang Tian glanced at his junior sister, Luo Shuang. Seeing her nod, Jiang Tian directly stated the purpose of his visit. We want to enter Taihang Mountain to search for the dragon blood fruit. We do not have enough manpower. Send out the Seven Mysteries sect members to follow us to Taihang Mountain. If we find the dragon blood fruit, I will reward you handsomely. What? Go to Taihang Mountain? Qiao Wan was shocked. He knew about this matter. However, he knew that his Seven Mysteries sect did not even have a Do Zone. How would he dare to get involved? You are unwilling. Jiang Tian coldly laughed. It is not that I am unwilling. It is that I am unable to make the decision. Qiao Wan's eyes rolled as he hurriedly said, You are not the leader. Why can't you make the decision? How dare you lie to us? Be careful of your dog head. Lu Aoshuang coldly said, It is true. My Seven Mysteries sect still has a grand elder. Why don't I invite him out and the two of you can talk to him? Qiao Wan hurriedly said, Grand elder, hee hee. Go ahead. The corner of Jiang Tian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The strength of a grand elder in such a trashy sect would not be very high. Not long after, Ning Qi and Zhao Bao were invited out by Qiao Wan. When Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang saw Ning Qi, a look of realization flashed across their eyes. A peak Do Huang, who has stepped into the 9th stage of life and death? It seems that you are indeed unable to make a decision in the 7 Mysteries sect. Jiang Tian nodded. He knew that Qiao Wan was not lying to him. What? A peak Do Huang at the 9th stage of life and death? Qiao Wan and the others were shocked. They had been guessing Ning Qi's cultivation during this period of time, but they had never guessed in this direction. In other words, Ning Qi was only half a step away from the Dozong class? What is the matter? Ning Qi smiled faintly and cupped his hands together. Nothing much. Bring your 7 Mysteries sect's men and follow me to Taihang Mountain. Jiang Tian indifferently said. All right. Ning Qi nodded. At least you are tactful. Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang were slightly startled before they smiled. They did not expect Ning Qi to be so tactful. Qiao Wan was shocked. He had thought that Ning Qi would argue with the other party. He did not expect Ning Qi to directly agree. Other than them who were Do Huangs, the rest of the 7 Mysteries sect's men were Do Wangs. Most of them were Do Lings. Wouldn't it be suicide to go to Taihang Mountain with such cultivation? The 2 of you must be looking for the dragon blood fruit. The 7 Mysteries sect can help you find it. However, if you meet a strong enemy, the 7 Mysteries sect will not be able to deal with them. I believe the 2 of you understand this? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Of course we understand. There is no need to say more. Quickly gather the men and let's go. Jiang Tian said somewhat impatiently. 6 hours later, more than 3,000 people followed Jiang Tian and Qiao Wan and left Zisu City, marching in the direction of Taihang Mountain. Along the way, Lu Aoshuang felt that something was wrong with Ning Qi. Hence, she would occasionally size him up. This scene was seen by Jiang Tian, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Could it be that Junior Sister has taken a fancy to this fellow? Jiang Tian carefully looked at Ning Qi. Yes, his appearance was not bad and his figure was not bad. It was just that his cultivation was too low. This kind of talent could not even be compared to the outer disciples of the Red Deer sect. Among the majestic group of people, only Zhao Bao had some thoughts about this mission. He knew that even if Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang had not appeared, Ning Qi would have found an opportunity to go to Taihang Mountain. After all, he was the one who planned this. 3 days later, everyone could vaguely see the Taihang mountain range. It was continuous and tall, reaching into the clouds. It was difficult to see clearly. The shortest mountain range was at least 10,000 feet above sea level. During these 3 days, people would occasionally fly past them. There was no lack of Do Zuns among them, but most of them were Do Zongs. After rushing for a while, everyone arrived at the foot of Taihang Mountain. There were already tens of thousands of experts and geniuses gathered here. Some were planning to enter the mountain, while others walked out with unhappy faces. They all had some injuries on their bodies. After all, it was inevitable to have enemies in Jianghu. With the news of the birth of the dragon blood fruit in Taihang Mountain, there were countless people rushing over. It was normal to meet enemies. Hey, isn't this Junior Jiang Tian and Junior Lu Aoshuang? You want to enter the mountain with this group of trash? Chapter 757. The Birth of the Dragon Blood Fruit? Trash? The members of the 7 Mysteries sect were a little agitated when they heard the other party address them in such a manner. However, the other party's strength was unfathomable. Since he addressed Jiang Tian and Jiang Tian as juniors, he should also be an inner disciple of the Scarlet Deer sect. They could only suppress their anger. Qiao Wan and the rest stood behind Ning Qi and looked down, planning to ignore the other party. In any case, they could just let Ning Qi solve the problem. Senior He Jiang Tian cupped his hands towards the young man with an ugly expression. He was called He Jinshin, a direct descendant of one of the elders of the Scarlet Deer sect. Although his cultivation was similar to Jiang Tian's, he had many lackeys around him. In the Scarlet Deer sect, He Jinshin had a grudge against Jiang Tian because he had coveted Lu Aoshuang's beauty. You haven't told me why you've brought so many people here. Just them? They want to enter the Taihang Mountains to search for the dragon blood fruit? Isn't that a fool's dream? Ha ha ha. He Jinshin snorted arrogantly as a greeting to Jiang Tian, then continued to mock him. Jiang Tian was infuriated by He Jinshin's mockery. However, the three people with He Jinshin were all stronger than him in the Scarlet Deer sect, so he could not lash out on the spot. He could only chat with He Jinshin perfunctorily. He Jinshin glanced at Ning Qi indifferently after mocking him, then turned around and entered the Taihang Mountains with his lackeys. He did not forget to mock Jiang Tian as he left. Jiang Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Senior Jiang, forget it. He Jinshin is just like that. Don't take it to heart. Lu Aoshuang comforted him. Jiang Tian calmed himself down and acted as if he was the leader of the Seven Mysteries sect. He assigned the members of the Seven Mysteries sect to search for the dragon blood fruit in various directions. They were to report to him as soon as they found the dragon blood fruit. The members of the Seven Mysteries sect reluctantly split up and surged into the Taihang Mountains. Many of them had already made up their minds to go at most 300 miles deep to ensure their own safety. Grand Elder, there are far too many people who have come to the Taihang mountain range this time around. Look at those few. They are the Hu clan brothers. All 5 of them are 1-star dozuns and are quite famous in Zisu City. And that group of people should be geniuses with monstrous backgrounds. The fellows standing beside them are disciples of the 3 major families of the Zisu City. That group of fellows should be dragons that have taken human form, right? It's best if we don't get too close to them. Zhao Bao was like a knowledgeable person in the pugilistic world. He pointed at everyone around Ning Qi and told him everything he knew. There were only a few people that he didn't know. In this regard, Ning Qi felt that Zhao Bao was truly a talent. Zhang San, don't try to escape. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Come and die. Li Si, who do you think you are? You tell me not to run, so I won't run? Come and chase me if you can. Moon-worshipping cult. Your devil cult also dares to come here? He must be tired of living. All the geniuses of the righteous path, follow me and kill all the demons of the moon-worshipping cult. A bunch of sanctimonious people. Are you here to find the dragon blood fruit or to cause trouble? Don't go overboard. Otherwise the moon-worshipping cult will not let you off. Kill. Charge. Ning Qi saw countless battles of various sizes along the way. There was no lack of sects killing each other. It was as if the dragon blood fruit had been forgotten by them. I found a small tree that seems to have the dragon blood fruit growing on it. Suddenly, Zhao Bao's eyes moved slightly. He pointed in a direction and said to Ning Qi, I haven't even planted it, and they already found it? Ha! Even though Ning Qi knew that the news was most likely false, he still chose to follow Zhao Bao to find out what was going on. He heard Zi Yunhan Zhan's angry roar before he arrived. In midair, a young man with a jade-like face stood in front of Zi Yunhan Zhan, who was 10 meters tall. That is the young city master of our Zisu city, Yi Gulong. Zhao Bao pointed at the young man with a face full of admiration. Ning Qi's attention only paused on Yi Gulong for a few breaths before his eyes were attracted by Su Qingqing and Jin Lin. At this moment, there was a group of peerless geniuses whose cultivation ranged from 1-star to 3-star dozuns. The potential of these people was likely much higher than his 3rd senior sister, Jiangqing. Yi Gulong, this tree is mine. Zi Yunhan Zhan looked coldly at Yi Gulong. Zi Yunhan Zhan, is your name written on it? Why is it yours? Your dragon tribe is not very well informed this time around. Other than you, There are less than 100 dragon tribe members here. If we were to join forces, how many do you think you can save? Or should I say, can you protect yourself? Yi Gulong smiled with incomparable confidence. He had his reasons for being so confident. From his birth until now, he had only spent 36 years to reach the peak of the Do Zun class. Such potential was already considered the best in the Ling Wu mainland. Only a few geniuses from the 3 Holy Lands were stronger than him. Among the tens of thousands of humans here, the number of people who could reach even half of his potential could be counted on one hand. At this moment, there was a small tree less than 10 feet tall below the two of them. There were 2 red fruits on it that looked a little like dragons. Ning Qi was a little surprised. Could it be that the dragon blood fruit had really appeared here? When he glanced at the fruits, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth involuntarily curled up. These were not dragon blood fruits. These were already matured dragon soul fruits. Consuming them could increase one's life force, but not by much. Ning Qi had once eaten many of them in the dragon graveyard in the vast forest. Zi Yun Hanjan glanced at his surroundings and revealed a fearful expression. Yi Gulong was right. If the humans were to join forces, he and the 100+ dragon tribe members would indeed be no match for them. How about this? There are 4 dragon blood fruits up there. We will each take 2. What do you think? Zi Yun Hanjan compromised. No way. If you take 2, what will happen to us? I want 1. Su Qingqing suddenly spoke in a clear voice. If your big brother was here, he might be able to get 1. However, if it's you, I think you are not qualified. Zi Yun Hanjan glanced at Su Qingqing and laughed faintly. Su Qingqing was only at the peak of the Dozong class. She was not even a Dozun. Although she was only 18 years old and was likely the youngest among those present, and her potential was close to Yi Gulong's, this was not enough reason for her to get the dragon blood fruit. Yi Gulong also glanced at Su Qingqing and smiled. Su Qingqing, if you agree to become my woman, I can take out one of the dragon blood fruits for you. Bah! Su Qingqing didn't give him any face at all. Yi Gulong was not angry. It was as if he already knew Su Qingqing's character. After exchanging glances with Zi Yun Hanjan, the 2 of them landed beside the dragon blood fruit tree and plucked 2 dragon blood fruits from it. Ugh. Chapter 758. I'll slap you. At this moment, the crowd stared at the dragon blood fruit in the duo's hands passionately. Many of them glanced at the fruit greedily. However, the owners of these gazes knew their limits and only dared to think about it. No one dared to snatch it from them. I don't think the Supreme Elder's motive is that simple, right? Zhao Bao thought to himself as he glanced at Ning Qi. While the crowd was staring at Ziyin, Hanjan, and Yi Gulong, they had already consumed the dragon soul fruit in their hands. Following that, their expressions changed slightly. Yi Gulong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he tossed the dragon soul fruit to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing caught the dragon soul fruit in surprise. What do you mean? Su Qingqing frowned. Jean Lin stared greedily at the dragon blood fruit in her hand. This was a divine fruit that could greatly increase one's aptitude. He also wanted to eat it. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have personally snatched it from Su Qingqing. As for Su Lingfeng, he would deal with the rest later. This is not a dragon blood fruit. Yi Gulong chuckled. The crowd was in an uproar after hearing this. He's lying, right? It looks so similar to the rumors. How can it not be a dragon blood fruit? Maybe he's trying to deceive us. The crowd did not believe it. They all thought that Yi Gulong was taking advantage of the situation. However, when Ziyun and Hanjan crushed the dragon blood fruit in their hands, the crowd began to believe it. What else could it be if not a dragon blood fruit? Su Qingqing frowned. You'll know once you consume it. Yi Gulong chuckled and flew away. He was not in the mood to stay any longer. He wanted to find the real dragon blood fruit. Seeing this, Ziyin and Hanjan flew in another direction. Their faces were gloomy and they were not in a good mood. Su Qingqing swallowed the fruit immediately. Jean Linner was shocked and could not stop her in time. He could only stare at Su Qingqing in fear. If this was not a dragon blood fruit, Su Qingqing would have consumed a fruit of unknown origin. If the fruit was poisonous and something happened to Su Qingqing, he would be torn apart by Su Lingfeng. My vitality has increased quite a bit, but there are no other effects. This is indeed not a dragon blood fruit. It should be the legendary dragon soul fruit. Su Qingqing smacked her lips and said thoughtfully, "Dragon soul fruit. So that's what it is." Jean Linner came to a sudden realization. Although this fruit was only one word different from the dragon blood fruit, its value was worlds apart. The dragon soul fruit did not appear often. Even if it did, only those at the Douwang or Do Huang class would be interested in it. This was because the increase in qi and blood from it was not considered much for experts at the Do Zone class and above. Many spirit pills could achieve this effect. Let's go. We should also look around. Don't let them beat us to it, Su Qingqing said indifferently. After saying that, she directly soared into the sky and left. Seeing this, Jean Lin hurriedly followed. So it was just an empty joy, haha. He Jinxin laughed heartily and cast a mocking glance at Jiang Tian before leaving with his subordinates. You guys keep looking. Let me know immediately if there's any news. Jiang Tian glanced at Ning Qi coldly and left with Lu Aoshuang. Not long after, there were only a few people left. Grand Elder, what should we do? Zhao Bao looked at Ning Qi and waited for his instructions. Since Jiang Tian wants us to continue searching, we shall do so. Don't ask about anything else. Ning Qi laughed faintly. Yes. Zhao Bao nodded. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Ning Qi had brushed past Su Qingqing 3 times. As he had used Do Qi to change his appearance, Su Qingqing did not recognize him. Even Zi Yunhan had seen him twice. The way he looked at Ning Qi was a little strange. There was a trace of familiarity, but he was not sure where he had seen Ning Qi before. Due to the matter of the dragon blood fruit, he did not spend too much effort on Ning Qi. Yi Gulong is currently in the north, while Zi Yunhan is in the south. The two are 3,000 kilometers apart. Ning Qi faintly said, Yes, according to the news from my subordinates, this is indeed the case. Zhao Bao nodded. Oh, 3,000 kilometers. With Yi Gulong's speed, he should be able to reach it in 30 breaths. I need to let Zi Yunhan know the news within 30 breaths, and stand at the place I want him to stand. If it takes more than 1 breath, I'm afraid that the enhanced version of the world-exterminating dragon-slaying bullet will not be able to kill 2 peak Dozuns. Ning Qi quietly said in his heart, after which he led Zhao Bao in the direction of Zi Yunhan. They had just flown for about 50 kilometers when a group of people stopped them. I heard that you are the leader of the 7 Mysteries sect? He Jinxin looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Zhao Bao's eyes were a little fearful. He stood beside Ning Qi, not knowing what this group of Scarlet Deer sect inner disciples were up to. I am not the leader. I am only the Grand Elder. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Oh, yes, that's right. You are indeed the Grand Elder. I have asked your leader about this. So the decision to help Jiang Tian was made by you, right? He Jinxin smiled faintly. It was me. Ning Qi nodded. Then you will follow me in the future. Do you understand? Tell your subordinates to report to me immediately if there is any news of the dragon blood fruit. He Jinxin said with a fake smile. That is He Jinxin, an inner disciple of the Scarlet Deer sect. Who is the guy he stopped? Why have I not seen him before? He is the Grand Elder of the 7 Mysteries sect. The 7 Mysteries sect has been in the limelight recently. Almost all the gangs in the slums have been unified by them. Even Ji Wendong, the lone wolf sent by Shimin Kong, was seriously injured by him. He is not even giving face to the Shimin clan. How audacious! Shu, lower your voice. The people from the Shimin clan are here. The cultivators nearby all looked in the same direction. They saw a young man leading a group of people walking towards Ningqi. He is the young master of the Shimin clan, right? He is already a 6-star dozun. His talent is estimated to be 30% of Yi Gulong's. Indeed, I heard that he has already been accepted as a disciple of the Azure Emperor's sacred ground. He will be reporting in a month. Then why is he still here? If it were me, I would have gone to the Azure Emperor's sacred ground long ago. How can we understand the thoughts of a genius? The crowd discussed softly. Shimin Lanshan brought along Shimin Kong and the other clan elders and slowly walked towards Ningqi. He Jinshin and the rest revealed a trace of fear in their eyes as they subconsciously took a few steps back. Shimin Lanshan glanced at Ningqi and asked Shimin Kong, "The people you sent were injured by this guy?" "Yes." Shimin Kong nodded and looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. In his eyes, Ningqi was merely an ant. The reason he did not find trouble with him immediately was because of the news of the dragon blood fruit. Now that he had encountered him, there was no reason for him to let him go. "In that case, I will give you a palm strike. If you do not die, we will forget about this feud. However, the 7 Mysteries sect will be merged into the Shimin clan in the future." Chapter 759. Drop him. I'll slap you. Everyone was taken aback. Shimin Lanshan didn't give Ningqi any time to react. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm onto Ningqi's body. Ningqi's entire body flew out and smashed into the mountain, raising a cloud of dust. After doing all this, Shimin Lanshan looked at the terrified Zhao Bao. He's already dead. "You heard what I just said, right? Can you tell your sect leader Qiao about this?" "All right." Zhao Bao hurriedly nodded. Only then did Shimin Lanshan chuckle lightly, and he turned around and left with the rest of the Shimin clan. Before he left, Shimin Kong turned his head to glance at Zhao Bao and sneered. "Tell Qiao Wan that the position of the 7 Mysteries sect leader will be given to Ji Wendong." It was not until a long time after they left that Zhao Bao flew in the direction of Ningqi, trembling with fear. A huge crater had appeared on the mountain. Everyone who saw this scene shook their heads. "I can't live. There's no point in looking. That palm of Shimin Lanshan can even slap a rank 7 huge dragon to death, much less a Do Huang. Your 7 Mysteries gang is really a tall tree that attracts the wind. Of all people to provoke, you just had to provoke the Shimin clan. You're really asking for trouble." Zhao Bao's mood was very heavy. If Ningqi died, then 7 Profound Gang would be absorbed by Shimin clan. Then he would have to look for another way out. What I said before still stands. Since the Supreme Elder is dead, you will be the one to pass the message. During this period of time, the 7 Mysteries gang will be under my command. He Jinshin and the others flew to Zhao Bao's side and looked at the deep pit with a sneer. "You heard it just now. The 7 Profound Gang is now the Shimin families. You have to ask Shimin Lanshan about this matter." Zhao Bao could not help but ask. "Oh, I'm flattering you. Do you really think you're a big shot? If it weren't for the fact that I need you lowly people to send me a message, do you really think I'd be willing to deal with you?" Shimin Lanshan's words just now were very clear. "After we return, you guys will officially take over. Now, your 7 Mysteries gang has to listen to me, understand?" He Jinshin sneered. "What? Don't you understand what senior brother he is saying?" A peak dozong beside He Jinshin slowly walked in front of Zhao Bao. He extended his hand and grabbed Zhao Bao's throat, lifting him up. Zhao Bao was only a 1-star Do Huang and naturally did not have the ability to resist. "He Jinshin, what are you doing?" Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang, who had received the news, rushed over with Qiao Wan and the others. Hundreds of 7 Mysteries sect members appeared nearby. When they saw Zhao Bao in the hands of the Scarlet Deer sect disciple, their hearts immediately jumped. Where did the Supreme Elder go? Some of the sect members noticed that Ning Qi was not around, and a puzzled expression appeared on their faces. It just so happened that, at this moment, the surrounding people were discussing Shimin Lanshan's palm. When they found out that Ning Qi was the unlucky bastard that had been sent flying by Shimin Lanshan's palm, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. It was likely that their supreme elder was already dead. These fellows you brought are not sensible at all. I'll help you teach them a lesson. Zhao Bao looked at Jiang Tian with a faint smile. You. Just as Jiang Tian was about to say something, Lu Aoshuang pulled him back. Senior, forget it. Don't get into a fight with He Jinqin because of this group of people. He's looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Jiang Tian immediately shut his mouth. Hua! Hua! Zhao Bao could no longer breathe as his throat was being grabbed. He let out an extremely horrifying sound as he looked at Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang for help. When he realized that the two of them had no intention of responding to him, he looked at Xiao Wan, Elder Zhou, and Elderly. However, the three of them only revealed a look of pity and did not speak. Don't tell me that I'm going to die here? Zhao Bao's face was filled with unwillingness. Put him down. Suddenly, an extremely magnetic male voice came from a deep pit not far from the crowd. What? He's not dead? He Jinqin's face revealed a look of surprise. Everyone simultaneously looked towards the deep pit. The passers-by who had personally seen Ning Qi being struck by Shimin Lanshan's palm were all shocked. As expected, Ning Qi slowly walked out from within. He coldly looked at the peak Do Zong who was grabbing Zhao Bao's throat. I said, put him down. Brat, you! The corner of the peak Do Zong's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He was just about to say something when he realized that Ning Qi had slapped his forehead. The next moment, Ning Qi's cultivation suddenly soared. A few breaths later, Ning Qi's aura was actually equal to his own. Peak Do Zong? You were hiding your cultivation. Jiang Tian said in surprise. Lu Aoshuang's expression changed slightly. Her mind was very active. Ning Qi's motive for hiding his cultivation within the Seven Mysterious Sect was not simple. The members of the Seven Mysterious Sect also saw that Ning Qi's aura had suddenly soared. The next moment, Ning Qi did not say anything unnecessary. His body moved and appeared in front of the peak Do Zong. His palm slapped the top of the Do Zong's head. There was a piu sound. The Do Zong's head was immediately smashed into his chest by Ning Qi. He had no time to react and died on the spot. Hiss! Zhao Bao landed on the ground and greedily sucked in a few breaths of air. The feeling of returning from the brink of death was really hard to imagine. You actually dare! He Jinqin looked at Ning Qi angrily. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Qi had already made his move. With each palm, he killed all the peak Do Zongs around He Jinqin. Finally, he looked at He Jinqin indifferently. You, how can your strength be so terrifying? You are clearly not a Dozun. He Jinqin's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he looked at Ning Qi with fear. Jiang Tian, Lu Aoshuang, what are you all still standing there for? This person killed an inner disciple of our Red Deer sect. You actually dare to watch him die. Seeing that Ning Qi was walking toward him, He Jinqin hurriedly asked Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang for help. A trace of hesitation appeared on Jiang Tian's face, after which he made a decision and slowly walked toward Ning Qi. He cupped his hands together and said, Sir. Before he finished speaking, he could no longer continue. Ning Qi retracted his palm from He Jinqin's head and looked at Jiang Tian. What do you want to say? He Jinqin's corpse fell to the ground with a thud. In the blink of an eye, for inner disciples of the Red Deer sect, Peak Do Zongs had all died in Ning Qi's hands. A trace of fear appeared in Jiang Tian's eyes. At this moment, Lu Aoshuang hurriedly pulled him and smiled awkwardly at Ning Qi. We're fine. Grand Elder, Please forgive us for the misunderstanding earlier. The two of us will take our leave first." After which, she pulled Jiang Tian and fled. Ning Qi indifferently glanced at their backs. He had no intention of giving chase. Hiss! Many people inhaled sharply. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Ning Qi. The Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect is actually this strong? He was hit by Shimin Lanshan's palm, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He killed 4 peak dozongs with a raise of his hand. I'm afraid this is what it means to hide one's true strength. Those inner disciples of the Red Deer sect are a little unlucky. They've kicked an iron plate. So what? When the other 2 Red Deer sect disciples return to the sect and report this matter, I'm afraid that the Red Deer sect will send Dozun-level existences to kill this person. The onlookers discussed in low voices. Grand Elder, the members of the Seven Mysteries sect ran in front of Ning Qi with feverish faces and bowed in unison. Xiao Wan and the other 2 walked over and awkwardly nodded at Zhao Bao, after which they looked at Ning Qi and waited for his next order. Xiao Wan had already forgotten that he was the leader of the Seven Mysteries sect. All of you are dismissed. Those who want to return to Zishu City can do so. Those who want to stay do not come to the north. Chapter 760. Extreme joy begets sorrow to the north of the Taihang mountain range. Ziyun, Hanzhan, and the rest of the dragon tribe had surrounded the area. Humans could not enter without being killed on the spot. However, there were some humans who ignored the rule because they were stronger and had a powerful background. Su Qingqing, Shimin Lanshan, and other sky prides. Could the news be fake? Why can't we find the dragon blood fruit after searching for so long? Who has verified the authenticity of the news? Jean Linner frowned. Su Qingqing's eyes continued to scan the crowd. She said without turning her head, "I've received news that a dragon blood fruit has appeared in the Violet Cloud ancient dragon city, so it's most likely true. As for who's the one who spread the news and what their intentions are, I have no idea." A hint of dread flashed across Jean Linner's eyes when he heard this. He had been with Su Qingqing all this while, but he did not see who Su Qingqing was in contact with. However, he was able to receive this news. He was afraid that Su Lingfeng had secretly sent an expert to follow Su Qingqing. If he was blinded by greed and wanted to snatch the dragon soul fruit that he thought was a dragon blood fruit from Su Qingqing, he would have been killed on the spot. Not far away, Purple Cloud Hanzhan stood in the void. He had already turned his divine soul into threads and spread it across a radius of 1,000 miles, searching for all traces. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking tree caught his attention. This tree was very ordinary, so ordinary that if Ziyun Hanzhan looked at it with his naked eyes, he wouldn't even give it a second glance. But now Ziyun Hanzhan was using his godly soul. When his godly soul swept over this tree, a feeling of extreme longing came from the depths of his godly soul. On this tree, there were 3 bright, red, dragon-shaped fruits quietly hanging. Beside them there was a broken branch. It looked as if someone had plucked a fruit from it. Dragon blood fruit. Ziyun and Hanzhan's faces were filled with ecstasy, and they directly soared through the air in the direction of the tree. Something's happening. Su Qingqing hurried to catch up. Although everyone was busy searching for the fruit, they kept some of their attention on Ziyun Hanzhan. When they saw him leaving in a hurry, they followed him without hesitation. "Young master, should we follow him?" Shimin Kong stood respectfully behind Shimin Lanshan. He should have discovered something. Shimin Lanshan nodded his head. Under his lead, the people of Shimin clan quickly chased after Ziyun Hanzhan. "Young master, there's movement from Ziyun Hanzhan's side. Chase!" Eldest senior brother, Ziyun Hanzhan, seems to have found traces of the dragon blood fruit. Let's go and try our luck. At this moment, the 3 great clans of the Zishu city, the Shimin clan, the Wang clan, the Kong clan, as well as the disciples of the sects nearby, had all received the news and headed in the direction where Zi Yun and Han Zhan had gone. Even Yi Gulong, who had been in the south all this while, disappeared on the spot after receiving the news. 15 breaths, 16 breaths. Ning Qi stood on top of a mountain peak, quietly counting. When he counted to 25 breaths, he finally saw the silhouette of Zi Yun Han Zhan. There's still a few breaths left. Yi Gulong should be here soon. Success or failure depends on this, Ning Qi murmured to himself. At the same time, after Zi Yun Han Zhan saw the dragon blood fruit with his own eyes, the blood in his body began to cheer. At this moment, he was sure that this was the real dragon blood fruit, the dragon blood fruit that could greatly enhance the physique of the dragon tribe. Ha ha ha! Hard work pays off. Zi Yun Han Zhan appeared in front of the tree in an instant. He reached out his hand and grabbed the 3 dragon blood fruits into his palm. He could not wait to swallow them, his face revealing a look of reminiscence. Stop! Yi Gulong's voice came from afar. When he arrived, the dragon blood fruits had already been swallowed by Zi Yun Han Zhan. Yi Gulong's face was a little ugly. Once I digest these 3 dragon blood fruits, I will definitely be able to become a sage. Ha ha ha! Zi Yun Han Zhan could not help but laugh out loud. The other dragon tribe members looked at him with envy. Time's up. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. Boom! A deafening sound was suddenly emitted from where Zi Yun Han Zhan was standing. The white clouds in the sky were scattered. At the same time, a dazzling white light attacked everyone, other than those at the Do Zun level. Everyone could not help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. This was because they could not stand the strong light. If they forced their eyes open, they would definitely go blind. Following which, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. With Zi Yun Han Zhan at the center, the area within a 5-kilometer radius had become a land of death. All the trees, birds, and beasts were dead. There was no sign of life at all. Seeing this familiar scene, a trace of fear appeared on Jin Lin Er's face. It's him. It's him. A strange glint flashed across Su Qingqing's eyes. So all of this was planned by him. His goal was to kill Zi Yun Han Zhan, who had been chasing after him. This fellow's methods are really chilling. Previously, he blew up the treasure pavilion. This time he blew up Zi Yun Han Zhan and those few dragon blood fruits. Is it real or fake? At this moment, Ning Qi's previous appearance appeared in Su Qingqing's mind time and time again. With such power, if I was in his shoes, would I be able to survive? Yi Gulong muttered to himself. Following which, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. According to his calculations, if he was in Zi Yun Han Zhan's position, he would not have survived. The power of this explosion was equivalent to an attack from a dosheng. Zi Yun Han Zhan had just found the dragon blood fruits when he was met with such a death calamity. Could all of this be a coincidence? Thinking of this, Yi Gulong had an extremely strong idea. He wanted to find the person who had spread the news. Only then would he be able to resolve his doubts. Shimin Lanshan looked at the land of death, as well as the empty crater, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. Even Zi Yun and Han Zhan had been turned into ashes by the explosion. If it was him just now, he would have definitely died. This time, there was no real dragon blood fruit. Someone had ambushed Zi Yun Han Zhan. He was the main character this time, the target of the person who had spread the news. Shimin Lanshan thought to himself. Everything seemed to be very deliberate. The dragon blood fruit that had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years had suddenly appeared, and Zi Yun Han Zhan, who had just found the dragon blood fruit, had been blown to death. He would definitely not believe that this was a coincidence. Unfortunately, the temptation of the dragon blood fruit to the dragon tribe was too great. Otherwise, with Zi Yun Han Zhan's strength, how could he not have sensed any danger? Shimin Lanshan shook his head. On a mountain peak a few kilometers away from everyone, Ning Qi's entire body was wrapped in silver do qi. He was like a silver god of war as he stood facing the wind. At this moment, his body was undergoing a huge change. Whether a Do Zun could become a saint or emperor in the future, other than luck and hard work, it also depended on one's nature. Nature represented the spirit that was formed when one had just become a Do Zun. Chapter 761. Grade 1 Divine Soul humans had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. At the Do Zun realm, one did not refine Do Qi, but one soul. However, a Do Zun soul had magical powers and was also known as a divine soul. Every cultivator's soul would be refined when they broke through to the Do Zun realm. Depending on one's talent and opportunities, the initial divine soul that was refined would be very different. The most common was a divine soul that was exactly the same as the person. This type of divine soul had the lowest potential. It was almost impossible for it to break through to the Do Sheng realm in the future. Other than that, there were various kinds of beasts, sabers, swords, scenes, and hundreds of other divine souls. The divine soul that Ning Qi had refined was exactly the same as the original body. However, it was not the original body of a human. Instead, it was the original body of a world annihilation titan descendant that had returned to its source. Behind him, a 6-meter-tall giant appeared. His entire body was covered in bulging muscles, and his 3 pupils shone like stars in the pitch-black universe. The appearance of this god soul was practically carved from the same mold as his titan true body, except for the slight differences in his hands. Ning Qi released Little Six when he sensed that Little Six seemed to be calling out to him. A world annihilation titan descendant. Little Six looked at the divine soul behind Ning Qi, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It is unexpected that you can refine a world annihilation titan's divine soul after breaking through to the Do Zun realm. Ning Qi smiled and said, "How is the potential of such a divine soul? What rank was the bloodline of a world annihilation titan descendant in ancient times?" Little Six's expression was somewhat grave. It's hard to say about the potential. In any case, becoming a saint is inevitable. Becoming a Do Di is not a big problem either. Whether it can break through to the Do Di realm will depend on some luck. However, with me around, you can rest assured. As for the rank of a world annihilation titan descendant in ancient times, it's hard to say. Ning Qi said in surprise, "Hard to say? Aren't you omniscient and omniscient?" Little Six rolled his eyes. The Titan tribe is as old as the ancient Sky Dragon tribe. Although there has never been an expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sky Dragon tribe, even I do not know their origins. There are 100 bloodlines in the Titan tribe. Each bloodline has its own special ability. The World Annihilation Titan descendant bloodline is ranked in the top 30. It is not the best, but it is considered average. Middle level Ning Qi was already very satisfied. The Titan bloodline was already the cream of the crop among the tens of thousands of bloodlines. An Armageddon Titan descendant was a mid-tier bloodline among the Titan race. Compared to this period of time, he was already invincible at the starting line, perhaps only in the place that Little Six had mentioned, which was trying to become the ruler of this world. Would there be geniuses stronger than him? After that, Ning Qi tested out the power of the Titan God soul, because it was formed from his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Ning Qi could control it freely. It was like his own arm. With a single thought, he could move it. The power of each punch was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, there was a limit to how far he could go. He couldn't be too far away from his main body. When his divine soul flew out for around 500 li, Ning Qi felt that his heart and mind weren't strong enough. He had to make his divine soul fly back immediately. After breaking through to a 1-star Do Zun, my fighting strength has already soared by over 10 times. Adding the Titan God soul, which is as strong as me and even more agile, my fighting strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. No wonder even 1,000 peak Do Zongs have difficulty matching a 1-star dozun. The strength of my divine soul already has the meaning of a magical ability. You have quite a number of refining God stones on you, right? If you wish to have a higher achievement and a more solid foundation after becoming a dozun, you can use the refining God stone to refine your divine soul. The peak dozun from ancient times had a divine soul that was 10,000 feet tall. 1 star was 1,000 feet tall. This was the limit. Of course, if you want to be lazy, you can ignore this limit and directly break through. However, your divine soul might remain the same after you become a peak dozun, only 20 feet tall. Little Six reminded, what? Using the refining God stone to refine one's divine soul? A peak dozun's divine soul was 10,000 feet tall? Ningqi's face revealed a shocked expression. The refining God stone was the spiritual God stone that the system had mentioned. It was actually used to refine a dozun's divine soul. No wonder the dozuns of the Eastern Xian region rarely used their divine souls. This was because the practitioners of the Eastern Xian region were likely unaware of this matter. On the other hand, the low-grade spiritual godstone in the Ling Wu continent and the withered bones Forbidden Land had already become the currency in circulation. It was called the refining godstone. This was why they possessed the divine soul abilities that left one speechless. Zhongli Huatian is a peerless genius. As a peak dozun, the divine soul that he possesses is merely 1,000 feet tall. According to what Little Six said, I can refine 1,000 feet tall divine soul when I am a 1-star dozun? Wouldn't that be enough to match Zhongli Huatian? Ningqi asked in shock. All dozuns can refine a 10,000 feet tall divine soul? Little Six looked at Ningqi as though he was looking at an idiot. Of course not. A trash divine soul is at most 1,000 feet tall. The divine soul is divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, and the 1st grade is the highest. You do not need to know what is above the 1st grade. All you need to know is that your Titan spirit is a 1st grade divine soul, and that you will have the opportunity to break through in the future. So that's how it is. Ningqi heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, even if someone wanted to refine a peak divine soul, it would not be possible because their divine soul potential was not that high. As for himself, he had a 1st grade divine soul. Ningqi had originally planned on selling the 1,300 plus low-grade refining godstones in his spatial bag to the system in exchange for Dragon Slayer coins. However, he had changed his mind. No matter how many Dragon Slayer coins he had, it was not enough to increase his strength. From the looks of it, you should not know how to refine the refining godstone, right? Fine. Let the great ancient sky dragon Little Six teach you a few more moves. Little Six looked at Ningqi proudly. After that, he taught Ningqi a method to absorb the refining godstone and refine the divine soul. According to him, there were countless ways to absorb the refining godstone. His method could increase the efficiency and remove the impurities in the refining godstone, allowing the quality of the divine soul to be higher. Ningqi swept his gaze into the distance and looked at Su Qingqing and the rest. Finally, his gaze stopped on Shimen Lanshan. With a cold laugh, he disappeared from his original spot. Low-grade, cultivation training ground. Ningqi sat cross-legged, holding a standard-sized, inferior-grade god refining stone in each of his hands. The Titan divine soul was half real and half illusory, enveloping Ningqi's body, exactly the same posture as Ningqi. Following that, the 2 pieces of inferior grade god refining stone melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally turning into powder. At this moment, the divine soul seemed to be a lot more condensed and expanded by a few inches. Ningqi opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Chapter 762. 100-Foot Spirit. According to Little Six, an ordinary person would need at least 30 days to refine 2 standard-sized refining godstones. Some races with extraordinary talents could directly swallow and refine them such as the dragon race, which would require 7 to 8 days. As for me, I only need the time it takes to brew a cup of tea through his ancient spirit refinement technique, which is many times faster. This fellow is indeed useful and not useless. If a person has a 9th grade divine soul, the limit of each star is 100 feet. Then, using the lowest grade spirit refinement art to absorb the God refining stone and condense the divine soul. This process would take more than 30 years. Ning Chi had already stayed in the low-class training ground for a month. During this month, he had used up all 1,300 refining Godstones. His spirit had only reached a height of 100 feet, not an inch more or less. Next, I will need a large amount of refining Godstones to allow my spirit to reach the limit of a 1-star Do Zun 1,000 feet. At that time, the power of my spirit will likely far exceed my own body, and I will be able to fight against a peak Do Zun. Ning Chi left the low-class training ground. A month had passed inside, but only a day had passed in the outside world. He saw over 10 purple-cloud ancient dragons with auras of rank 8 and above at the place where Han Zhan had died. As for the others, they seemed to have left. Ning Chi smiled and turned to leave. Zisu City, the slums, the headquarters of the 7 Mysteries gang. Ugh, I'm afraid that the Grand Elder died along with Han Zhan in that explosion. However, this is also good. Since Shimin Kong wants to recruit us, we will obey. With the Shimin clan as our backing, our enemies will not dare to act recklessly due to our rapid expansion during this period of time. Xiao Wan sat at the head of the table and sighed. Elder Zhou and Elder Li nodded when they heard this and said, "What sect leader said makes sense?" Only Xiao Bao's expression was very calm, as though he was not sad because of Ning Chi's death. Xiao Wan swept a glance at Xiao Bao, a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. However, he pretended to say, "Elder Xiao Bao, don't be too sad. I know that you have a close relationship with the Supreme Elder, but please cheer up and prepare to welcome our new master. It's almost time. Butler Shimin Kong should be here soon, right?" During this period of time, Ning Chi had practically made him a figurehead and was secretly busy with something with Xiao Bao. As the leader of the 7 Mysteries gang, Xiao Wan did not show it on the surface, but he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. Ning Chi's death actually made him heave a sigh of relief, and he was even secretly pleasantly surprised. Hearing Xiao Wan's words, Xiao Bao smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the great elder won't die so easily. Elder Zhao, the Grand Elder's cultivation is indeed high. Previously, we thought that he was merely at the peak of the Do Huang class. It is unexpected that he is actually at the peak of the Do Zone class. Killing the inner disciples of the Red Deer sect is as easy as killing chickens. However, if he is still alive, he should have already returned with us. From this, we can conclude that he was definitely not far away when Zi and Han Zhan died and was innocently swept into that huge explosion that was comparable to an attack from a Dosheng." Elder Zhou analyzed. Elder Li stroked his beard and nodded. Xiao Bao laughed coldly in his heart. They might not know, but he knew that all of this was Ning Chi's plan. When he thought about how Ning Chi had asked him to pay attention to Zi Yunhan Zhan's whereabouts, the explosion was likely Ning Chi's doing. Since this was the case, why would Ning Chi put himself in danger and blow himself up? Xiao Bao definitely did not believe it. Reporting, Butler Shimin Kong of the Shimin clan has arrived. Let's go and welcome him. Xiao Wan stood up and walked out of the door. Outside, Shimin Kong was standing with his hands behind his back with a group of subordinates. Beside him stood the lone wolf, Ji Windong. His eyes continuously swept across Xiao Wan's group as if he was searching for Ning Chi. "Where is your Grand Elder?" Shimin Kong asked indifferently. Reporting to Elder Shimin Kong, Ning Beixian has already died in the explosion in the Taihang mountain range. Xiao Wan cupped his hands together and replied, "That's not right. Didn't he die at the hands of the young master?" Shimin Kong suddenly came to a realization. Xiao Wan, and the others exchanged glances with each other before Qiao Wan personally explained. That kid hid his cultivation. Is he a peak grandmaster? Then it's understandable that he withstood the young master's attack. Shimin Kong nodded. In that case, you should know why I'm here today. From now on, Ji Windong will be the leader of the Seven Mysteries Gang. You can be the vice leader. In the future, work hard for the Shimin clan, and I will not forget to reward you. Thank you, Elder Shimin. Qiao Wan was overjoyed. He knew that Shimin Kong would remove him from the position of gang leader, but he did not expect that he would be promoted to the position of vice leader. That was half a rank higher than the elder he had guessed. Greetings, sect leader Ji. Qiao Wan bowed to Ji Windong. Elder Zhou and Elder Li hurriedly followed behind. Ji Windong nodded arrogantly, but his eyes glanced at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao! Qiao Wan shouted sternly. If you don't want to bow, it's fine. Get out of the Seven Mysteries Gang. Ji Windong said indifferently. Greetings, Ji. Xiao Bao bowed helplessly, but before he could finish a sentence, someone suddenly ran into the room in a panic. Help, help, help. Looking at the stuttering gang member, Qiao Wan wanted to punch him to death. The sect leader is here. If there's anything, just report it to him. He pointed at Ji Windong. The gang member nodded and walked in front of Ji Windong. He cupped his hands together and said, reporting to sect leader, someone saw the Grand Elder return. He is now at the end of the street and is about to reach the main altar. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. I knew it. Xiao Bao's face revealed a trace of joy. The Grand Elder is not dead, but it doesn't matter. From today onwards, I am no longer the sect leader of the Seven Mysteries Gang. Let him and Ji Windong fight it out. After Qiao Wan recovered from his shock, his face revealed a calm expression. Elder Shimin, what do you think? Ji Windong looked at Shimin Kong. Ever since he found out that Ning Qi was a peak do zong, Ji Windong no longer planned to personally take revenge. Shimin Kong was a one-star dozun. With his strength, he could crush a peak do zong with a single finger. Haha, let's go out and take a look. I want to see what kind of peak do zong can escape from young master's palm. Shimin Kong laughed and took the lead to walk out. Outside the main altar, many pairs of shocked eyes paused on Ning Qi. Every time Ning Qi passed by them, they would cup their hands together and call him Grand Elder. These people were all current members of the Seven Mysteries Gang. They had also been to the Tai Hang mountain range. There was no one who did not recognize Ning Qi. On the other side, Shimin Kong, Ji Windong, Qiao Wan, and the others stood at the entrance of the main altar. Their eyes were like swords as they shot toward Ning Qi. Chapter 763. I take it. It's so lively. Ning Qi walked in front of everyone and smiled. Ji Windong unconsciously clenched his fists as he looked at Ning Qi with resentment in his eyes. Grand Elder. Xiao Bao cupped his hands with a joyful expression. Yes. Ning Qi nodded and glanced at Qiao Wan and the others, noticing that they were avoiding his gaze. Ning Beixian, why aren't you kneeling down and greeting Senior Shimin Kong? Ji Windong couldn't help but berate. Senior Shimin Kong? A mere one-star dozun. What ability does he have to address me as elder? Ning Qi asked with a faint smile. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How could he dare to say such a thing? Just because he was a peak dozong? A mere one-star dozun. Cuckoo! It has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Shimin Kong smiled lightly. He carefully looked at Ning Qi and faintly smiled. Previously, the young master said that if you can withstand a palm strike from him, he will let bygones be bygones. This old man will naturally obey the young master's words. However, it is not appropriate for the Seven Profound sect to have a Grand Elder at this time. Little brother can be an ordinary member of the sect. Normal sect members? Wouldn't he be inferior to us? Some of the junior hall masters had a strange look on their faces. I'm sorry, but please go back and tell your master that the 7 Profound Gang is still the 7 Profound Gang. If he has any objections, tell him to come see me personally. Ning Chi said lightly. How dare you? Right now, I am the leader of the 7 Profound Sect, Ji Wendong shouted. Then he looked at Shimin Kong and said, Senior Shimin Kong, this boy is treacherous. Please suppress him. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Shimin Kong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Oh, why wouldn't I dare? Are you sure you want to hear it again? Ning Chi smiled, and a 10 feet tall phantom appeared behind him. Divine Soul! Xiao Wan cried out in alarm. Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. This was the only way they could counteract the immense pressure from the Titan Divine Soul. You are a Dozun? Shimin Kong's face revealed a trace of surprise. He had been a 1-star Dozun for over 60 years. His spirit was merely 70 feet when he released it. It was 30 feet lower than Ning Chi's. Ji Wendong's eyes were shocked. He did not expect that the person whom he hated had a cultivation that far exceeded the peak of the Dozun class. He had already reached the level of a 1-star Dozun. From the looks of it, he seemed to be even stronger than Shimin Kong. Grand Elder is actually a Dozun. Zhao Bao was overjoyed. Many of the 7 Mysteries sex members were also pleasantly surprised. Although your distinguished self's cultivation is profound, compared to young master, you are still like the heaven and earth. Do you really plan to offend my Shimin clan? Shimin Kong frowned. Scram! Ning Chi smiled faintly. You! How arrogant! Shimin Kong was infuriated. Suddenly, a 7-story pagoda appeared behind him. Each story was 10 meters long, and each 7 stories was 20 meters long. A humanoid spirit is the weakest spirit. Where did you get the confidence to be so arrogant? Shimin Kong sneered. Human-shaped divine soul? How dare a summer insect speak of ice? Ning Chi smiled with disdain. I will give you 3 breaths of time to get out of this place. You are not allowed to enter this place in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. 3 breaths of time? Ha ha ha. In that case, let this old me see just what ability you have. Shimin Kong was so angry that he started laughing. A great battle between the two was about to erupt. Everyone tactfully retreated 1,000 feet away. The scene of a battle between Dozuns would be extremely grand. It was enough to flatten this place. They did not wish to be implicated. At this moment, Tai Tan's divine soul behind Ning Chi had already moved. It directly stepped toward the pagoda divine soul. You are seeking death. Shimin Kong laughed angrily, and the pagoda godly soul began to spin, directly colliding with the Titan godly soul. Although his godly soul was not as condensed as Ning Chi's, Shimin Kong was not afraid of the humanoid godly soul. Bang! The smile on Shimin Kong's face instantly disappeared. What replaced it was a deathly pale face. His pagoda divine soul had actually been shattered into pieces by the other party's foot. Although the divine soul did not have a physical body, this foot had caused great damage to his divine soul. In the next moment, the shattered pagoda divine soul gathered together again. It was already less than 25 feet, less than a foot. Continue. Ning Chi laughed faintly. Bang! 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 The pagoda divine soul was shattered again and again under the foot of Tai Tan's divine soul. Shimin Kong did not have any ability to resist in front of Ning Chi. He could only watch as his divine soul was weakened again and again. Stop! His face was pale as he shouted. He wanted to withdraw his divine soul, but he was afraid that Ning Chi would directly kill his actual body. 3 breaths of time have passed. I will decide when to stop. Ning Chi laughed faintly. No. Shimin Kong's eyes revealed a trace of fear. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, His face was ashen white as he sat on the ground. His divine soul was only 6 feet tall. More than 10 years of bitter cultivation and hundreds of God refining stones had gone down the drain. Ji Windong looked at this scene in fear. He unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet and rushing to the top of his head. His entire body was cold. In his eyes, Shimin Kong, who was already a first-rate expert of the Lingwu continent, was actually beaten to the point where he did not even have the ability to retaliate. How strong was the other party's battle strength? Supreme Elder is so strong. Even Shimin Kong is not his match. Our 7 Profound Gang is about to rise. Don't be too happy too early. Shimin Kong is just a housekeeper of the Shimin clan. It's not like you don't know how strong his master, Shimin Lanshan, is. That's right. Now, Shimin Kong has been beaten to such a state by the Supreme Elder. Will the Shimin clan take out their anger on our 7 Profound Gang? There's no need to worry about that. The matters of the higher-ups will be settled by the higher-ups themselves. It has nothing to do with us. That's true. The members of the 7 Profound Gang all had different thoughts. Their faces were filled with excitement and panic. Vice Sect Leader, what should we do? Elder Zhou smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiao Wan. I don't know. Don't ask me. A battle of this level is no longer something we can control. Xiao Wan shook his head. Ning Qi looked at Shimin Kong indifferently. If you continue fighting, your divine soul will be destroyed and your cultivation will fall from a Do Zun to a Do Zong. Are you convinced? I am convinced. Shimin Kong endured the humiliation and said, It's good that you're convinced. Get the people you brought to report to Shimin Lanshan. In addition to the punch you gave me earlier and your life, bring 500 low-grade God refining stones over. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? 500 low-grade God refining stones? You're asking for too much. Chapter 764. Ransom. Why? Unwilling? Ning Qi's expression did not change. However, Shimin Kong could only nod his head after sensing the killing intent in Ning Qi's tone. Then I will go back and send the message. You cannot go. Let him go. Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Ji Windong. Ji Windong hurriedly lowered his head when he saw Ning Qi looking at him. He did not dare to meet Ning Qi's gaze. However, when he heard that Ning Qi wanted him to send a message to Shimin Lanshan, his body began to tremble unconsciously. Forget it. Ji Wendong. Make a trip and bring his exact words to the young master. Shimin Kong's face was green as he spoke to Ji Wendong. Elder Shimin Kong. Ji Wendong's face was filled with hesitation. Why are you still not going? Shimin Kong angrily shouted. Yes. Ji Wendong turned around and fled. Grand Elder, you see, angering the Shimin clan is not beneficial to our 7 Mystery Gang. We might face a disaster. Why don't you shake hands with Elder Shimin Kong and make peace? Xiao Wan hesitated for a moment before walking in front of Ning Qi with an awkward smile. His words were filled with flattery towards Shimin Kong. This was very normal. Ning Qi was only a Do Zun that had suddenly appeared. Shimin Kong, on the other hand, was the housekeeper of one of the 3 great clans. He had Shimin Lanshan as his backing. Shimin Kong might not be a match for Ning Qi, but once Shimin Lanshan arrived, it was likely that Ning Qi would be defeated. That's right. Grand Elder, it is not good to offend the Shimin clan. Why don't we just let it go? Elder Zhou and Elder Li also opened their mouths to persuade. Shimin Kong let out a cold laugh in his heart when he saw the scene. Just let it go? That was impossible. He knew that with Shimin Lanshan's temper, he would definitely not be threatened by others. 500 low-grade God refining stones? Humph. What awaited him would probably be a fatal knife. I have already made up my mind. There is no need for all of you to persuade me. Leave, Ning Chi said, faintly. This. Chow Wan sighed in his heart. He nodded and left with everyone else. They did not dare to stay here for long, in case the Shimin clan came to question them. Are you not leaving? Ning Chi looked at Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao said, I'm not leaving. Aren't you afraid that Shimin clan will hate you? Ning Chi smiled faintly. I'm afraid. He already hates me. Zhao Bao swept a glance at Shimin Kong. When he saw that the latter was looking at him with a gloomy expression, he could not help but laugh bitterly. All right then. With me around, I won't let anything happen to you. Ning Chi smiled faintly and handed a War God Temple Outer disciple token to Zhao Bao. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Zhao Bao to teach him how to use it. Zhao Bao revealed an expression of shock. Then he solemnly refined the medallion in front of Ning Chi and Shimin Kong and stored it in his universe ring. With it, he would have a chance to teleport back to the sect once every 6 months. As long as he wasn't killed by a sneak attack, he would be able to use the token in time. Shimin Kong suspiciously glanced at the token. He did not sense any strong Do weapon aura from it. He secretly wondered what Ning Chi had given Zhao Bao. Shimin clan. Ji Wendong was trembling as he knelt in front of Shimin Lanshan. Shimin Lanshan's expression was very calm. Is that what he said? He wants me to give him 500 low-grade God refining stones? Yes. Ji Wendong nodded. Young master, let me capture this brat and hand him over to you. At the same time, bring housekeeper Shimin Kong back. There were 3 people standing beside Shimin Lanshan. They were Shimin Lanshan's personal bodyguards. Each of them had the cultivation of a 2-star Dozun. Yes, Long Sen will make a trip. Shimin Lanshan faintly nodded. Shimin Long Sen revealed a sinister smile. I will definitely complete the mission. 7 Profound Sect Headquarters. Shimin Long Sen broke through the air and stood coldly in the empty space. He immediately saw Ning Chi, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard, and Shimin Kong, who had his head lowered and face green. You are Ning Beixian? 7 Profound Sect's Grand Elder? Shimin Long Sen coldly looked at Ning Chi. Not good. Shimin Lanshan has no intention of reconciling. This person is one of his personal bodyguards. A 2-star Dozun, Shimin Long San. Looks like another fierce battle is about to erupt here. The hearts of the 7 Profound Sect members pounded as they stared at the imposing figure in the air in fear. Sect leader, the 2 of us intend to give up our position as elders to someone with insight. Elder Zhou and Elder Li spoke to Qiao Wan in unison after seeing Shimin Long San. Qiao Wan was speechless. The 2 of them turned around and left after speaking. I will also not be the sect leader anymore. Qiao Wan gritted his teeth and flew to Ning Chi's side. He loudly said, Grand Elder, after careful consideration, I think it is better for you to manage the 7 Profound Sect. I will not be the sect leader anymore. I will take my leave. His voice was very loud, as if he was purposely saying this for Qiao Wan to hear. After speaking, he left. The corner of Shimin Kong's mouth involuntarily curled into a mocking smile when he saw this scene. The young master had yet to personally appear, and the 7 Profound Sect was already in chaos. Ning Chi did not care about Qiao Wan's departure. He smiled faintly at Shimin Long San. Did you bring the refining godstone? Bring my ass. An ant-like existence like you dares to extort my young master? Let's not talk about whether Shimin Kong is worth that much money. Just based on your attitude, I will cripple your cultivation today. Shimin Long San was enraged and immediately attacked Ning Chi. His divine soul was a 3-headed demon. It was at least 30 feet tall. Shimin Kong revealed a trace of anger on his face when he heard Shimin Long San's words. However, he had indeed been captured and had caused his young master to lose face. Naturally, there was nothing he could say. He could only look at Ning Chi viciously. After Ning Chi was suppressed by Shimin Long San, he would return all the humiliation he had just suffered to him. Boom! With just one move, Ning Chi's Titan Divine soul smashed Shimin Long San to the ground along with his soul. How is this possible? Shimin Long San's face was filled with shock and anger. How could he be defeated in just one move? Before he had time to think, Ning Chi's attack came again. Next, he received the same treatment as Shimin Kong, or perhaps even worse. His spirit soul, which was 130 feet tall, was directly beaten down to 100 feet, a full 30 feet. A moment later, Shimin Long San knelt in front of Ning Chi. His face was ashen and filled with humiliation. He had no choice but to kneel. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep his life. The 7 profound sex members were all stunned. Xiao Bao was also stunned. Shimin Kong was even more stunned. Someone go and inform the Shimin clan to come and collect them. There are 2 of them now. The price will be raised to 800 inferior grade refining godstones. Ning Chi calmly glanced at the gang members who were hiding outside and peeking at them. Chapter 765. I'm just that overbearing. Shimin clan. What? Long San was also suppressed by him? Shimin Lanshan's face instantly turned ashen. He also said that he wants 800 low-grade god refining stones. Otherwise, he will kill both Long San and Shimin Kong. Shimin Longer said angrily. Shimin Longi glanced at Shimin Lanshan and said, "Why don't the 2 of us go together?" "Go. I want him alive," Shimin Lanshan said coldly. From the beginning, he had no intention of personally taking action. If others knew that the young master of the Shimin clan had personally gone to the slums to suppress the grand elder of a small gang, he would likely become the laughing stock of the city. He would also be laughed at by the Wang clan and the Kong clan. Ning Chi involuntarily sighed as he looked at Shimin Longi and Shimin Longer. Is your young master really that busy? Can't he personally make a trip? Shimin Longer saw that his brother's expression was a little dispirited. Shimin Kong seemed to be seriously injured. He could not help but say angrily, "Damn dog, you want to see my young master personally? Who do you think you are? You are merely the grand elder of a small sect in the slums. I will give you a chance. Surrender, and I will spare your life. Your strength is similar to Shimin Longer's. You dare to be so arrogant? Spare my life? Let me see who will be sparing who." Ning Chi laughed coldly and directly attacked to suppress them. Long San and Shimin Kong attacked together. Shimin Longi roared loudly. Yes, Shimin Long San and Shimin Kong were already prepared. 3 of the 4 Dozuns were 2-star Dozuns. They did not believe that Ning Chi could win. A moment later, Shimin Longi and Shimin Longer knelt side by side in front of Ning Chi. Half of their spirits had been destroyed. A whole half. It was equivalent to the tens of years of cultivation that they had trained after entering the Do-Zun realm being destroyed. As for Shimin Long San and Shimin Kong, they were even worse off. This was the 2nd time they had attacked. Ning Chi treated the 2 of them even better. Shimin Longsan's spirit was originally 100 feet. Now it was less than 30 feet. Shimin Kong's spirit was only 20 feet. So powerful. The Grand Elder is too strong. Unbelievable. The 7 Mysteries sect is going to change. The other gangs in the slums were also attracted by the commotion and came over to watch. There was no lack of gang leaders among them. They were all shocked by Ning Chi's demon-like methods just now. A divine soul that was 100 feet tall had beaten the 4 divine souls to the point where they couldn't even fight back. It was a complete suppression. You're too overbearing. Young master will not let you off. Shimin Longer looked at Ning Chi in humiliation. That's how tyrannical I am. Your life is in my hands now, and you still dare to speak? Slap yourself. Ning Chi said lightly. Yes. When Xiao Bao heard this, he walked over to Shimin Longer and slapped him over 100 times. Shimin Longer didn't feel any pain, but he felt incomparably humiliated. He had been beaten by an ant in front of the ants of the slums. This caused the high and mighty Shimin Longer to be so angry that he almost fainted. However, he didn't dare fight back. The strength that Ning Chi had displayed earlier was enough to kill him with a wave of his hand. If he fought back, he would definitely die. Sir, even if you win for now by opposing my Shimin clan, do you think you will win forever? Shimin Longi said calmly. Ning Chi smiled faintly as he looked at him. Do you think that I would dare to deal with your Shimin clan without any trump cards? In my eyes, your Shimin clan is not even worth mentioning. The moment these words were said, an uproar instantly broke out. The way everyone looked at Ning Chi had changed. Their first impression was that Ning Chi was only the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect. They had never thought that Ning Chi had another identity. However, now that Ning Chi had said this, things seemed to be a little different. Don't tell me that his background is stronger than the Shimin clan? I'm afraid so. Although the Shimin clan is strong, that is only to us. The reason why their clan is able to have a seat in the Zishu city is because the clan leader's elder sister, Shimin Lanshan's aunt, is the concubine of the Zishu city lord. The Shimin clan, which only has a 1-star doshan, is considered a weak faction in the Lingwu continent. There are countless factions that are stronger than them. Then, if the Grand Elder comes from one of those factions, that's right, the Shimin clan is really nothing. Ha ha! The faces of the members of the Seven Mysteries gang became redder and redder. They discovered that the gang leaders who had once humiliated them would unconsciously avert their eyes when they looked at them. Zhao Bao was not shocked. When he had obtained the War God Hall's outer disciple token, he had already known how terrifying Ning Chi's background was. Teleporting back to the sect. He had never heard of such a method. Even the Azure Emperor's sacred land would not be able to give an outer disciple such treatment, right? You, Shimin Longi, looked at Ning Chi in shock. For the first time, there was a trace of worry in his heart. If the Shimin clan had really offended a faction that they should not have offended, what should they do? This brat is just bluffing, right? The other 3 were trying to comfort themselves. They didn't want to believe Ning Chi's words, but the truth was right in front of them. Everything Ning Chi had done, he hadn't placed the Shimin clan in his eyes at all. Wasn't this something that geniuses with powerful backgrounds often did? Long E and Long Air have also been suppressed? Shimin Lanshan looked at Ji Windong, who had come to report in shock. Ji Windong smiled bitterly and nodded. Looks like I have to personally take action. Shimin Lanshan sneered. Young master, there is one more thing. Ji Windong hesitantly repeated what Ning Chi had said to Shimin Longi and the others. You are saying that his background is not simple? But if he really is such a genius, why would he appear in the slums of the Zishu city? Why do I not have any impression of his appearance? Shimin Lanshan's eyes revealed a trace of fear after hearing Ji Windong's words. At this moment, an old man suddenly pushed open the door and entered. The aura of this person was even stronger than Shimin Lanshan's. He was a Peak Do Zun. Old Qin. Shimin Lanshan bowed respectfully. Ji Windong jumped in shock and hurriedly bowed. Old Qin glanced at Ji Windong indifferently before looking at Shimin Lanshan. There is some progress regarding the news of the Taihang mountain range dragon blood fruit. This news was first spread out from the slums. Slums. Seven Mysteries gang? Shimin Lanshan seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed slightly. After thinking about it carefully again, he became more and more confident in his guess. This also verified what Ji Windong had said earlier. Other than a genius from the Holy Land, who else could have the means to kill Zi Yun and Han Zhan and not fear the Shimin clan? Looks like this matter cannot be settled by brute force. Thinking of this, Shimin Lanshan bowed to Old Qin before leaving the Shimin clan with Ji Windong and hurrying in the direction of the Seven Mysteries gang. At the same time, other than the Shimin clan, The other large factions of the Zisu city had also found some clues. Chapter 766. People from the Red Deer sect, Grand Elder, Shimin Lanshan, should be coming personally this time, right? Zhao Bao glanced at Shimin Longyi, his brothers, and Shimin Kong as he asked softly, "If a big battle occurs later, and there is danger, remember to use the outer disciple token." Ning Qi did not reply to Zhao Bao. Instead, he laughed faintly. "This disciple understands." Zhao Bao nodded. Shimin longer hated Ning Qi incomparably in his heart. However, he did not dare to show it on his face at this moment. He was afraid that Zhao Bao would give him over 100 slaps. That would be extremely embarrassing. Shimin Lanshan had yet to arrive. Instead, Su Qingqing and Jin Lin had arrived at the headquarters of the 7 mysterious sect first. The two of them glanced at the 4 people from the Shimin clan who were kneeling on the ground. A trace of fear flashed across Jin Lin's eyes while Su Qingqing stared at Ning Qi thoughtfully. "I did not discover your aura earlier and was nearly fooled by you." Su Qingqing's voice sounded beside Ning Qi's ear. Clearly, she was transmitting her voice. "This lady must have mistaken me for someone else." Ning Qi smiled calmly. His current appearance was completely different from before. Only his height was the same. Even Ziyin and Han Zhan could not recognize him. How could Su Qingqing recognize him? The other party was probably trying to trick him. "I am not mistaken. It is unexpected that your cultivation has advanced so quickly. After not seeing you for a while, you are already a 1-star Dozun." Su Qingqing confidently transmitted her voice. Ning Qi smiled when he saw this. He ignored her and swept a strange gaze over Jin Lin. Clearly, this fellow did not recognize him. Jin Lin revealed a dry smile when he saw Ning Qi look over. He nodded at Ning Qi. He really did not dare to offend someone who could suppress the 4 people from the Shimin clan to such an extent. Moreover, Su Qingqing had received news that the 7 mysterious sect was likely behind the Taihang mountain range. This person was the 7 mysterious sect's Grand Elder. Jin Lin was incomparably afraid of a technique that could kill a peak Dozun. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Ning Qi. "Jiang Tian Lu Aoshuang, my nephew was killed by this Grand Elder of the 7 Mysteries gang. If you dare to deceive me, you will not have a good ending even if you are inner disciples." An angry roar came from beyond the sky. Following this furious shout, an old man, Jiang Tian, and Lu Aoshuang appeared in the air above Ning Qi and the others. He coldly swept his gaze across the surroundings. When he saw Shimin Kong and the others, he was slightly startled. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ning Qi. Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang averted their eyes, not daring to meet Ning Qi's gaze. They lowered their heads and followed behind the old man. "Did you kill He Jinqin?" the old man said coldly. Ning Qi looked at his attributes. He was called He Lingdong, a 7-star Dozun. From his words earlier, Ning Qi knew that this person should be He Jinqin's uncle. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he looked at He Lingdong. "I was indeed the one who killed him. Are you here for revenge?" "How dare you? You dare to kill an inner disciple of my Scarlet Deer sect. Today, I will destroy your 7 mysterious sect." He Lingdong flew into a rage. A soul phantom that was more than 300 feet tall appeared behind him. This divine soul was the same as Ning Qi. It was a humanoid divine soul that looked very similar to He Lingdong. However, Ning Qi's divine soul was a Titan divine soul, while He Lingdong's divine soul was a genuine trash divine soul. His divine soul was estimated to have barely reached the 9th grade, a 7-star Dozun with a 300-foot-tall spirit. Even in the Scarlet Deer sect, this fellow's status should not be very high. At the very least, the aptitude and spirits of Shimin Kong and the others were better than his. Ning Qi was confident that with the uniqueness of the world-destroying Titan spirit, the 18 dragons subduing palms, and the dragon-slaying saber, He would only have a 50-50 chance of victory if he fought He Lingdong. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. It is useless to destroy my 7 mysterious sect with just words. Ning Chi laughed faintly. Kill! He Lingdong roared in rage. The divine soul behind him took a step forward, directly stomping down on the courtyard. If this stomp landed, the entire courtyard would be destroyed. Even Shimin Kong, Su Qingqing, and the others would be within its range of attack. How dare you? Jean Lin. Ai's face revealed a trace of anger. This person did not know what was important and ignored their existence. Just as he was about to attack, Ning Chi's Titan spirit had already appeared. The Titan spirit was as small as a child in front of the spirit. However, when its fist landed on the sole of the other party's foot, it actually blocked the other party's stomp. What is going on? He Lingdong was slightly startled. They were both humanoid divine souls. But why was it that this person's divine soul was so much more condensed than his own? Just 100 feet tall divine soul was comparable to his own divine soul, which was 300 feet tall? Ning Chi laughed coldly. He did not stop and took the initiative to attack. In a flash, he had already approached He Lingdong. He planned to capture the leader of the group. Once He Lingdong's actual body was restrained, his spirit would be useless. After He Lingdong recovered from his shock, the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking expression. So what if Ning Chi's spirit was condensed? His actual body was still a 1-star Dozun. How could he be a match for him? You are really foolish to deliver yourself to me. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. The next moment, 2 millstone-sized copper hammers appeared in his hands. He waved them at Ning Chi. His speed was so fast that it directly burned the air. The surface of the copper hammers was covered with golden-colored do chi. He Lingdong had the confidence that this attack could shatter a mountain. Break! A faint smile hung on Ning Chi's face. He cried out softly, after which the dragon-slaying saber appeared in his hand and slashed at He Lingdong. The other party's 2 copper hammers were directly cut into 2. The dragon-slaying saber followed the momentum and hacked at He Lingdong's hand. With a poochie sound, one of his arms fell with a sound. My heavenly low-grade do weapon. My arm. He Lingdong's face revealed a horrified expression. He hurriedly retreated and dodged. At the same time, a pained expression flashed across his eyes. So strong! Jiang Tian and Lu Aoshuang stood not far away, watching as Ning Chi's divine soul and elder, He Lingdong's divine soul, fought to a standstill. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chi's main body had cut off one of He Lingdong's arms. When they thought of how they had threatened Ning Chi to get the 7 mysteries sect to help them find the dragon blood fruit, the 2 of them could not help but feel some lingering fear. Now they had the intention to retreat. This was because He Lingdong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. After 10 minutes, He Lingdong, who had lost his do weapon, could only rely on his own cultivation to suppress Ning Chi. However, it was no longer effective. Ning Chi's life force was vigorous and was completely unafraid of his attacks. Moreover, He Lingdong had to constantly dodge the dragon-slaying saber in Ning Chi's hand. At this moment, He Lingdong's mind stirred, and the Titan spirit suddenly struck out with its palm. 6 silver dragons, each dozens of feet long, instantly broke out of its body and entangled the humanoid spirit of the other party, tearing at it. Then the Titan spirit appeared behind He Lingdong and slapped down with its palm. With a poochie sound, He Lingdong was directly smashed into the ground. He was unconscious. His spirit also gradually dissipated and entered the top of his head.